Hi, everyone. Just so you know, we haven't started yet. We'll start here in just a moment. We're just overcoming some technical connections with our seventh trustee, Alex Woodley, who we see having joined us now. So thank you, everybody, for your patience. And JJ, let's make sure to mute Trustee Woodley so that he is on mute. We're muted? Okay. Thank you so much. All right. All right, we're good. All right, it's 9:11 a.m. on Tuesday, March 12th, 2024, and this starts a regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Clerk Rodriguez, can you please do roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Trustee Church.
Here.
Vice President Mayberry.
Here.
Trustee Nicolette.
Good morning.
I'm here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake. Here. Trustee Woodley. Here via Zoom. And some representative is in school. Madam President, we got a quorum.
Thank you. All right. So that moves us on to item 1.03. So last week was International Women's Day. And in recognition of that day and all the contributions that women do, not just in this school district or in this community, but over the course of time, women are known to have a special set of skills that are appreciated in communication, in commitment, and we are a very important part of America's and world's history and the way that we go about doing things. We're particularly honored on this board to be served by women and very honored to have so many women who are staff members on our team here in the school district. And so in recognition of International Women's Day, I would like to invite a woman who is the longest serving trustee on this Board of Trustees to lead us in the pledge, and that is Trustee Dr. Diane Nicolette.
Of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nicolette. And now we'll move on to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life. And some have lived on this land for more generations that can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. Now that's all of our opening items, and we'll move on now to section 2. These are our consent agenda items. We have several items today, 202 through to 209. I do have a request to pull consent agenda item 209 from Trustee Church, so we will be pulling that item, and we'll be prepared to discuss that separately. And I have not heard from any other colleagues about pulling any of those other items, nor do I see lights on now. So JJ, do we have any public comment on item 2.02 to 2.08?
Todd Bailey.
Welcome, Mr. Bailey.
Good morning to you all. It's going to be an interesting day here at the Washoe County School District district, isn't it? With regard to consent agenda, I'm just going to go through these briefly, but Madam Chair, I'd like you to extend me a little time for 3 minutes since I'll be speaking on all the agenda items, so please extend me a little leeway for that.
There will be 3 minutes. There will be 3 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Approve 2004. I think that's a great idea. The only question I have, and perhaps the district's attorney can explain, is what the 2,594 for the general counsel's office is. Just not sure what that's all about. Perhaps it was in the meeting prep items. 205, please approve. Number 2.06, I would like that item pulled. I just need a better understanding of why the district needs $1,292,068 to manage the district website and their social media platforms. I think that's important for the voters of Washoe County to clearly understand that. 2.07, approve. 2.08, approve. And I agree, 2.09 should be pulled and tabled, and a lengthy public discussion about that item. And lastly, I'm just curious. That's all. Okay? Have a great day. It's going to be an eventful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I'll bring it back to this board. Is that a card for consent? All right. Welcome, Mr. Navaduran.
I would like to see improve on 2.04, 2.05, improve 2.06, and 2.08, pull out, 2.07, improve, 2.9, approve, and 2.6, approve. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Navaduran. All right. So if there's any questions, we can have those, or we can move to a motion.
Thank you, President Smith. Is it too late to pull something? Just in honoring transparency, because I was a little bit skeptical also of 2.08. I was satisfied after I heard the explanation, but in order for transparency to be for everyone, if there could be an explanation on 2.0.
Well, you could ask a question on it, and then we
Okay.
could have a staff member come up and answer that
Okay.
for you. That's no problem.
Yes, so on 2.08, if there can be an explanation on the need for the district-wide area network for a one-year term. Thank you.
Of course. So Dr. McNeil, who might be able to help answer that question on item 2.08?
Andrea Sullivan is in the overflow room. Here she comes right
There
now.
she comes. Welcome, Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan, we have a question on item 208. Trustee Westlake, once Ms. Sullivan sits down, would you mind just resharing that question again so she has the benefit of hearing it from you?
Certainly, thank you. So in the spirit of transparency, if there could be an explanation as to the need for the additional one-year term for the district-wide area network.
For the record, Andrea Sullivan, Director of Procurement and Contracts with the school district. I am not the Chief IT Officer, so I'll do my best. We do conduct this RFP, but it provides all the connectivity between the schools and outside of the schools that we need in order to have internet connection and everything else. So something we've always had in place. We do an RFP for it, and we also get E-rate reimbursement for it for any of those eligible costs.
We can hear her just fine, but if in the future you can pull the mic forward a little bit. Thank you. Quiet, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone, we're going to be decorum here in our business meeting. Thank you so much. Trustee Westlake, does that answer your question?
Absolutely, and I'm wondering if Miss Andrea could also on 2.06, because this is a lot of technology that we're investing in, and just so that the public understands what the need is for these services. So 2.06, the 5-year agreement with Active Internet Technologies.
I am not the right one probably to answer your questions on that. My office did not conduct a solicitation for this. But I have backups.
Yes, you do. Welcome, Michelle Anderson.
Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications Community Engagement Officer. Please don't ask me any technical questions because I am not IT. The current website that we have was owned by Blackboard. Blackboard was purchased by Final Site, so an entire upgrade to the system needs to occur. With that, we listen to our community and listen to all of you as board members saying that the website needs to be easier for our families and our community to navigate. Right now, we have about over 30,000 pages, if you can imagine that, an effective use of a website. And so that will be condensed to make it easier to follow. In addition, every one of our schools will have a website that will be consistent. So if a family member has a elementary school kid, a middle school kid, and a high school kid, all those websites would be the same, except for obviously the branding for that school, so it makes it easier to find. Also, it expands on accessibility, so if somebody in our community needed like a screen reader, the website would be able to accommodate that as well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Clerk Rodriguez.
Yes, Madam President, I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees.
Trustee Woodley, sorry I missed your hand.
Thank you, Madam. No, I was just ready to make a motion as well. I'll just second.
All right, well, we'll let Clerk Rodriguez take that crack, and then I'll look to you for the second.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves consent agenda item 2.02 through 2.08.
Second.
No, it wasn't. All right, so we have a motion from Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Woodley, to approve items 2.02 to 2.08. Seeing no lights on for further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, now we'll move on, and we will pull out specifically item 2.09. This is the preliminary approval for the proposed revisions to Board Policy 4110, Talent Acquisition, updating the policy to be consistent with standard agenda creation by requiring 2 trustees to put the hiring or separation of a leadership team member who reports to the superintendent on the agenda, and to meet the board's direction related to board policies and the initiation of the 13-day public review and comment period. This will be an item for separate possible action. And with Trustee Church being the trustee who's pulling it, I will defer to him to start.
Thank you very much. This is a policy that, according to the records, it was just approved in January of this year, 2 months ago. It's highly unusual to bring something back like that. We have policies, I've been looking through, some of them date to 2019 that have not been reviewed, even though I think it's policy 9070, I think it is, on policies that says that these will be reviewed every 2 years. I think it's improper to bring this back. The purpose of this chips away at transparency. It's a chip against the public transparency. What this is because last month I pulled an agenda item to review the selection of a leadership team member, the police chief, who's a great individual, has my full support, but I felt compelled to put it on the record, some issues with his education. That was all. Nothing he did wrong, just the fact that he didn't have a bachelor's degree. So that said, I think it's good for a trustee to be able to do that. It was a good meeting. It was quick. We got it done. To review this now is just improper. It serves no purpose other than to chip away at transparency. It's almost childish. It's almost, Jeff embarrassed us, and we did this, and so we're gonna make it 2 trustees now instead of 1. It's just improper. The other thing, and again, I don't know procedure-wise, but who put this on the agenda? My understanding is it takes 2 under that policy to put things on the agenda. So I'd just like the record, if somebody could reflect who the 2 trustees were that put this on there, or if it was done by another method. Thank you very much.
JJ, do we have any public comment?
Todd Bailey.
Hi, Mr. Bailey. Welcome. Don't worry, you don't have to run. We're happy to wait.
Yes, I do, Madam President. I can't understand why the Washoe County School Board would reverse transparency in any way. We can have I've seen it before, so don't look at me. We could have a situation on any day where one trustee is speaking the truth about one particular item. And when you talk about something as high level as we're dealing with in 2.09, it's ridiculous to roll back transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
That's all I have.
All right, so I will look for motion. Trustee Woodley, I'll go with you. I do want to correct the record that no one can just block someone from being hired because of questions about their education. What Trustee Church did is he formally called his professional competence into question, and that there are very few reasons under NRS, and just having questions about someone's degree is not one of them. So what Trustee Church did was formally invoke his right as a trustee to formally lodge an issue with Chief Moore's professional competence. And that is exactly why that item was heard. Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm ready to make a motion, but before that, I'd just like to share that I have a different perception of this item. The way I see this item is it relates to hiring or firing of executive staff. And I think that there is more transparency when we actually bring it forward. And I appreciate the fact that it requires two trustees, so you don't have just one trustee, for example, there for sides. I want to fire all my executive staff. I'm new here. I'm new in town. I'm going to fire everyone. I'd like us to have the ability to hear about this and discuss it in full transparency. And I do like that it would take more than just one trustee to bring it forward. Thank you. For having said that, I'm ready to make a motion to approve item 2.09.
All right, motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, that closes section 2, which is the consent agenda item, and brings us now to section 3. These are our items for potential discussion and action. And we will go ahead and open item 3.01. And as we do that, and just so that we can also be clear about this. Okay, so Trustee Church. So as I've communicated to you, it's my understanding based on Nevada ethics law contained in NRS Chapter 281 that you have a significant pecuniary and personal interest in items 3.01 and 3.02, which require you to disclose these conflicts and abstain from participating or voting on these items. Now, with that said, I don't make that decision for you, okay? So what I do need you to do, so we're clear for the record, is I need you to state how you intend to proceed, because this is your own action and your own decision. And so do you intend to disclose and abstain pursuant to NRS 281A, or do you intend to participate? And if you do intend to participate, the items that you had will be added as supplementary materials. So this is just a yes or a no. Do you intend
No, ma'am,
to?
it's not. I have a disclosure to read. As per NRS 281, it's my responsibility to disclose, and that's more than a yes or no.
Perfect. Go ahead and disclose.
All right. Having consulted with my attorney, I have the following, and I'll put this on the record with the secretary. I make this disclosure per NRS 281A. I'm an elected trustee at the Washoe County School District. I'm aware of agenda items 3.01 and 3.02. Both deal with discussion and possible actions on issues of legal matters that I may have a pecuniary interest in, and I hate pronouncing that word. They both report that, quote, the character, alleged misconduct, professional competence, or physical or mental abilities, I missed a word there, of Jeffrey Church may be discussed during the item per Nevada Revised Statute 241.033, and or administrative action may be taken against him per 241.034 for possible action. That is serious. I have reviewed NRS 281A in the U.S. Supreme Court case from Nevada known as Kerrigan, and I have consulted with my attorney. I note that on the agenda item it calls for discussion and possible action. Unlike Kerrigan, he was not subject to possible punitive administrative action. Unlike Kerrigan, there is no specific proposed motion at this time, and there exists no firm belief that action may be taken or the nature of that action, including concerning my character, that I have a right to defend. In analyzing my pecuniary interests, they are matters of public concern. I do not seek a dime for myself. Further, there are no planned lawsuits versus WCSD. There are 2 petitions for writs on matters of public concerns pending. Whereas my attorney attempted to submit information to the board in advance and was denied, this complicates matters in favor of my non-recusal. I note that NRS 281 states in part, because abstention by a public officer disrupts the normal course of representative government and deprives the public of the public officer's constituent of voice in governmental affairs, the provisions of this chapter are intended to require abstention only in clear cases. I note that NCOE, the Nevada Commission on Ethics, as currently posted on their website, states that a public officer, quote, may not advocate for the passage or failure of, but may otherwise participate in consideration of a matter, quote, and then continuing further, quote, appropriate weight and proper deference must be given to the public policy of this state, which favors the right of the public officer to perform the duties of elected or appointed office, including the duty to vote or otherwise act upon a matter, provided the public officer has properly disclosed the acceptance of a gift or loan, significant pecuniary interest, or commitment to a private capacity in a manner required. Thus, in this matter, I believe that the need to defend myself, including administrative action, may be taken against him and participate in the public interest far outweighs any alleged conflict in the matter. That is especially true as my attorney was not allowed to submit material in advance for the record. Further, I asked 24 hours in advance for an emergency opinion from the Ethics Commission. However, I am cognizant of the potential conflict, and while not yet recusing myself, I will be careful in attempting to maintain a barrier between those conflicts and the need to defend myself and ask objective questions. If the matter on any motion creates a conflict, I will abstain as appropriate. Under NRS 281, the decision to recuse is mine and may be subject to enforcement by NCOE. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So to be clear, you are saying that you will continue on with participating in this first item, 301?
Yes.
Okay. So JJ, what I'm going to do is I'm forwarding the supplementary materials for 301 and 302, and I'm sending you those right now. And if you could add those, that would be great. And then we'll make sure that there's always going to be enough time to refer to supplementary materials for the board as we go. And then in addition to any public comment that comes in, which is standard. Okay, just a couple of reminders for everyone here, and particularly in regards to that. This is a budget item. There's no administration or administrative action that's being asked or being suggested in this item. So I just want to clarify the record with that. And so that means we will go ahead and we will open item 301. This is the discussion and possible action to approve the allocation from the general fund, the Washoe County School District's main operating fund, which is used to fund schools, including programs for students and the majority of Washoe County School District's employees' salaries and benefits, in the amount of $500,000 to the Office of General Counsel to hire outside legal counsel to defend the district against lawsuits, complaints, and other actions filed by Jeffrey Church and or supported by Jeffrey Church. It is noted, and this is wording that comes directly from NRS, since we are talking about Trustee Church, that the character, alleged misconduct, professional competence, or physical or mental health of Jeffrey Church may be discussed during this item per revised statute NRS 241-033, and or administrative action may be taken against him per NRS 241-034. This is an item for possible action. But just as a reminder to everyone, this is a budget request, and that wording is actually based on what comes out of NRS. So we don't draft it ourselves. That's just part of the noticing that we have to include on items. And so on that note, we will welcome our Chief General Counsel, Neil Rombardo, to start us off.
Excuse me. Good morning, President Smith, trustees, Superintendent McNeil. I'd like to take a moment to recognize our promise. We will know every student by name, strength, need, so they graduate prepared for the future they choose, and we will deliver on those promises, on this promise, in partnership with our families and community. Are you done?
Everyone, let's just maintain order while we get through this. We do look forward to the public comment period, but we won't have our presenters interrupted, please.
While I may be an attorney, I choose to work for the district to support our students, families, and staff. I believe in public education. I believe in my colleagues, our principals, our teachers, our pro-techs, our school police, and all of our employees that seek to do the right thing every day. The very last thing I want to do is be standing here in front of you making a budget request. But I have been left with no choice. The funds that I'm requesting today should be used for our students, our families, and our staff. But unfortunately, I am left in the position to do the responsible thing and ask for you to approve this budget request to support my office, the Office of the General Counsel, in defending this district and our employees. Go through all of them. Will you? Thank you. Since being elected, Trustee Church has supported 22 open meeting law complaints against the district, filed 4 open meeting law complaints himself against the district, supported 3 filed lawsuits against the district, filed 2 lawsuits himself against the district, and let's not forget that he demanded the Gunnarsson investigation, where he insisted that the former board president and the Office of General Counsel did wrong. This is a total of 31 complaints that he has supported against the district for an approximate cost of $345,000 over these 3 years, which was all handled internally.
Mr. Rombardo, may I interrupt?
Yep.
Can you, for the sake, I know you wrote it in your board report, but I do think that it's a term that is important to clarify. Can you explain what it means to be formally conflicted? Because when we say supported, although I do think it's interesting for a trustee to be cheering on lawsuits from the sidelines, actually being formally and legally conflicted in a matter is a very specific term, and I think that that needs to be clarified, if you would not mind. It was certainly not something I knew before being a trustee. It wasn't until I became a trustee and saw all the instances of Trustee Church being conflicted in lawsuits against the district that I even came to understand this, and I don't think most of the public understands what that means too.
Yes, so what it means is that as trustees, and which I'll actually cover in the next slide, but let's just stay here for right now, you have a certain duty of loyalty, duty of care, and other responsibilities to the district. When you act outside of those interests, you become conflicted, and it becomes to the point where the Office of the General Counsel has to constantly weigh under Rule of Professional Conduct 1.3 what we can and cannot do as far as providing those who choose to take an interest against the district with information. And so how that works is we will constantly analyze, we will look at comments that are made publicly, we will look at comments that are made internally, and then determine, is there anybody on the board that we cannot share this information with? Because if we share that information, then we are going to be harmed by that information. And anything that I share with you is attorney-client privilege, and that if somebody then goes and waives that privilege on your behalf, sharing it with the other side, I think the conflict is pretty obvious at that point. And so that would be a legal conflict. Given all of this, our office is in a constant state of trying to determine what we can and what we cannot share with trustees who take an interest against the district. And I can tell you what we do share is anything that's public, and what we don't share is anything that's strategy, because we can't. And we have to protect the entity, which, by the way, there's this weird notion that's going around that you're different. You're part of the entity, and you're going to see in the next slide, you're responsible for the entity. So there's no difference between you and me. We're all on the same team. It's those who choose to take a different position that aren't on the same team. What I'd like to point out, go ahead, did you have a question? Oh, can you
I
go
was
back?
going to say also, just for the record, Trustee Church fully knows he's been conflicted on all of these, and I know that because we get emails. So Trustee Church knows exactly that he is legally conflicted on all of these matters that he's supporting against the district. So to be clear to everyone, these aren't situations where we've just decided this. This is a formal designation. Trustee Church knows that he's legally conflicted. We know that he is legally conflicted, all the other trustees, and that he's no longer of that attorney-client privilege, and we know that he is working to support the legal actions against the district. The reason why I clarify that is because I don't want anybody thinking that we're just naming a designation that Trustee Church has never heard before. He knows every single time all along the way that he's conflicted in all of these actions against the district that he's participating in. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. I think it's also extremely important to point out it's not just $345,000 that was taken from our children, and none of
Everyone,
them
please.
have been won. Not a one. But $345,000 was needed to pay for hours and hours and hours of work that our legal team has done. And as Trustee Church pointed out, there's policies that do require attention. But when you're taking $345,000 work time for frivolous complaints, that's taking, excuse me.
Everyone, please.
I'm the one speaking right now.
Trustee Westlake has
Thank
the floor.
That's taking away time to tighten up things in the district, to ensure that we are on the best practices that we can possibly be on for our children, for our teachers, for our community. $345,000. How many hours of work was that could have gone to something else? Thank you.
To date, I'd like to point out with regard to what Trustee Westlake just said, the district has prevailed on every single one of these open meeting law complaints. The district has prevailed on every single one of these lawsuits, and the investigation has found no wrongdoing.
I would like to quickly make a note on the Gunderson report. The Gunderson report had a few different sections when it was demanded and then granted. There were a few different sections. One, that report never actually looked into whether or not Trustee Calvert lived where she said she lived. That had already been settled and there were no questions about that. It was more related to were her voting actions at the time appropriate. And then there was also an allegation against Board President Angie Taylor by Trustee Church that President Taylor had known about this beforehand. And I do want to point out that in the Gunderson investigation, which I believe cost $45,000 alone,
yes,
that it actually turned out that Trustee Church was the single trustee on this board that had this knowledge for the longest and did not bring it forward to the district. So I do also want to point out that that is the factual findings of that report.
That is, the report said that Trustee Church held on to the information for 10 days, and as soon as Angie Taylor found out within 3 days, which was also included a weekend, Trustee Calvert resigned. So before moving on into more details, next slide. What I'd like to do is establish a few things. First, you are all trustees. You are not members of a council. You are not members of a commission. And that has a significant legal implication. You are trustees given a responsibility to administer the public trust placed in each of you by the taxpayers to benefit our students, our families, employees, and community. That's your responsibility. To benefit our students, our families, our employees, and our community through public education. Let me remind you of some of the duties that come with being a trustee as opposed to a council member or a commissioner. You owe a duty of loyalty to this district and the trust that you hold. You owe a duty of care. You have a fiduciary duty, and you have a duty to be impartial. Please do not misunderstand me. I am not suggesting that you exist in an echo chamber or even participate in groupthink. And in fact, I've had the pleasure of working with you for the last several years, and I know that to not be the case. But to honor your duties, you must work together. You must work together to promote public education. You are not working together when you file lawsuits for the purpose of harassing volunteers and employees violating those duties. I am not going to interrupt your public comment time. Please do not interrupt me.
Everyone, let's please maintain decorum. We all want to get through this item. Thank you.
Next slide, please. The second thing I'd like to establish is the role of the Office of General Counsel. Your Office of General Counsel is made up of only 4 attorneys who advise 103 campuses. We are experts and/or are proficient in the following areas of law: the First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, 14th Amendment, Title II, Title VI, Title VII, Title IX, Section 1983, IDEA, Section 504, General Ed, including FERPA and COPA, ADA, FMLA, Contracts Law, Nevada Constitution, NRS 41, 62H, 233B, 239, 241, 281A, 288, 332, 338, 360, 385 through 394, 399, 606 through 618. And the one thing I can promise to this community is that your legal office, if you ask one of our lawyers, they will give you the basics of every one of those chapters. But the other thing that we do is we litigate, and we litigate almost every single case in-house. However, at this point, we're at maximum capacity. And we believe we're going to paint a picture today that shows the likelihood of more complaints and investigations caused by a trustee church will place us over our ability to achieve our primary function of providing general counsel, as Trustee Westlake said, to our campuses, to our employees, so that we can make sure we provide the education our students deserve.
Mr. Rambardo, Trustee Woodley would like to ask a question.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Romano, can you hear me okay?
I can.
So I have a question. In the previous slide, you don't need to go back, but you've discussed the duties of a trustee. And it begs the question for me, it brings to mind, in the military and in law enforcement, there is a charge called dereliction of duty. Is there no such circumstance or consequence for trustees?
They're not in Nevada law. The only consequence for trustees in Nevada law would be a censure, which is not on the table and was never on the table with regard to the next item under Board Policy 9051, or a recall could occur, but obviously that's not on the table either. The district wouldn't participate in that. So the only thing that we can do, and that's fine, is we just defend. And we defend this district, and we defend the good work of our employees and the efforts of our students.
Thank you for the clarification.
Again, we don't want to be here asking for this budget request. We feel compelled to be here. We may not spend these funds. That's what budgeting is. You prepare. But really, that's up to one person in this room. And that's up to Trustee Church whether or not these funds get spent. I have no desire to spend them. My team has no desire to spend them. But we need help. And that's where we're at. So, why is this different than the normal process that we use for hiring outside counsel? As you all know, as the Chief General Counsel, I'm responsible for retaining outside counsel, and I'm also responsible for keeping those costs low at a minimum. And for the most part, we handle almost everything in-house, and I'm proud of that. Here, however, we have a trustee causing these issues, and per the 9000 series of board policy, you govern each other, and thus the Office of General Counsel decided that it is necessary to inform you of what is going on and what we reasonably believe is going on, the costs associated there too. And that's why we're here today. As I stated, and I'm going to say it again, we do not want to be sued by our client. We do not want to be asking for this, but we may need it, which is the whole purpose of a budget. In just the last 2 months, Trustee Church has filed 2 lawsuits against the district. Given this recent pattern, and the pattern we believe we will show today, the Office of General Counsel reasonably believes there will be more lawsuits, complaints, investigations, and the like caused by Trustee Church taking up significant staff time, significant time from the Office of the General Counsel. If Trustee Church and his folks, and I want to put this very clearly, his folks are his words, not mine, and they've been written to me many times, continue to file more lawsuits, complaints, investigations, or if he does not cause more lawsuits through harassing whistleblowers, then these funds won't be used, which again is my hope. The defense of a lawsuit is time consuming. It's expensive, but there are other costs attached to a lawsuit. And I want to be clear. Earlier it was said that there's no request of money in these lawsuits. That is right, untrue. In the first lawsuit, there is a request for attorney's fees. Attorney's fees come out of public funds if we lose that case. In the second lawsuit, there's a request for sanctions. Again, actually, strike that. I got that flipped. There's a request for attorney's fees and sanctions in the first lawsuit, in both lawsuits. I want to make sure that record's very clear so that no one gets anything wrong here. All of that comes out of our public funds. So to say there's no monetary impact is not true. But besides that, we believe that the information we are about to share, again, will show what we think is going to happen. The Office of General Counsel has become aware of a pattern, and the pattern is this. Trustee Church makes requests to the board president or the superintendent. They respond. He does not like the response, and he files lawsuits. The last 2 issues were related to that. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to interject just so that everyone's aware of the record for the trustees or anybody in the public who's following along and you're wondering between the 2 sides that are saying we're not asking for any money or anything financial. And we just heard legal counsel Rombardo say yes. For example, in attachment B, which is the writ petition against Kirk Starkey on page 20, it does say under number 2, wherefore petitioner requests relief as follows. Number 2 is for an award of petitioner's costs and attorney's fees. So I just want to read that into the record so that we're all clear, because I think it's always interesting when you have one side saying, no, I don't want this, and the other side says, indeed you do. I just want to direct everybody to the documents themselves so that we can follow along factually. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for clearing that up. I appreciate it.
And I am very sorry, I missed Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Rombardo, can you clarify what sanctions look like monetarily?
I can. It just depends on what a court would rule, and it depends on the circumstances of the sanctions. It could be hundreds to thousands of dollars. Attorney's fees, though, I can comment on that. That's thousands of dollars. That's tens of thousands of dollars, depending on what happens in a lawsuit, you know. And I'm going to talk about this later, but the interesting thing here is I've read out there some comments about, well, this was filed as a petition, and a petition is a faster way to get through the court system. That's not true. And I've read that this is a petition, and a petition is not a lawsuit. Also not true. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and acts like a duck, it's a duck. And this is a lawsuit, and these are lawsuits. So finishing up on the pattern that we've seen is that requests are made, requests are responded to, the response is not appreciated, and lawsuits have resulted. I'm aware of multiple communications where such requests have been made. Such requests have been either denied or not to Trustee Church's liking, and given that history is the greatest guide, I fully expect those to become lawsuits. I hope they don't. I hope we don't have to spend this money, but again, I'm just learning from the history that's before me. So let's go through that history. Looking back at Jeffrey Church, we were able to find 5 lawsuits that he's filed against public entities. He's filed lawsuits against the Truckee River Flood Management Authority, dismissed. Washoe County, dismissed. City of Reno Fire, dismissed. City of Reno, dismissed. City of Reno, dismiss and required to pay attorney's fees, which is highly unusual in Nevada. This suggests someone who used the system to file lawsuits against local government to no avail to achieve his goals. However, the evidence doesn't stop there. Once becoming a trustee, he placed in one of his flyers, we need parents, students, and teachers who are willing to share their stories to bring a lawsuit against the district. This is as a trustee. But not only that, there are communications, may I finish this thought? There are communications between former board president and former vice president and Trustee Church stating there is substantial evidence that exists that you are supporting litigation against the district. President Smith?
Yes, can we go back one slide?
Sure.
So this is where so just so everyone knows, the supplementary materials that I had mentioned for Trustee Church are now live. So if all the trustees refresh their screens on this item, you'll see Trustee Church's supplementary materials there. And so when I was doing my preparation for this budget item and a budget request, you look at patterns and you look at the larger picture. And so when I submitted supplementary materials, which I will direct the public and my colleagues to in this item, I looked not just at the 31 legal actions that Trustee Church has participated and supported in financially attacking the district, but I looked in the larger sense that he has been filing lawsuits to harm the Washoe County School District even before those 31. So the items that I've submitted to my colleagues and to the community reflect his fight against WC1, which is the mechanism through which we fund our schools. And it is very clear from that Trustee Church has been filing lawsuits with the intent of financially harming the district, not just since 2021, but since 2016. So I look at that when I consider a pattern of what I think could be emerging as a pattern of predatory litigation against the district, with a focus on that, starting with that because WC1 is the mechanism through which we fund our schools. And that all happened before, so I want to be really clear to the public that that lawsuit, which was filed in district court, went all the way up to the Supreme Court fighting against building new schools and the community's intent for that. That's all on top of these 31 actions. And so what I submit to my colleagues and to the community, these are not opinion pieces by me. So sometimes supplementary materials will look like a trustee's own opinion or thoughts on things. That's not what these are. These are news reports based on those lawsuits. They were all before Trustee Church was even Trustee Church. He's mentioned as Jeff Church there. These are all completely objective. These are facts. Arguably, no one fought harder to keep us from building new schools than Jeffrey Church, and it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And I bring that here because it's outside the 31 suits that Mr. Lombardo is talking about, but it shows a pattern as far back as 2016 as using litigation to attack the school district or harm it directly or indirectly. Those suits in particular were brought against Washoe County, but they were for the intent of the ballot initiative, which was in benefit of the school district. And so I just pull the scope back further, and then I also see the pattern of all these other legal actions that have been taken against other government entities, and there's an incredible pattern of lawsuits against government entities in general. And as I consider where I will land on this budgetary item, I do look at this as part of the overall pattern that I see. And so I wanted to bring that to my colleagues' attention. Thank you.
Next slide. But I don't want you to. Will you go one more? Thank you, perfect. I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to take Trustee Church's word for it, that he's asked people to sue the Washoe County School District. On April 12th, 2021, while on the Monica J. Show, when asked about what can be done about the school district, he responded, lawyers. If you know lawyers who will help out at a reasonable rate, we are reaching out to lawyers. On April 21st, 2021, responding to a similar question. Donate to legal fund. It ain't free, folks. Know any lawyers? Court may award attorney's fees. And again, attorney's fees against you, against the Board of Trustees, against the Washoe County School District, against our students, against our families, and against our employees. Next.
So this is directly recruiting. This looks like directly recruiting people to sue the school district and ultimately take away funds from our students.
Those are his quotes. Those are direct quotes. We transcribed the interviews. On May 10th, 2021, when discussing the school district again and what can be done, in her point of view, I presume, Monica J. shared, we know one of the board members has no problem with a lawsuit referencing Trustee Church. However, it doesn't stop there. Yesterday, in preparing for today, we found a blog in response to this very item. Now, I want to be very clear. I don't know if this is from Trustee Church, but what I do know, it's a group that supports Trustee Church, and what I do know is that one of the people on there helps fund Trustee Church's litigation. And it states on a blog, board members Beth Smith and Diane Nicolette need to be personally sued and criminally investigated. This is intimidation. Next slide.
Well, if I can, I'm also just going to jump in here too. I mean, Trustee Church on the record has said that he likes litigation. He said that to me, and he has said that in conversations that we've casually had, that he likes litigation and that he enjoys using the judiciary for this purpose.
So as we started with, Trustee Church has supported 22 open meeting law complaints filed by his folks against the district. First one, no violation. Second, no violation. Third, no violation. Fourth, 18 complaints consolidated into one, no violation. Fifth, no violation, for a total of, well, there's 22 complaints there. However, let's keep going. Trustee Church has supported 3 lawsuits filed by his folks against the district. Similar to supporting the open meeting law complaints, an even bigger issue for us in the Office of the General Counsel by him supporting these lawsuits is, as President Smith pointed out, it creates legal conflicts, requiring the OGC to take steps to protect the district from its own trustee. I've been fortunate enough to run public offices, and I'm proud of my public service for 14 plus years. This is highly unusual. Highly unusual. There's disagreements, but to protect the district from one of its own trustees, one of its own elected officials, is unusual in my experience. Let's talk about the 3 lawsuits. Simon versus the Washoe County School District, dismissed. Fianaka versus the Washoe County School District, dismissed. Westlake Kelly, no relation, versus the Washoe County School District, dismissed. Trustee Church also supported a lawsuit against the district related to the governor's mandates during COVID. The lawsuit was dismissed in Clark County and never filed in Washoe County, and that attorney was forced to pay attorney's fees in that case. Let me remind you who Fred Simon is. These are 2 quotes that I have from Mr. Simon. "We are going to intimidate the school board up in Reno, and that's where we're going to start." That's you. After losing the federal case, his call to action was this: show up at the board and testify with others in a coordinated attack on the board. Make them uncomfortable. Discover their ethical violations and identify their open meeting law violations. File suits against them personally. Coordinated attack. File suits personally. This is the language that is coming from the man who filed a suit against the district, who lost, who was supported by Trustee Church. But it doesn't stop there. Our time as staff and employees is consumed by issues created by Trustee Church. There have been multiple internal audits requested. On the first audit regarding nonprofit participation, Trustee Church was told by the internal auditor, "This is on the bottom of my list. I don't have time to get this. Why don't you work with the other trustees?" No, I would prefer that they're audited. Item number 2, meritless. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you say that again?
So with regard to Washoe County School District 2022-10-001, the internal auditor has shared with me and told me that I may share this with the board today, that in a conversation regarding this matter, he said, "This is not on my priority list. This is going to the bottom of the list. I'm not going to deal with this right now. Why don't you work with the other trustees?" And the response was, "No, I'd prefer that there was an audit."
Thank you.
Regarding the third one down, there were 5 allegations. 4 were meritless, and the internal auditor said the 5th one was resolved and not a big issue in his terms. 006, a governance issue, meritless. And now we have the latest demand to investigate 2 whistleblowers, and I want to be very clear what was said at December 12th meeting, in order to discipline them, which is retaliation, for their good faith complaints, which, although the internal auditor hasn't ruled upon it, it's meritless because it would violate both state and federal law. I see a question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Just to clarify too, there was one, looks like there was, on the audit allegations, there was one component with merit. Can
Yep.
you clarify that?
Yeah, it was, according to the internal auditor, it was, unfortunately, it had become a common practice to receive fees for facility use late. And that's as simply as it was. It wasn't just for this specific instance, as alleged. It had nothing to do with the specific instance. It became a common practice to get the facility use fees late. The auditor said he didn't think it was a big deal because we were collecting, sure. But in this instance, they were paid, from what I understand.
Okay.
And also to point out, it wasn't done, so that component was found to have merit, but it's really important to clarify that that wasn't just, can you clarify for the record so there's no confusion? Whatever that practice was of accepting the application and then the deposits coming late, that was a systemic thing that was happening and not just for this event, because I don't want there to be any confusion, and I think the public should be very clear on that, whatever the facts are, because there was, you know, an aspect of that multiple allegations that wasn't done correctly, and so we need to be forthcoming about that. So can you just clarify that for a moment?
I think you just did.
Okay.
That's exactly what happened.
Thank you.
Next. But the work for the Office of the General Counsel and your employees doesn't stop with the internal audits, the open meeting law complaints, and everything else. We also now have public complaints that have been filed in the last couple months. On December 11th, again, a demand for an investigation into 2 whistleblowers in order to retaliate against them for their good faith complaint. I want to be clear, retaliation, if you are asking for discipline under the administrative regulations or board policies, which has been mentioned multiple times, including in this complaint, that is retaliation. And it is against the law to retaliate against somebody who has given a good faith complaint. So, this public complaint lacks merit. However, it doesn't stop there. On February 4th, 2023, Trustee Church demanded the removal of his political opponent from the zoning committee based upon her First Amendment speech in the campaign, which is also meritless. Trustee Church's actions continue on. As we already mentioned, and I was going to discuss this, but President Smith did, the Gunderson report was not really about Jackie Calvert. It's about who did what. And in this case, there were allegations made against, actually, me and President Taylor. And the report found that there was no wrongdoing by the board president and that there was no wrongdoing by us in the Office of the General Counsel. But what the report did say is that the person who held the information the longest was Trustee Church. And that cost, again, $45,000. But there was no wrongdoing by the district. Next, these are open meeting law violations that Trustee Church has filed against the Washoe County School District since being a trustee. But before I go into those, I do want to clear something up. Is President Smith said that these are all suits. They are not suits. What they are requests for are they requests for enforcement against you by the Attorney General of the state of Nevada for what you've done in these board meetings. So your Office of General Counsel does treat them like suits. And I've read from somebody who's interested in this that we spend too much time on these things and that we spend too much time filing documents in court cases to petitions and that we spend too much time. Too much time doing what? Defending you? I don't call it too much time. I call it winning, because that's what we do. First claim, no violation. Second claim, no violation. Third claim, no violation. Fourth claim, no violation. Now, in the last 2 months, when we are at max capacity and runneth over, we are getting sued by Trustee Church. The first lawsuit is basically because Trustee Church doesn't like Board Policy 9100, and he believes that the applications of volunteers who don't get a position should be public record against overwhelming case law. In fact, employees are folks who file for a job and don't get the position. Their information is not a public record. But yet somehow volunteers would be. But let's move on to the next lawsuit. In this one, he is requesting that the court demand that the Washoe County School District conduct an external investigation into 2 whistleblowers who filed good faith complaints against him. And I can't help but mention that for 3 months, this remained silent until Trustee Church divulged the confidential information. So, as I mentioned earlier,
Mr. Lombardo, I'm sorry, can you go back to that slide? If memory serves...
Back the slide or stay on this slide?
Stay on this slide that we're on now. If memory serves, the basis of the request for the confidential volunteer information was because he said publicly he wanted to know if they had D's or R's by their names. So there was an interest to understand their political positions for these volunteer committees for what is nonpartisan public education. Is my memory correct on that?
Your memory is correct, and the conversation went, are there I'm going to paraphrase because I don't want to be I did read the record on this, but I will paraphrase the conversation. It was said, are there D's or R's behind their names? You responded as the board president with, that's exactly why we don't do it the way that you're asking, because that's not relevant. This is nonpartisan public education. And the response was, well, it's relevant to me and my constituents. Something along those lines. If I'm slightly off there, it's pretty close. I'm paraphrasing.
Okay. Thank you, President Smith. Council Rombardo, so can you explain a good faith complaint? That's not the same as a request for discipline or sanction or taking action against somebody.
Right.
Is it basically just saying, you know, this happened, it made me feel uncomfortable, I just want you to be aware of it?
Right, and then we would take the appropriate steps to handle that, which was done here. And I'm not going to go into those details because that's privileged, and I'm not going to share that in front of this group. I'm just not going to. But we took the appropriate steps. You'll have your time. We took the appropriate steps. We addressed the issue. We kept this confidential. We shared it with the folks who were supposed to know, and those people held a confidential meeting. That was then disclosed.
And
so good faith means that the complainant reasonably believes it to be true, and the case law is overwhelming on this issue. And the district did everything it's supposed to do, contrary to whatever is out in the public. And I'll discuss that more in 0.02.
And I just would like it on the public record. I'm a sitting trustee, and I had no idea that any of this happened until Trustee Church put it out publicly. That's how the lid was on so tight. What was out there was from Trustee Church. I had no idea any of this had occurred, anything. And that's as it should be, because it wasn't going to go anywhere. It was just a housekeeping thing, you know, hey, this was said, just be careful in the future. I get told that all the time because I step in it all the time. And I take it as someone looking out for me so that I don't get myself into trouble, get the district into trouble. And I'm like, with self-reflection, thank you very much. I appreciate you letting me know that. I'll be more careful and try and not step on toes. So none of this would have been out there for anybody until Trustee Church put it out there.
And Trustee Westlake, since this is the budget item, when we get to our next item, there would be an additional opportunity on that. But just as a reminder that we're staying focused on the budget item and whether or not there is information that supports the request for funds and part of that pattern. But we will have an opportunity to discuss that additionally in 302.
Thank you very much. Again, a little correction, and I appreciate it.
Madam,
First, I've heard the argument that a petition is not a lawsuit. This comment is specious. Last time I checked, when somebody files something with the court, that's a lawsuit. In fact, the Nevada Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 2, specifically states there's one type of action, and that's a civil action. So this distinction of a petition is meritless. Second, I've heard the argument that the petition allows for a speedy resolution. This comment is also specious. What Trustee Church's lawyer did is he actually filed his lawsuit ex parte. Ex parte means that you don't get to respond, that the district doesn't get to respond, that the district doesn't get the due process it deserves. We're so tied up in due process. Well, let's have real due process. Sue us. Let us defend. Instead, we file an ex parte petition, which is the most underhanded act. Third,
may I interject at this point?
I was going to go to you. I saw your light on. I told you that I would go because we have two trustees. First, we're going to go to Trustee Church, and then we're going to go to Trustee Woodley. And just so everybody that's following along, you'll see that I sometimes signal to my colleagues while we're finishing a thought. I've done it to multiple of my colleagues. We allow our presenter to finish a thought, and then we allow everybody to jump in. So I do know that Trustee Church would like to share something, and then also Trustee Woodley afterwards. And in the case of you, Trustee Church, so just as a reminder to the correction that I also offered and was taken very graciously by Trustee Westlake, just to be in mindful thought of the disclosure that you made earlier, but I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. I sat here for, an hour or so as we went through this, so now's probably a good time to kind of go through some stuff so we don't lose track as we go through.
On the budget item.
On this item, on exactly
the budget item.
On exactly a contradictory or exactly addressing what was said. And this is why I didn't recuse
so we're
myself.
not litigating. So we're not. So go ahead and ask your question, but we're not litigating the merits or why you filed it. It's just on whether or not we should allocate the money.
I'm asking questions extremely similar to the others and extremely responsive to the statements that were made. If you want to shut me down and bridge one.
No.
All right, you haven't heard me yet.
You just put your light on.
First of all, there was statements made that Trustee Church knows about the conflicts, and the quote I have here was that no longer apparently involved in litigation. Last week I was at a meeting where we talked about litigation. So can you clarify if I'm no longer allowed in litigation meetings and how I was noticed about conflict?
I didn't say those words.
Okay, that was the board president. That's
I think
correct.
what she was referring to, however, was past incidents. When you are not conflicted, you are, of course, welcome to attend litigation meetings because you are an elected trustee.
Okay. Just, again, I will state that I don't know. I absolutely deny knowing about these being noticed on this conflict. And to the best of my knowledge, I'm still allowed in meetings. You did state, and I made the notes, that you prevailed on each and every item. Am I correct there?
So far.
Okay.
What I said was to date.
Oh, because we have 2 items pending. Have you prevailed on those?
What I said was to date. I've prevailed on every one of them.
Okay, so there's 2 items that are still in the courts.
That's what to date means.
If the courts decide that, I hate to say he's right, they're right, but if the courts rule, say, in favor of the public document release, does that mean that I filed something in bad faith?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
I mean, I don't
Well,
know.
and also to
Trustee
clarify,
Church, I
the
don't know your
lawsuits are you.
Yeah, I
So
don't know your
it's
intent.
not like a community group. When you would say if they decide I was right, so
That's what I'm
because
trying
we're
to
talking
avoid
about,
saying.
that's
If-
what your
my point
lawsuit is.
My point is, if these are still being litigated, you're trying to litigate them right now, and I'm not going to do that. But
no, I'm not.
If they come out where I prevail in terms of the odds
Everyone,
of the
I'm
court,
going to give a warning, please. You're more than welcome to be here. Let's please have this moment because we're also allowing
I would-
Trustee
I would-
Church the opportunity to be heard.
I would sure appreciate an apology, and I'll do the same if I don't prevail.
No.
You made the statement, 2 good faith complaints were made, or 2 individuals made good faith complaints, something to that effect?
Correct.
Did we investigate those?
That's not this item. This is a budget item, but this is something that may come up in the next item.
I think it's a good question now.
This is a budget item.
This gentleman brought it up, Mr. Lombardo brought it up.
Yeah, and for sure, it's a welcome summary, but this is something that we could discuss in the next item
I
about
want to discuss it now.
investigations and them.
He said.
I have no problem answering the question if you want me to. If it's up to you, though.
I
your
would
attorney.
rather we stay on the agenda item
Okay.
because I believe it's a slippery slope. Just like we've corrected Trustee Westlake, I think it's accurate to do the summary of what's been shared. We have a whole second agenda item that I think is more appropriate, and it's my job to make sure that we stay within the realm of this agenda item, which is a budget request. So by all means, we can have the conversation, but I'm going to ask, in accordance to open meeting law and the item, that we keep it focused on the budget item in these conversations, and the clarification's perfectly fair, but let's have a more in-depth conversation on that in the next item for it. Thank you.
I'll state for the record that I feel I'm being not treated fairly here to ask my questions because I've just an hour of character assassination and not being able to ask the questions that would respond to that. On the Calvert measure, am I correct that the board voted 100% unanimously to hold that investigation?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if the board voted?
I don't recall. I think I was conflicted off by you, if I remember correctly.
All right.
Everyone. And so, yes, I believe that the board did potentially vote for that, although my memory is not 100% clear, quite honestly. But the findings are the findings regardless.
So just my memory is Jeff Church didn't make them do this. The board voted for that.
Well, you asked for it.
Yes.
Sure.
You actually made the request, and then I believe that request was honored, and we spent the $45,000. So I do want to be really clear that the board only takes action together as a group, but I do believe it was at your request.
Every time I make a comment, I get interrupted. It didn't happen with the other trustees. May I read into the record of one question? You said it's up to one person, meaning me, about this litigation. Would it? I'll read into the record what my attorney said, since that didn't get on the record for the public. Just a couple sentences, so bear with me. Just a couple of sentences.
And why you pulled that out?
Consideration or deliberation at this point?
This is
Is
directly
this a
responsive.
question?
This is directly
and just so everyone knows, the supplementary materials are actually available. Stop. I'm the meeting manager. Please, thank you. Please maintain your decorum. So I'm going to actually pause and make sure that this is something that we can do at the moment. So as Deputy Legal Counsel Montalvo, can you provide some guidance here?
What right now is, the presentation is not finished, is my understanding. So I believe this, right now, it's supposed to be questions related to the presentation, and this is not deliberation at this point. And if this comment, it sounds like it's more of a deliberation component, it should be moved to the deliberation component and then allow either that you can follow up any further questions or allow Trustee Woodley to then continue on in his questions.
I have a question. I'll make it a question.
And you know, if it also helps, Trustee Church, when we do get to the deliberation phase, I will go to you first.
No. At any rate, I have a question. So you said it's up to one person. Could not the district say, let's meet and talk about settling this, or let's meet and discuss, let's make an offer, tell me what you want? So you said it's up to one person, but could not the district reach out and meet attorney and to resolve the matter?
Trustee Church, your attorney didn't even give us the courtesy of a demand letter, which is a common practice in the legal world. Before you file a lawsuit, your attorney continues to serve me with documents after hours. He sent his lawsuit on Friday at 5 o'clock. That was appreciated. It really helped my weekend out. Thank you. So
Let's try to stay on topic and maintain decorum across the board for everyone.
okay, fair enough. I apologize. So when attorneys act like that, it's not incumbent upon us to reach out to them. It's incumbent upon them to reach out to us. However, Mr. Busby has given us no such courtesy. So you're welcome to reach out, and your attorney's welcome. Well, you're not welcome to reach out because that would be a conflict, but your attorney's welcome to reach out, and I'd be happy to talk to him. I've worked with Mr. Busby for years, but he has chosen not to. So there's nothing I can do about that.
There's nothing you can do about it. You can't reach out to him.
So I'm going to negotiate with myself?
You can't reach out to Mr. Busby?
I'm not going to reach out to Mr. Busby. Okay. That's not common in the legal community.
Okay, but you can.
I'm refusing to.
I got it. Thank you.
Everyone,
I've got some comments I'd like to make, but I think you want me to wait on those comments.
If they're deliberation, I will go to you first after public comments so that you have the first opportunity.
Okay. So once again, you're just saying, other than those two matters, you prevailed on every matter. Not one complaint was founded, not one complaint, OML complaint was...
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. No problem.
Trustee Woodley.
I'd like to clear the record on this whole reaching out to the attorneys thing.
Yes, of course.
So that the community understands how it works in normal legal discourse. In a normal legal discourse, before you file a petition, which is also a lawsuit against an entity or against a person, you send what is called a demand letter. And the demand letter says, hi, we think you've done this. This is in violation of the law. We want you to not do that anymore, and we want you to correct your steps, whatever that may be. That's the common way of handling things. You do not run to the courts and file lawsuits and then expect the other side to reach out to you. You reach out first, and you give them a chance to fix things, and then you file the lawsuit. And so my point about negotiating with myself is, we are good lawyers, contrary to all the laughter, and we are not going to negotiate with ourselves. What would we do? We don't know what you want, but let us make an offer? How do we start that conversation? Think that through. It's like buying a car. They're not going to put the price on the window and you're just going to guess at it? Think about that.
I have two more questions specific to this.
Yeah, and then I'm going to ask that everyone also just remember to stay focused on the budget item that we have here. So these are all the things that we're considering about, if there is a financial need, establishing that, the things that we would want to bear in mind as we each individually make a decision around the budgetary request and kind of keep things focused in those areas. Trustee Woodley, I know that you're going to go next. I'm going to let Trustee Church ask these additional two questions, it sounds like, and then I will go to you right after. Thank you.
You made a comment, and again, I'll give you a chance to clarify because maybe I wrote it down wrong, that a certain individual has funded my litigation. Are you sure?
I have that. I do that on information and belief.
Okay, so you believe that. And then you gave information that I supported a number of lawsuits. You mentioned Fred, somebody from Fred Simon. Are you sure?
I have enough information to stand by that allegation.
That I did support those lawsuits.
I have information and belief.
Thank you.
You've also told other people that you supported the lawsuits, just so you know.
I dispute that. I dispute that. Just for the record, I dispute that.
Trustee Woodley?
Thank you. Yes, I have first a comment and then a question. This is item. My comment is I'm surprised of this concern with going immediately to lawsuits because, as I know it, and I know it's public record, Mr. Rich has submitted multiple demand letters to the city of Reno in previous years prior to pursuing litigation. Surprised to hear that we weren't getting a bunch of those as well. But my question specific to the budget is, as I understand it, typically when a department sets up its staffing through the budget, it says an amount so that they have the ability to address normal course of duties within the year of that department. My question for you, Mr. Rombardo, is do you feel that you are currently staffed for normal process throughout the year, or do you consider the current circumstances to be excessive of what you are staffed?
We believe that the current circumstances are excessive.
I see Vice President Mayberry. Trustee Woodley, really quick, you said something that I think is an important question for clarification. And I'll come back to it afterwards, but can you state again what you shared about the multiple demand letters by Trustee Church to the City of Reno? Because you were breaking up a little bit. If you could just restate that part, just for a brief moment, thank you.
Yes, as I understand it, and this is public record, there are multiple demand letters that have been submitted by Trustee Church to the City of Reno. I believe in open meeting law or Public Information Act violations that he thought the city was in violation of, and he has submitted multiple demand letters to the city in years past.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a question that's specific to the budgetary item. I want to make sure that the General Counsel has. I want to make sure that the General Counsel is complete first with his presentation.
Almost there.
Okay, I will hold my question. Thank you.
Doing the best I can. All right. Next. So there's a couple of things I want to get clear. This is, again, about a budget request, as you all just said. This is not about one or two cases. This is about a pattern that we think is coming, and we want to be ready. This item is not about silencing Trustee Church. He's welcome to file as many lawsuits. This item is not about silencing Trustee Church. He is welcome to file as many lawsuits as he wants, and we will defend. As long as they're not vexatious, of course, and grounded in good faith. This item is not about politics. I don't care. We don't care in the Office of the General Counsel. This item is not personal. This item is not about anything other than acting as a responsible fiduciary and preparing for what the evidence shows is reasonable to expect. That's all this is. 2 slides. Actually, go back one, please. Sorry. So, there it is. There's the summary. And this is why I'm asking for up to $500,000 to help our team protect the district from litigation created by, supported by, caused by Trustee Church. He's your trustee. It's up to you to manage. And that's why we're here before you today. Next. The public funds that are spent on legal fees should be for external threats, not internal. However, that's not the case. And as a result, the Office of the General Counsel is asking that the board moves to approve the budget request for up to $500,000 for us to hire outside counsel as needed, who, by the way, will work for us, to defend against complaints and lawsuits filed by, caused by, or supported by Trustee Church. Again, whether this money gets spent is really up to one person. It's time. It's time to step up. It's time to step up for our students, our families, our communities. It's time to protect public education from what we think and we reasonably believe, based off of this pattern, that the district will be facing more causes of action. Let me conclude with this. There's only one watchdog in this room today, and that's the 6 of you.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so thank you, everyone. All right, I'm going to go to Trustee Church if there's additional questions or initial thoughts based on the dialogue we've been having now. And then seeing no other lights, we'll go to the public comment portion. Clerk Rodriguez, did you want to go after Trustee Church? Okay.
Yeah,
Trustee
these are
Church, go
statements,
ahead.
so if this is appropriate, this is where I'll make a few statements, and I'll keep it very brief. Number one, I dispute almost everything that was said, and I beg the media for a fact check. I beg anybody that's watching, anybody with the news media, sit down with me and fact check. I have prevailed on many items, won, whatever you want to call it, on many items. And I was awarded attorney fees. I was praised by Judge Edward Reed, who nicknamed me the watchdog, as he awarded attorney fees, as he said I was right on these lawsuits. So you can claim it. That's fact check. We won't argue. I'm not going to go into great detail. I just beg the media or any responsible student group, anybody else, fact check, because I dispute almost each and everything that was said. Second of all, and I have prevailed, OML is not a lawsuit, open meeting law, and that is a right legislature created for people. And for these people to say that I have some Rasputin-like control over people, some people I've talked to once or twice, some people I don't know, some people have never seen these lawsuits, they were surprised to me. So I just dispute from start to finish many of those allegations that were made. And again, I did prevail. As far as the City of Reno thing, it's funny, I just did a public document request. That's not a lawsuit. That's not an OML complaint. I just asked for public documents, and I just got them minutes ago. There's nothing wrong with that. It's legit. There's nothing wrong with filing a petition. And whether we're right or wrong, we'll find out. And I just want two things I'm going to read into the record from my attorney because they didn't make the public notice previously. Quote, we concur with the appointment of outside legal counsel is imperative. We concur that the appointment is imperative. We agree. No problem. You heard the animosity. If you don't think there's animosity here, then you're drinking your bathwater. So in my opinion,
we're going to pause on this. We're not slandering anyone, and your items are on there. Please, everyone, please. Our school police doesn't want to remove anyone, and neither do I. So, and just as a reminder, Trustee Church, I am going to go to you first after public comment in the deliberation phase. Okay. So just try to be mindful of that.
One more sentence, I think I'm done. Also from the attorney, Trustee Church is prepared to discuss a waiver of any potential claims against WCSD in exchange for the appointment of an external investigator. So I think I made my point. I'm not going to belabor point by point, dispute. And I am the watchdog, and I'll stand by that. Thank you.
I do have a question with your question because you said that you've prevailed on many items. Does that mean that you do agree that you have sued government entities many times, like you said?
I don't know how you define many. Again, we'd have to go through it.
That's very subjective, so I would say it's whatever your idea of many is. It might be different than mine.
Yes,
Yes,
I have prevailed, or contrary to what was stated, they were not dismissed. I didn't pay attorney fees. Yeah, I dispute, and that's why I asked for. I mean, we could go through. I'm not prepared right now, but I could try and come up with them on the one by one. But no, I dispute.
Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a question kind of from the conclusion with the total number of complaints and lawsuits, about approximately how many were those that were dismissed or unfounded?
Well, I will say that there haven't been any successful open meeting law complaints against the Washoe County School District, nor have there been any lawsuits successful against the Washoe County School District that was on that board. So I want to clarify that. Number two, with regard to that, there was a total of 40 different, and I want to be clear because Trustee Church is correct about this. The open meeting law complaint is an ask of the Attorney General to enforce the open meeting law against you. Now, our office does treat them as quasi-lawsuits, if you will, in that we prepare a whole briefing. So it's not a simple thing. For example, one document, it's 100 pages, I believe it was, in response. So, but it was 40.
Okay. And the approximate dollar number, just, you know, as we were looking
Yeah.
to vote on this item.
Right.
Approximately, was it, I see it was at 345,000?
Well, we spent 345,000. How we came up with that, I worked with folks in our office, is that we estimate that we spend about $1,000 a day. If you hire private counsel, and this is where we came with the number of 500,000, you have to times that by about a factor of 3.5. So you're looking at, you know, $3,500 a day. You know, that's counting all resources, time, analysis, case law reading, drafting, getting together declarations, affidavits, getting together records and things of that nature. So that's where those numbers come from, and that's why we believe it's a reasonable estimate.
Thank you.
As a point of clarification for open meeting law violations, is it appropriate to call them legal actions because they're actions overall?
I feel like they are. I have to think, does legal action have a... Yeah, they're quasi-legal actions. Let's go with that, just to be safe.
All right, we're going to go to Trustee
have a brief
Nicolette,
question. Oh,
and
sorry.
we're going to go to Trustees Nicolette, and then we're going to go to Vice President Mayberry, and then we are going to go to public comment after that, because we've
Sounds
had
good to
lots
me.
of, every trustee has had at this point multiple opportunities to speak. So, well, actually not Trustee Nicolette, who has not had any, but after she has the opportunity, and then followed up by Vice President Mayberry, we will be going to public comment. Thank you.
President Smith, I just asked for a clarification. We will have discussion after public comment. Thank you.
I think the question, the comment that I had, I think has been addressed, and that is, you know, with respect to an open meeting law, you know, it's all semantics. I mean, if we are served as an open meeting law, you have to defend that. You still have to use resources that come from our general fund. So, I mean, to call it a lawsuit or to call it something else is frankly irrelevant. I mean, I can see why it made the list, because it shows the pattern. Thank you.
Very quick question.
We're going to go to public comment, but you will go first immediately after public comment, which is something I've already shared with everyone. We've had multiple opportunities, but you absolutely will go first after public comment, Trustee Church.
So I understand we have the overflow room open, so I'm going to read 3 names in the order. Valerie Fiannaca, Charles Elliott, then Gordon Gossage.
Welcome, Ms. Fiannaca.
Valerie Fiannaca, for the record. One statement: if you don't break open meeting law, you don't have to defend against it. And as much as you've slandered Jeff Church, he was still elected by the citizens. I named my statement today the Jeff Slaughter by Deep State number 2. For those of you who weren't here for the first one, it was something else. Here we go again, only this time it's different. This time it's an election interference case. One single conservative on the school board has caused so much chaos that he must be extinguished by any method possible. When he did not walk away peacefully, as you thought he would, you resorted to your next best tactic. Use the full-on media assault. One has to ask, why are all the boards and commissions in this town so afraid to include conservatives in the conversation? It is because you have had total control for so long. Conservatives have been asleep at the wheel, but are waking up in record numbers and wanting to participate in the government which controls their lives, or at least be a part of the conversation. Parents and teachers should be insulted by the threat put out in this call to meeting to reduce services to your students and to reduce teacher pay. You notice they did not threaten to reduce administrators' pay or the total number of administrators. You must also ask, why doesn't the district disclose all the lawsuits it is engaged in and the total cost of the district for those? You would be very surprised at that number. Trust me when I say this assault on a truly elected board member who did not have the benefit of appointment incumbency will not sit well with the public. We can see right through this attempt to smear and malign. It is being done on a national scale to President Trump. It seems to be the model used by the Democrat Party lately. When all else fails, smear, and then the wrap-up smear, as Nancy would say. The district is dirty, and hopefully 4 of you will be unelected come November. I'm very alarmed that you don't want more transparency, because trust in our system is what's going to keep you alive. And right now, you're trying to keep it more closed and more tight. And that's a bad thing. That's a really, really bad thing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fianacca. Thank you for leading us off. I know that's never easy.
Charles Elliott.
Welcome, Mr. Elliott.
Gordon Gasage. Nikki Berman.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Charles Elliott, lifelong resident. I don't want to say how long, 76 years, but lifelong resident. I've got 3 married children, happily married, and they were educated within this system. I've got 7 grandchildren educated currently in this system, and I've got 2 great-grandchildren that are coming. I'm not here for me, I'm here for them. This man, Jeff Church, is the only one that is standing up for us, the public. I can appreciate the $500,000 we're worried about our children, we're burning all this other stuff. For years, I have heard nothing but negative about this board, about the past presidents, about the exorbitant amount of money they're being paid to be on the board, and then all of a sudden leaving, and then we're having to pay more. But now we're worried about $500,000 to litigate some objections and things that have been brought up that should be brought up. This is lawfare. Lawfare is going, my previous discussion, lawfare is taking over our country. We need to get rid of it. The only way to get rid of it is in the light of truth they supposedly stand for. We need to stop this and stop this now, and especially with this board, you folks need to get it together. I don't have enough time to specifically line out or do a PowerPoint that was produced here. I wish I did, because I would do a very long one to enumerate all that I've said, all the shenanigans that has gone on, for a nice word, shenanigans that have gone on in this city, county. I am heartbroken by what has happened to my city, Reno and Sparks. Like I said, I've lived there all my life. It was great. It really was great. But now with the influx of illegal aliens and all of this into our school system, we're getting taxed. And it really, really is bothering me. And especially when someone stands up, like Mr. Church, and then gets this treatment. It's unbelievable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Welcome, Mr. Gasage.
Gordon Gasage. Nikki Berman. Debbie Hudgens.
For the record, I'm Gordon Gossage of Genesis Reno. 2 courageous women found protection and support from virtually all in our community. Now they're being threatened. Many misguided neighbors follow Robert Beatles. If the identities of these 2 women were revealed, then the black hat social media agency Beatles pays for would relentlessly attack online. His private investigators would track them every move they make. False accusations would be made and relentlessly magnified. Outed whistleblowers face personal anguish, isolation, intimidation, and life-altering retaliation. A chilling message is sent. Those of you who dare to speak up, you will not be shielded. You will be exposed. We will erode confidence in our school district's ability to handle sensitive issues with the discretion and seriousness they demand. Outing whistleblowers will subject our school district to legal liabilities, financial penalties, and a tarnished reputation. Recovery would be painstaking. It would signal our failure to protect those under our care. Inviting scrutiny can diminish our credibility and the value of the education we provide. Potential witnesses may hesitate to come forward. Evidence may be obscured, and the pursuit of justice may be hindered. Let's define our school district's legacy and the values we input to the leaders of tomorrow. Let me address Trustee Church, Robert Beatles, and the members of your movement. I was a whistleblower twice for the SEC. I was attacked by black hat social media firms, faced death threats from Russianized crime. Some elected leaders and people like me can handle whatever the Beatles machine dishes out. However, some of our neighbors are not able to just brush off being attacked in sensational words and images. What if Beatles succeeds in a false accusation of slut-shaming and one of these women kills herself? Trustee Church, when you were a member of the Reno Police Department, you swore to take a bullet to protect me or any member of our community. I urge you to immediately stop what you're doing before her blood is on your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Gossage, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. This is also a good reminder that everybody's 3 minutes are incredibly important, and we are grateful for you being here. This is something I say very often. A lot of people say thank you for this opportunity, but it's always a good reminder to know that this is your right as a Nevadan and as an American, and we are grateful for your public comment. So let's make sure that we allow everybody to go through their 3 minutes so that they are not interrupted and we can provide our full attention to them. I'm sorry for that, and I apologize. And I did not remember your name from the list, so.
My name is Nikki Berman.
Hello.
And actually, after my apologies.
Nikki Berman, Debbie Hudgens, Scott Finley.
And thank you very much, Ms. Berman. We won't start your 3 minutes. I just like to thank and welcome every speaker, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. After rereading items 3.01 and item 3.02, I would like to reserve my comment for items 3.02. I am a little nervous to get up here and speak based on the actions of some of the galley, and I just hope that we can all stay respectful to each other when given the opportunity to speak. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And just as a quick clarification, you can give comment on both because we're hearing them separately. So if you do want to comment on 301, you don't have to yield your time or only speak on one or the other. And if you want to take a moment because, you know, I know that this can be a new experience, we can always have you come back up. But I did want to clarify that everybody can speak on both those items. Okay, thank you so much.
Debbie Hudgens, Scott Finley, Dinah Mayer.
Welcome, Ms. Hudgens. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. A handout for the board. I have witnessed something today almost laughable. It was very well put when it was said a tight lid was kept on the issues, and the only way it was heard was through Jeff Church making it public. Thank you. Because we wouldn't know about a lot of things going on had it not been for one person listening to the public that elected them for us to be able to know exactly what is going on, because there is such a tight lid. And then an attorney stand here and spew hearsay, which a lot of it we have no way of verifying. And I'd like to know, was that $345,000 billed, or was that money that they were already being paid and just use that time in that way? So was that a billed amount, or is that just an estimation of the time that he was already being paid for? So Jeff Church has been able to bring to light a lot of things that are wrong. We are still last. We are still last in education. We still pay near the top per student for that education, and we're getting nothing for it. And this board can sit here and look at us and then bring up one of your trustees and persecute him because he wants to let the people know what's happening. And I'm just disgusted that there's not one person that wants to say, okay, let's look at the issues maybe. And just because even if he didn't win one of the things that he brought forth, doesn't mean that they weren't valid. It just means that he didn't prevail in the court system. And there's a lot of us that have had a lot of issues with a lot of different things in Washoe County, and we've not been able to prevail because no one listens. Not even the judicial system will listen to us. We've got election problems, but we're here to address our schools. And we would really like it when that starts happening. And if it takes Jeff Church in court every single day to do that, so be it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hutchins.
Scott Finley, Dinah Marr, Richard Davis.
So I believe, thank you. And just to make sure that I'm greeting the right person, is it Mr. Finley?
Scott Finley, yes.
Scott Finley,
Thank you.
welcome, Mr. Finley.
Please enter my comment in this document into the record pursuant to NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I'm a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the United States Air Force. The Washoe County School District Board of Trustees must reject the abuse and misuse of school district funds for the expressive purpose of harassing and persecuting Trustee Church. Based on the current language of Agenda Item 3, if Trustee Church were to be sexually harassed and file a complaint, this school district would be ready to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to protect the abuser and the victim. In addition, the language openly vilifies Trustee Church, pitting the entire Washoe County School District against him by portraying Trustee Church as the one responsible for negatively affecting school district employee salaries and programs for students. It comes as no surprise that psychopaths seated in the role of protecting children would have no problem hiding behind and opportunistically using children as human shields. The background information for Agenda Item 3 discusses how Trustee Church has cost the school district hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees, implying that the complaints and lawsuits were made in bad faith and are frivolous. However, it intentionally fails to recognize that the prevailing side in a lawsuit can request relief in the form of costs and attorney fees. If legal counsel for the school district wasn't awarded costs and attorney fees, then the court must have found that the complaints and lawsuits made by Trustee Church were made in good faith and weren't frivolous. The purpose of whistleblower protection is to ensure justice, not to provide camouflage for those who seek to execute injustices upon society in total secrecy. Direct evidence in the form of video footage obtained through a public records request directly proves that the female whistleblowers in question never interacted with Trustee Church. It is a direct fact that the women in question acted in bad faith, and whistleblowers and are not whistleblowers. Therefore, whistleblower protection does not apply. As there are no whistleblowers to retaliate against, by default, opening an investigation would not be a form of retaliation. The truth only intimidates those who fear it will uncover their treachery. Agenda Item 3 is nothing more than an attempt by this board to gaslight its constituents and double down by attacking the character and professional competence of the real victim and whistleblower here, Trustee Church. How ironic is it that this board reached out to the ACLU, who is now threatening costly litigation if an investigation is open, when this same board accuses Trustee Church of costing the school district money through legal fees. Let us all thank Trustee Smith for her brilliant foresight in making sure to contact the ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finley. All right, everyone.
Dinah Marr, Richard Davis, Eugene Gersovich.
Welcome, Ms. Marr.
Hi. First of all, before I even begin, I'd like to say that a complainant is not a whistleblower until the complaint has been investigated and verified. I'm speaking in support of Mr. Church, whom I do not personally know, nor have I ever had a face-to-face conversation with him. I do believe that Mr. Church, and indeed the alleged complainants, are entitled to the remedies afforded them under Washoe County School District Administrative Regulation 4425. Under item 4 of 4425, and I quote, upon receiving a complaint of alleged harassment and/or discrimination, the administrator supervisor shall take immediate necessary action to ensure the safety and well-being of the complainants or other employees that have alleged harm. I would ask at this point, and I'm sure the public would be curious to know, what, if any, actions were taken to protect the complainants. Under item 5 of the same regulation, the district will endeavor to complete an investigation into harassment or discrimination not later than 15 business days after the administrator supervisor receives the complaint. Additional time shall be allowed when necessary to complete all interviews or gather pertinent information. In the event the investigation cannot be completed within the initial 15 business days, the administrator supervisor will notify the complainant with the estimated date of completion. Here, I would like to ask, and again, I'm sure the public would be curious to know about the nature of the investigation process once a complaint was filed, and if as reported, the board president Smith and trustee Nicolette did indeed meet trustee Church. If so, having apparent knowledge of the alleged incident, what role did they play in the investigation process and in initiating that investigation as required under 4425? My final question to the board and to the district is why approve a sum of $500,000? I'm nervous. To defend against the charges of Mr. Church when he is not seeking monetary damages. The only conclusion I can draw with my limited knowledge of the facts is that you must have done something wrong that needs defending. In my experience, doing the right thing and telling the truth usually doesn't cost much, if anything at all. You could literally save the district considerable time and money by simply telling the truth and making everything a matter of public record right here and now. And a quick reminder to everyone involved.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marr. You did a great job, though. I know these can be nervous moments when you come up.
Richard Davis, Eugene Gerskovich, Cliff Nellis.
Welcome, is Mr. Davis. Oh, no, don't worry. Take your time. Ms. JJ, how can we make this more suitably supportive for Mr. Davis? Perhaps he could sit here at the table? Yeah, Mr. Davis, let's go ahead and let's get you a seat at the table. Would it be helpful if we got the chair for you?
No, yes. At home, my grandkids, they take bets on how many efforts it's going to take to get on my feet. But thanks, guys. Yeah, my name's Richard Davis, and I have spent maybe about 5 minutes talking with Jeff Church, so I can't say I know him, and but this has been a very interesting situation. It's my understanding that one of the issues that he brought to bear was getting the applications for three people who were in the running for a position that you folks would be voting on. We got one, but there were 3 others that he couldn't get, and the reason he couldn't get them because they were concerned that the people would be
harassed by that black, whatever, hat, whatever situation was. And I thought, you know, because they were talking about redacting the addresses and the phone numbers and all that, which would be fine, but he wanted to know what the capabilities were of those 4 individuals. And I thought a real simple answer was redact the names too, say number 1, number 2, 3, and 4. Then you could find out where the capabilities really were. And but that obviously didn't come to anybody's mind. And so really what he was asked to do was to be a rubber stamp, because he was given one name and he couldn't really make a good decision. And that's what his job is, was to make a good decision based on the facts that he can get. And he was refused to get that. And you're blaming him for going to the courts to get what he needs to do his job. So it's not him, it's you guys who should have just given him the information and we'd be off and I wouldn't be here today. So don't
Thank you
tell
very
him.
much, Mr.
Wow,
Davis.
that was quick.
We'll have somebody come help you get up from your seat, so
That's
no
all right.
worries.
That's okay.
And then let's just pause before we call our next speaker so that we have enough time to make sure that Mr. Davis is supported back to his seat. Okay, well, we'll help to make sure that happens. That way we don't have too many people up while someone's speaking, so we'll just take a brief pause. And just so everyone knows, we'll of course go through all of our public comment, and then we will take a break after public comment, okay, before we come back to continue the deliberation.
Eugene Gerskovich, Cliff Nellis, Janet Butcher.
Welcome, Mr. Garskovich.
Thank you. I do not understand. On items 01 and 02 can go together or not?
You're going to speak on each of them separately, but you will have 2 separate public comments. So one for this one and one for the next one. You're more than welcome to speak at both of those items,
Yeah,
but this
okay.
comment's for this one. Thank you, sir.
Okay. On the issue of the $500,000, as a taxpayer, I do not want my taxes to go to defend other members of the board, going on Mr. Church. Mr. Church I understand, is paying for his own pocket. I think the rest of the board members should do the same thing. If they approve this huge expense of $500,000, Mr. Church should have access to the same kind of money. And my question is, those $500,000 that are being scheduled by this legal outfit, if there has been any bidding outside to consider it, making it for less. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cliff Nellis, Janet Butcher, Darla Lee.
Welcome, Mr. Nellis. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I start speaking, can you put a stop on that? I would like to ask why this guy was allowed to speak for a long time, slandering Mr. Beatles, and not being on subject. I'd like my comments entered in the record. I'd like to pass these to the board. This article here says, board president on church's account of harassment charge, he's lying. See that? That was published back in December 14th. And also says trustee says district has stonewalled his request for an investigation into allegations of sexual harassment. You know, in America, we have the right to trial by jury, presumption of innocence, and to face our accusers. Is any of that going on here? I don't think so. You know, listening to this fraud of a lawyer, it was torture. I suggest the board fire him. We have a in this county with crooked judges and the whole state. No wonder we can't get justice. We should end the Bar Association licensing lawyers. They pay them $650 an hour. At 40 hours a week, that's $1.3 million a year. So we got to pay for this stuff? I am totally against giving any more money to a fraud like him and his cohorts. You know, this education system is a failure, and you guys know that. And I've said here before, we need 2 districts. We need a district for people of faith and God-fearers. And that doesn't mean you have to go to churches. I can only get 4 or 5 churches to fight against the drag queen sword error. So the rest of them are compromised, too. I don't know. I'm a God-fearer. I fear God for my children and for the protection of children, and you people are predators and assaulting our children with CRT, transgenderism, and DEI, and all this other stuff. We need 2 districts, don't we? One for the infidel heathens like you, and I'm including the 2 religious people that I know, maybe there's 3. I would like to for you not to proceed with this. Mr. Church is on our side. Don't commit an act of war against the people of Washoe County. If you continue to assault him, it's an assault against us and our faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nellis.
Janet Butcher, Darla Lee, Diana McKay.
Welcome, Ms. Butcher.
Thank you. Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments verbatim into the minutes. I've handed a sheet of information to be put into the records that you hand out. I want to thank Trustee Church for being a watchdog for the public. And I want to congratulate the rest of the board on this production. How much behind-the-scenes collaboration happened between the board members with council before this meeting? It was very obvious. I want to say that a good faith complaint, a false allegation does not make. If the agenda item was not personal to Trustee Church, why is his name associated with it, and public litigation and assassination towards Trustee Church happened for hours? What you are saying when you said something about stifling, you are actually saying it's time to stifle the voice of Trustee Church's district and those who believe and appreciate what he does. Why do you think he was elected? Because they knew that he would be a watchdog. They knew that he would speak out against things that were happening behind the scenes. He was not a person who campaigned on an issue or issues and then decided that it was time to go along to get along. I wasn't going to speak that much, but this just really, I've notes all over the place. I'm quite surprised because does the board's counsel not possess the ability to handle the matters? I mean, he did his litigation right here in front of the news crew and all. If is not the interest of what is correct paramount? If the board was honest, perhaps Trustee Church would not need to bring dishonesty to light. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Butcher.
Darla Lee, Diana Mackey, Kimberly Carden.
Hi, Ms. Lee. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Morning. I'm not going to take my full time because I basically just want to echo the other people that have been speaking in support of Jeff Church. I only know when a person's good name and reputation and honor and integrity has put to such, to smear somebody's good name, and to listen to the lawyer for 2 hours doing exactly that is reprehensible to this board. And I would encourage all of you on the board to think again about spending $500,000 to protect yourself from somebody who is trying very hard to be honest and to bring the truth to light. And in order to do that, you folks seem to think you have to have extra money that should be going to the children and to the things that are supposedly the purview of this trustee board, which is to make sure our children have the education they deserve and not where we are now. As was mentioned before, we spend, at least from what I understand, as much as Florida does per student, and yet they are first and we continue to be last. And I have been attending these board meetings since 2018 at least, and I have seen no change except for different superintendents that seems to leave very rapidly, and that the turnover has brought, of new trustees, has brought no relief to our students to make them more viable citizens when they graduate. And it's really astounding to think that there's supposedly an 82% graduation rate in Washoe County School District, and yet we are still, and the proficiency for English and math is way below par. So something is wrong, and $500,000 could certainly go to alleviate that deficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lee.
Diana Mackey, Kimberly Carden, Betty Thiessen.
Welcome, Ms. Maggie. Thank you for
Hi.
being here.
Thank you. This is for the record. My name's Diana Mackey. I live in Trustee Rodriguez's district, and I've been following all this for 2 years. I have 40 years of experience as a human resources executive. And I must tell all of you, I feel sorry for you that you have to work in what in human resources we call a toxic work environment. I also want to come here in defense of whistleblowers. In my 40 years, I met with whistleblowers at night, by mail, behind the scenes, because you know what? Whistleblowers are afraid, they cry, they hide, and then many times they'll come out and say, you know what? I don't want to do this. I'm afraid for my life. I'm afraid, and maybe I should not turn in a person who is usually a bully or a harasser. And I want to say one thing about bullies and harassers. They usually don't stop, okay? They're the first ones to blame someone else. Oh, I didn't do it. They're setting me up. They're lying. The rest of these people found people to gang up on me. Well, I want to tell you something else too, and I want to leave you with this. Once you get rid of the bullies and the toxicity in your workplace, and I've seen this firsthand. I've worked for major corporations in this country. Once that toxicity is removed, the workplace becomes happy again, and they become more productive. So I'm here to say, and I have three of my heroes, I always kept this in my office. Back in 2002, these wonderful women who were whistleblowers were Time Magazine's People of the Year. So spend the money, get protective orders, protect these whistleblowers who are not making up stuff 90% of the time, and spend the money to protect this county from frivolous lawsuits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mackey. We appreciate you.
Kimberly Carden, Betty Thiessen, Sean Sullivan.
Welcome, Ms. Carden. Thank you for being here. Our board services director will help with that. Can we make sure that the mic is on and everything's ready? All right. Welcome, Ms. Carden. Thank you for being here.
All right, roger that. My name is Kimberly Carden, and Trustee Joe Rodriguez represents me. I support item 301, and in that regards, I am an Army retiree who, in the middle of my career, served as an inspector general at Fort Gordon, Georgia, in Augusta, Georgia, for approximately 2 years. One of the roles of an inspector general is fielding whistleblower complaints, and in that role, confidentiality and discretion are core concepts. If confidentiality is not maintained, then it leads to soldiers and civilians fearing retribution and not coming forward. The employees and the students of the Washoe School District should have confidence in the administration and with the school board that their protected First Amendment right of whistleblowers will be honored. Spend the money and protect the whistleblowers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carden.
Betty Thiessen, Sean Sullivan, Ruby Rotchett.
Welcome, Ms. Thiessen.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Betty Thiessen, for the record. I am a Washoe County resident for the last 50 years. I'm a grandparent, and I'm concerned about your treatment of Jeff Church. I don't know Jeff Church, but I'm here to support him. He's the only one that spoke up for the conservative people in this county. And I do feel that if you're asking for $500,000 to defend you, you've done something wrong. Why can't the district's lawyers support you? Why do we need to spend some of our taxpayers' money that's supposed to go to these students for your support? I am totally against that. Also, I don't like the way he was being tried on the podium today. He's being tried and convicted by a lynch mob without any presumption of innocence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thiessen. We appreciate you being here.
Sean Sullivan, Ruby Rotchett, Alan Munson.
Welcome, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning. My name is Sean Sullivan. As a taxpayer and a parent that has a new student into a school district, I chose not to put him in this district because the closest within a block of my house school has a 37% proficiency. I demand much better from you people, and you're failing. You're focusing on harassing one man, and you're failing at your job. This is lawfare. Taking this all internal so the public doesn't know what you're doing is horrendous. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. We demand better. Our students are failing because you are failing, because you're not doing the job. The crap that you opened with this meeting with, President Smith, is the reason that our kids are not learning anything. You focus on the wrong things. Math and reading. 37% proficiency is not acceptable to anybody. You should be ashamed. It's the only way to get anything done through this is to open up lawsuits against you. And we, quite honestly, need to do more because you are going so wrong. So wrong. I don't even know what else to say anymore. I'm just so disgusted. I couldn't put my son in this school district. I couldn't because you have failed so badly. All I can say is look forward to November because a lot of you won't be here.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Mr. Sullivan.
Ruby Rochette, Alan Munson, James Benton.
We can always call Ruby. If she's not here, we'll make sure that she has the opportunity to come back.
Alan Munson, James Benton, George Lee.
And that was Mr. Munson.
Yes.
Welcome. Thank you for
Mr.
being
Munson.
here.
Thank you for allowing me. I got lots of notes. And I want this picture put into the record of where Trustee Church was and where the two people who were supposedly violated were at that time, into the record. Boy, there's been a lot said here today. I wish I had an hour and 20 minutes to speak, but given that. Anyways, my name is Alan Munson, and I have a master's in social work and spent all my, that part of my professional career helping to resolve difficulties. I was a marriage counselor, and if you want to see where fighting takes place, anyways, but that said, I know you could resolve this problem without spending $500,000. Think about it. Yeah, and I know I'm sad to realize that most of you aren't going to be listening to what I say or what is going to have effect. Mr. Mayberry is in my district, and Miss Westlake are in my district. And I will be working my every minute off to make sure that we're heard, because I don't feel we're being heard right now. And, I wish, again, the attorney had 2 hours or an hour and a half. Lawsuits are brought, and it's been said, lawsuits are brought because, you're not being heard. And you need to do it. And I'm thankful that Mr. Church will stand up. And I forget her last name, but Dina said there was a process to resolve this without spending $500,000. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? You don't have to spend $500,000 when you could resolve this without that. I spoke with Mr. Church, and he said he was perfectly willing to do that. Yes, I know he's antagonized you, and I know you want to do what you can to get rid of him. I know that. Well, okay, I hope you're right, Diane. But anyways, please hear what we're saying. You can resolve this without spending $500,000. My tax dollars are being wasted. And somebody and it's such a concern of mine that this district, when you have a district that is 49th or 50th in the nation, you need to speak up. You need to do something. You need to make changes. Thank you.
Thank you
I
very
hope you
much,
hear
Mr.
me.
Munson. We appreciate your comment.
Ray Rocha, James Benton, George Lee.
Mr. Roca, welcome. Thank you for being
Hi,
here.
it's Ray Rocha, and I'm from Sparks, Nevada, and real simple. I try to keep it. I've run many companies. I've run many organizational meetings, and too much just has been wasted here. talking about everything but the budget item, which is the only thing that should be on there. And the budget item is about to spend $500,000. I think there needs to be common sense. Sit down, work out an agreement without spending $500,000. And as far as the cost, in the past, $345,000, $500,000. But I want to see it in writing and prove to me those were true costs, not estimates, and where did those numbers come from? Again, a little common sense. Use some common sense. It is ridiculous to spend $500,000, whether it be frivolous lawsuit or whatever. My question is, why can't the internal department, legal counsel, do the work and adjust this? They can't be that damn busy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rocha.
James Bentham, George Lee, Bruce Parks.
Welcome, Mr. Bentham.
Good afternoon. James M. Bentham for the record. Please put my comments and this page into the permanent record. Support free speech and transparency. On this document, in Texas versus Johnson, 1989, if there is a bedrock principle underlying the First Amendment, it is that the government may not prohibit the expression of an idea simply because society finds the idea itself offensive and disagreeable. The same applies to Jeff Church. I have voted for Jeff Church. I support him, and one of the reasons that I support is that he supports quality of education. I appreciate Mr. Lombardo coming up here and speaking and bringing up some issues that I would like to briefly talk about. Formal confliction. I think it's obvious that this board is formally conflicted concerning the quality of education. This board is to be the administrator of the public trust. Students, families, employees. It's a duty to honor this trust. But this board has failed. The attorneys are very busy. It's because of many lawsuits being filed against the district when people are being harmed, students and employees. You could ask Joey Gilbert, who has working on at least 10 lawsuits right now to help people that have been harmed by the district. There has been a dereliction of duty by this board. Why do I say that? The school system is facing violence, drug use, absenteeism, pornography, suicides. This is a toxic environment. Well, what are some of the facts? Only 41% of students in 3rd to 8th grade can meet grade level standards in English, language arts, and mathematics. I've been a student myself. If I had gotten 41% on a grade, I would have been given an F and kicked out of the class. I support free speech and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bentham.
George Lee, Bruce Parks, Nicole Harris.
Welcome, Mr. Lee.
Hi, George Lee. You people ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You really should. You know, I noticed in your wise public attorney counsel that the list of open meeting violations went down after the first suit. There were like, 21 or something in the first suit. And then the next one was 4. So you guys hate the idea of being spanked. You didn't lose, but you got spanked into noticing what he was talking about. He was talking about violations of open meeting law. Now, whether somebody adjudicated that and found it to be true or not, or was irrelevant, it made you guys wake up and do less of it. That's the value of what he brings. The second of all, we were forced to sit here and listen to your wonderful counsel run a fundraiser on you. That's right. He could have done that whole thing in about 3 slides. But he spent an hour and 40 minutes of our time and your time where you could have been doing things to help education get better. But you didn't. You sat there, and instead of saying, that's enough of that, and you can go ahead and talk about it, send it to us, but he could have put up instead of doing a full case on you, including a summary, you people, you just aren't awake at all. You people are asleep. You can't, how can you even look these kids in the face? Let alone hear what they're saying, let alone go get change at a drive-thru and find out how kids can't do math. I do. I notice where you give them a little bit more than the amount because you want an even bill back or whatever, and they look there and they're stupefied because they can't do math in their head. Now, true, it's only a few that I've run into. But it's still true. They're graduates of your system. I have 26 seconds left. Don't let this guy run a fundraiser on you because he doesn't want to spend the time for future cases that he doesn't know anything about. So, you know that $500,000? That's going to evaporate as soon as it's passed. It's going to go, well, we're going to pay this guy and that guy to do this and that, and all of a sudden, you're paying for another
Thank you, Mr.
employee.
Lee. Thank you very much.
Bruce Parks, Nicole Harris, Todd Bailey.
Welcome, Mr. Parks.
Thank you. Bruce Parks for the record. There's an alternate perspective regarding the background information on this agenda item. Let's consider that the school board and its legal representation harbor so much animus toward one single school board trustee that it would attempt to sanction off $500,000 taxpayer dollars and fully into silence that one trustee. What would possibly generate this much directed malice and contempt? Why all of this outrage and riotous indignation and posturing? And why now? Could it be this one trustee is exposing this board's complete disregard of their own board policies, procedures, administrative regulations, and open meeting laws? Perhaps there's something more. Consider this. Could it be that there is truth in what that one trustee brings forward? What would cause this board to attempt to silence one trustee and consequently silence the people residing in the ward in which that trustee represents? I keep thinking, the board doth protest too much, methinks. The attempt to blame one trustee for the negligence of this board and Washoe County School District for allowing Jackie Calvert to serve on this school board as a trustee for 2 years while she did not reside in her elected district is ludicrous. We the people, specifically me, uncovered this grotesque oversight and the DA's office refused to investigate. Washoe County School District not even attempt to recover the insurance benefits or salary paid to her while she was unlawfully living out of her elected district those 2 years. Shall we speak of that unrecovered loss of taxpayer money? Let us speak of how this board neglected to go back and examine all of the votes she illegally cast during that time period. Votes that literally changed the outcome of this board's decisions. Shall we speak of the impact on the confidence the voters have in this school board?
The people are aware of the confabulated case of sexual harassment against Trustee Church, as is this board. Yet this board still considers sequestering $500,000 taxpayer dollars to continue with this charade. Respectfully, play the video. You talk about transparency? Play the video. Let's see where the two entities were located at the time of the alleged incident. Play the video. But you won't do that. Since this board opened the door of trustee incompetence, may we speak of one current trustee that is such intellect that the board documents must be explained before each trustee meeting because that trustee simply does not comprehend them. Keep this in the forefront of your minds. What is currently being attempted here now to Trustee Church can most certainly happen to you or other trustees in the future. Individual competence of this board may be what is called into question next. I will leave you with this. Remember, with each vote you make, there are unforeseen consequences. This is an election year for you, and we the people are watching.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Parks.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Parks. I apologize.
No worries.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that grace.
Nicole Harris, Todd Bailey, Pablo Nava Duran.
If Ms. Harris isn't here, we'll make sure that we circle back before we close public comment.
Todd Bailey, Pablo Nava Duran, Val White.
Welcome, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to recognize all the bots, the distinguished bots here at the table. Could you please get staff to stop using that acronym? It's very degrading. I'd like to thank the members of the School District Police Force. I'm not sure what the existential threat is. I've seen a lot of seniors come in the building with their canes and walkers. I even saw a couple people who had to be assisted up to the table here. Not sure who's guarding the schools right now. But I have a warning for the public. Any laughter, clapping, or other outbursts, you're going to be removed from this meeting, arrested, and taken to the Washoe County Jail for processing. So keep that in mind. I want to say thank you to Trustee Nicolette, okay? I will make sure the community knows about your integrity and service on this board, regardless of what you vote for today. I would like to say thank you and recognize Trustee Mayberry. I've known you for over 10 years. Your integrity and dedication to public service is unquestioned in my mind. And I'll make sure the community knows, regardless of your vote today, about that. Superintendent McNeil, thank you again, okay? I appreciate your service and you know why. And Mr. Lombardo, you're taking a couple hits here today, sir. But you know what? Your office is professional, and it was a huge improvement from the last person who ran your office. You've complied with every request I've ever made, okay? So regardless of what happens here today, I know all four of you did not come to this meeting or this job to do this today. That's not why you're here. That's not why you wanted to be here. And that's true of our first responders as well. You guys came here to protect us, not sit in this meeting, okay? Today is the strongest argument so far for the election of superintendents in the state of Nevada. Now, I'm willing to go along with the item on two amendments, okay? Two, and I'm looking for some trustees to step up. Number one, anytime money is spent out of this, I'd like the distinguished members of the legal office to come and report in a public setting. So an amendment that simply says, every time you spend $1, come report it to the board and the public. I think that's fair. And number two, no private investigators, no surveillance of any kind with this money, because you're going to be borderlining on election interference, and that becomes a federal case. So let's avoid that. Put an amendment in that says no surveillance, no election interference whatsoever. And you know who wins? It's not the bots, it's not the superintendent, it's not me, it's not the public, it's the student or the students. You know who wins today?
Thank you,
The
Mr. Bailey.
lawyers. The lawyers
Thank
win.
you, Mr. Bailey.
Awful.
We appreciate you being here.
Pablo Nava Duran, Val White, Kathy Kite.
Welcome, Mr. Navaduran.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys. My name is hello, guys. My name is Paul Navaduran. I'm here to review the agenda item 3.01, regardless of a new release to the $500,000 budget to defend the school district against pending lawsuit by Trustee Church. I have stated my opinion, but I have two issues here. So the $500 defense budget over there, it's wasted taxpayer money. Despite the idea, he not seeking the financial compensation. It's all stay up to $500 in legal fee, and using his line, let's spend more money on teacher salary. No, hold on. I can say we should spend money on teachers' salary and tutor to improve test score. His past is riddled with lawsuit, and to come to the mind in WC1 in 2016. So he filed a lawsuit on WC1 in 2016. He wanted to overthrow the taxpayer. He wanted to defund the public school. I know that. So the lawsuit to have it removed from the ballot. The WC1. There are two legal actions to date, costing over $345,000. We're already in losses. Let's go to their teacher salaries. So, and then the second one is to identify the whistleblower. So, all election officials are officially and are sworn in to act in the best interest entirely. So, what the official you may ask? So, the official duty relates to the public reputation of public official. First, let's take a look at the official means. So, it means Latin term faith or both, which mean trust and confidence. So, firstly, the public choose the elected official. The voter choose elected official. The public is putting its trust and confidence in him and her to act in the public interest. Actually, trust everybody on an item to put public interest first. Indeed, always put the public interest first at the public service actor. I understand he wants the name of a whistleblower, but we have to protect the whistleblower. I'm willing to spend $500,000 if necessary, but if we have an agreement, a resolution, that's great. You don't have to spend that money, but fortunately, it's necessary to spend that money. It's costing our taxpayer money. We should be on national television, or if not state television. So I will support 3.01. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navaduran.
Val White, Kathy Kite, Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, Ms. White. Thank you for being here.
Quick reminder, be it known that all my following comments are not directed at Trustee Church. I 100% agree with Ms. Vianaka's comments. I could better myself. Now I'm going to speak in the if tense, because that's what this district understands. This $500,000 budget request is simply a ploy to harm Trustee Church with the assistance of the fake media. And a reminder, my First Amendment rights preclude you from censoring my speech, even if you consider it caustic or harsh, and SCOTUS has determined that. It's not your right, Chair, to define respect, decorum, relevant, or which words are appropriate for me to speak, so don't interrupt me. Now, the little rehearsed performance by District Council and the Chair, and it was a performance, to harm Church was pretty entertaining. I'm sure you practiced beforehand, maybe in front of mirrors. Those two twisted everything to make yourselves, the district, and taxpayers appear to be victims. You're conducting this witch hunt and smear campaign to avoid an investigation. Why don't the accusers and the board want the outside investigation? They should be demanding it if they weren't afraid of their false accusations being exposed. Now I'm going to speak in the if tense, because that's what this board understands. If this board continues on its present course, conservatives will be killed. You all recognize hyperbole, right? That's what you use so often. If church's abuse by this board continues, hundreds of children's lives will be destroyed because you have no idea what you're doing. You're simply rubber stamping dummies, obeying your overlords. You are allowing student suicides and murders. This is happening on your watch. If this board continues to cover their crimes with internal investigations instead of fair and impartial outside investigations, you will have successfully destroyed justice. If the board continues to gaslight the public, you will have proven that you are nothing but liars and care nothing about children. Now let's talk about patterns, as Rombardo was happy to do. Millions of dollars spent on junk items for failed district programs and materials. Instead, you want to persecute anyone who disagrees with your politics, accusing others of doing what you do yourselves. Lying, that's just a constant. Refusing church to put items on the agenda. Denying me my constituent rights. Threats and disrespect by the chair have to stop. I'm so tired of her speaking to us in this fake little girl voice and scolding anyone who dares to applaud between speakers.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Kathy Kite, Kaylin Evans, Brooke Westfield.
Welcome, Ms. Kite. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So I am a retired Washoe County school teacher. I actually have taught in California, and I came here in 2000. I was here with the debacle of the superintendent you hired in 2008 that totally, I think, started the downfall of this school district, and it's continued. And but I do want to comment that I am not for the fight for this budget for you guys. And just speaking to just what the lawyer said, is I'm wondering, number one, is he put up all these things, but what were the requests? We don't even know any specifics. And who were the recipients of the lawsuits being filed account for? I mean, what are we, what the public doesn't even know what they are, and why would teachers and parents step forward? As you said, actually, you guys are talking about protecting whistleblowers, but then he was accusing church of doing inflammatory language and causing whistleblowers and having parents come and stand up. I have been in your school district. I have taught in your school district, and I must say that my responsibility is to God. Every single child has a soul. You have a soul. Whether you guys want to recognize it or not, they have a soul. And these programs, especially transgender, where you are destroying because you don't know what the real agenda is for this program. And the poor parents who, and I know that there are some laws pending about kids being taken away from parents if they don't, you can't take parents' kids away from them and do these things. And it's true, most of the kids can't read and they can't write. And you want to know why? Because you're doing these programs. You're doing these activist, actually Marxist programs to these children. And one day, you may have your own little red army on your hands. And I am just appalled because, anytime I hurt a child, and I never hurt a child, but if I talked harshly to them because I was having a bad day, which was very rare because I love kids so much, I have a calling for them, I'd go home and repent and ask the Lord to forgive me, because I know He says it's better to tie a millstone around your neck and throw yourself into the water than to damage any little child. And that's really what you're doing. So you spend all this time and all this litigation and all this money. I've seen all the money come through the school district while I was here. And I watched just every program damaged. Now, as a teacher, I actually have a wonderful record, because I chose not to actually listen to the things that you were trying to get us to implement. But I am telling you right now, you are responsible before God.
We appreciate it.
Kaylin Evans, Brooke Westlake, Johnny Hammond.
Welcome, Mr. Evans.
Hello, President Smith, Board of Trustees. My name is Kalen Evans. I'm the president of the Washoe Education Association. I'm here today with serious concerns regarding the actions of a particular trustee within our district. The fact that 31 separate complaints against our school district, all resulting in 0 wins and costing our community an exorbitant sum totaling $345,000 is absurd. The most recent lawsuit, with a potential of $500,000 price tag, serves as a stark reminder of a troubling pattern of predatory litigation. Let it be unequivocally clear these actions are not about accountability, but rather a deliberate attempt to destabilize our public education system. Of utmost concern is the attempt to publicly identify individuals who have courageously come forward with serious claims in an attempt to intimidate volunteers. Such behavior is nothing short of a bullying tactic, which we always stand against in all capacities. As an association representing the interests of our community and the district employees, we vehemently stress the paramount importance of protecting the anonymity of those who bravely speak up. Keep in mind, we regularly interface with individuals who come forth with grievances, and they do so with the understanding that their anonymity will be preserved when requested. We hold this responsibility with the utmost gravity. Creating an environment where individuals fear retribution for voicing legitimate concerns not only corrodes the fabric of our workplace culture, but it is directly opposed to fostering a safe and supportive working environment. In a time when our community and district face extreme challenges, including the need to best support our students, families, and staff, it is abhorrent to witness valuable resources wasted in frivolous legal battles instigated by one individual. Our focus should unequivocally be directed towards addressing the needs of our community, not diverted by the driven pursuits of a single trustee. One of our fundamental principles as an organization, and why I personally am in this position, is about standing up for others and not allowing intimidation or harm to the students, families, employees in this district. And these sorts of actions are a direct assault on our district, and never would we sit idly by and allow this to happen. Just a reminder, I have the immense honor and responsibility of speaking on behalf of over 2,500 members. All of my folks are currently in the classroom serving and supporting our students, so they can't be here today. And I would never insinuate that my words reflect 100% of the sentiments of our members, but I have a very, very good pulse on my members, and I can tell you that they are steadfast in their resolve to protect our district from any external or internal threats, that because there is nobody more invested in this system than our members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Evans.
Brooke Westlake, Johnny Hammond.
Welcome, Ms. Westlake. Thank you for being here.
Brooke Westlake, for the record, no relation to Colleen Westlake. Please record my comments into the record verbatim per NRS. I'm so happy it's an election year. Please note seats A, D, E, and G are open. Filing deadline is this Friday. Thank you, Jeff Church, for refiling for District A. We appreciate all that you do. It was apparent today that any work Mr. Church does in the name of the public is consistently blocked by the rest of the board. Today, your in-house counsel attempted to package up his lawyer pay for an additional $500,000 with a presentation aimed at the public prosecution against Mr. Church. What's interesting is that Mr. Lombardo presented roughly $348,000 was spent previously on lawsuits, but was missing all the breakdown for the billable hours. It seems that agenda item 3.1 as a budget is more of a trial by jury in front of everyone. I believe this violation has been made against Mr. Church, the families, and the students of the community, with such presentation, which appears to be public prosecution. Per Mr. Lombardo, we are all not desired to be here, but we are here because each of your actions. Mr. Lombardo stated that he had won cases. I call it filling your pocketbook with our taxpayer funds. I'm pretty sure mentioning cases that are not in fact completely done with is a violation by your own in-house counsel. It was made personal when you question Mr. Church's mental status and physical and mental health. I'm pretty sure that's a direct violation of his HIPAA. Holding public office as each of you do, your first duty is to the people. We pay your funds to be in those seats. We vote you in. I ask that this budget item not be passed. It's frivolous. And the correct term that Board President Smith mentioned, she said predatory litigation. It's actually called fictitious litigation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Westlake. I also want to make the note that anybody who emailed public comment on this item, that counts as your public comment. So members of the public get to either send an email, which they're welcome to do at any time, or they're welcome to give public comment in person. So just as a reminder how that works.
Johnny Hammond.
Welcome, Ms. Hammond. Thank you.
I guess it's good afternoon. My name is Joni Hammond. Please enter this document into the public record and distribute to the trustees. Please apologize to Jeff Church for these false accusations. Please also conduct an outside independent investigation so the facts can be confirmed. There does not have to be disclosure of whistleblowers' names to protect their privacy. Washoe County has a history of hiring external investigators. Why not here? Why spend up to $500,000? What facts are being hidden? This makes no sense to me. Jeff Church represents his constituents. Jeff Church is an Air Force veteran. Jeff Church is a retired police sergeant. Stop smearing his name. Why are you trying to sully his character and reputation? Now back to the $500,000 and the $345,000. My understanding is the $345,000 that is blamed on Jeff Church is actually part of the attorney's budget. That would be spent regardless. So to summarize and say it's his fault that you're spending that money, I don't think is accurate. Also, on the $500,000, I'm against spending that money. But frankly, unfortunately, I'm not that concerned about transferring it from the children because our kids aren't learning anyway. Whatever you're doing isn't working. And all of you hold responsibility for that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hammond.
The board received emails from Sue Birch with Nevada Now, Richard J., the ACLU, Graham Reed, Oscar Williams, Kelly Roper, Anonymous, Patricia Morris, Chris Knox, Lori Casimir, and Heather Walker.
Thank you very much. All right, folks, it's about 12:07, as our public commenter did appropriately call out. We're now in the afternoon, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to take about a 12 to 13 minute break. So we'll go ahead and we'll get restarted at around 12:20 p.m. Thank you so much. All right, before we get started, I'm not calling the meeting to order, but I just want to let Trustee Woodley know that we're going to get restarted. I think we still have him on the line. Yes, we do. Okay. All right, so on that note, we might want to shut the door or let our members of the public in the lobby know that we're going to get started again, everybody. Team, if a member of the school district staff could let the audience in the lobby know that we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. All right, I appreciate that, everyone. All right, it's 12:26 p.m. and I'm going to call back to order after a brief recess this March 12th, 2024 regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We've just finished public comment on item 301, which is an item for possible action. And now we're going to be moving to our next phase of the discussion and the deliberation. And as promised, the first trustee that I'm going to go to will be Trustee Church.
I think I'll be very, very brief. First of all, my attorney has indicated that we concur with the idea of outside counsel for this. Forget the dollar amount, but we definitely concur. I think anybody that heard the presentation today would realize there's animosity, and that's a good idea to do that. Second of all, common ground. I would agree there's no need to disclose the needs, the alleged whistleblowers at this point. There's no need for that. So those people that say that I want to do that, I already know who they are. We have it on video. It's public record. I could have released that at any time. I never did it. Don't intend to do it. So any allegations of that are false. So yes. And then a number of times there were comments about good faith complainants. Wonderful. They have a right to their day in court. They have a right to be investigated. Every EEOC, every case law, everything I've read mandates an investigation of sexual harassment complaints. They're good faith complainants, do it. I mean, I think I'm a complainant too, so do it. But what about their rights? Do it. Let's investigate. We've heard all the stuff today. Never mind that one video that shows I'm in one room at the time of the complaint while they're in the parking lot. Investigate the complaint, absolutely. And I want to talk about my resignation. Yep, I want to talk about my resignation. If we investigate, and if I approach those women in that parking lot and I made inappropriate comments, I will resign immediately, and I will withdraw my candidacy for election. If you can prove, you give me an independent investigation that I went out in that parking lot and I harassed those women, absolutely, you'll have my resignation like eggs through a hen, no problem. You heard that on the record. Same thing, we saw page after page of allegation. As Mr. Kalen Evans said, 31 complaints, 0 wins. Show me that, and I'll resign. You show me that what was put up there is accurate, and I'll resign. What more can you get, huh? Get the fact finders out for that. Where they said that somebody else, and we know who that was, financed my litigation. All these litigation lawsuits, Mr. Westlake, Mr. Simon, that I supported those, that I helped with those, that I encouraged those. Show me that. Show me all that. And if that's all true, I'll resign. Save, how much money will that save? $500,000, save the district. Just show me the truth. That's not too much to ask. So with that said, I think, as I mentioned, we concur that there should be outside counsel. And if anybody has any questions for me, I mean, this wasn't, if you heard the presentation, it wasn't about the budget. It was about me. How many times did my name come up? Jeff did this, Jeff did that, Jeff filed this, Jeff filed that, and no wins, didn't win, wasn't right on any of them. So thank you very much for your time, and I will abstain from the actual vote.
All right, I just want to make sure that there's a record. So you have participated in the item the entire time, and including in the deliberation, but you're going to abstain from the vote.
You heard my comment.
Okay. All right, I'll open it up to the board. Trustee Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. Truth is certainly a funny thing. There's a personal truth, there's a collective truth, and then there's a truth that nobody really knows the truth. I'm going to keep any comments about whistleblowers, etc., for 3.02 because that's technically where it belongs. But I do want to do a little historical down memory lane. When it came to the censure, there were a couple things that I really thought a lot about in how to address this situation, because this is very troubling. $500,000. That's a lot of money. I remember back in October 12th, 2021, when we went through the censure process. Again, a very painful process. It was certainly not fun. It was illuminating, and it was not fun. And I remember one of the PowerPoint slides that my colleague showed along with his attorney, and it was a made-up PowerPoint slide, and I wondered at the time about truth. It was ACLU supports Wilson and Trustee Church, and I actually have a copy of it because I look at it, I keep looking at it, and I wonder about truth, and I wonder about how truth is stretched, how truth is misinterpreted, and I just keep looking at that. ACLU supports Wilson and Trustee Church. It was a fabrication for whatever reason, I'm not sure, but it was a fabrication, and so I continue to think about fabrication. And I think about $500,000, and I look at my colleagues, and we've had so many discussions about how to spend money and what we need and how we should spend our money and how we shouldn't spend our money. And my colleague, Trustee Church, has said some very important things about how we should spend money. And so I'm going to go through a couple frames of how we could spend $500,000 in a different way. We could buy 4 new ready-to-roll buses, and we could use those ready-to-roll buses to support transportation for some of our career and tech student organization activities, so they could compete in local events and statewide events. Wouldn't that be fabulous? We could continue a pilot project that the Green Team is doing, a proof of concept, if you will, to look at the use of single-use plastics. Because if you have visited our cafeterias, our nutrition workers are fabulous. We waste a lot of plastic, and it's kind of concerning, and we could spend money on that. Do some pilot projects to revamp a few kitchens, to buy larger dishwashers and stainless steel trays rather than styrofoam. That's a kind of cool idea. We could give each school $4,854.36 to have some fun with their students, to do some staff professional development. It's not a lot of money, but there's 103 schools. That would be kind of cool. We maybe should and could hire additional legal counsel. Then again, maybe we hire additional teachers, hire additional police officers, hire additional preschool teachers. Wow, there's a lot you can do with $500,000. That would be fun. I remember back in October 12th, 2021, I brought up the concept of compromise because my colleague Trustee Church had mentioned something that was very important and intriguing to me in a news media article that was written. The word compromise. He's willing to compromise. I think that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. You used the word common ground today. Equally beautiful. And I remember at the time when I brought it up that none of us were really sure what compromise would mean. Well, I can tell you that suing the school district as a school board trustee is not compromise. That's an assurance. That would be like hoping that the pilot who's piloting your plane crashes. That's what that would be like. So why do I bring this up today? My hope and my prayer, God has been brought up, the Bible has been spoken about, not always in positive terms. My God is a wonderful God, supportive and helpful. I turn to God quite often. I did in this case. I bring this up because my heartfelt request is that my fellow trustee will take lawsuits off the table so that we can move on. That is my prayer, my wish, and my hope. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. $761. That's what I paid to serve my community, not just my community, but every child, no matter what, in this community. $761. And I spend probably 30 hours a week at this. I gave up a job that I worked 3 days a week, $45,000 a year for 3 days a week. Didn't have this kind of responsibility. Thanks, Bruce. Great pantomime, you're wonderful. I was sitting here not too long ago when the agenda item came up to discuss our $5,000 stipend that each trustee gets. That's $35,000. That doesn't go $5,000 into my pocket. That goes to pay for my continuing education as a trustee. It goes to help offset a percentage of my mileage, a percentage of my work phone. And my colleague Trustee Church sat here and stated, I will not stand for this, when we were asking to keep using some of that $5,000 to go to events so that we could network with community partners, with business people out in the community, people that can help the district, let them know what our district, what our children need. It's to offset that cost to be out there a representative serving and representing our community. Trustee Church just said, yeah, we need outside counsel, spend $500,000. But yet, just a few short weeks ago, he would not stand for us using some of our $5,000 stipend to go out there and help us serve and ask for help from other community members, businessmen in the community to help our children. And this $500,000 is because someone's feelings got hurt. This is was going to be a personal conversation. There was no impunity against Trustee Church. There was no action going to be taken against Trustee Church. It was a conversation. It was none of my business. None of my business. That was a personal conversation. And it was none of anybody else's business. Now, if there was going to be action taken against Trustee Church, then it would be my business and y'all's business what's going on. But this was a personal conversation, and now feelings got hurt. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. Appreciate everybody being here, and appreciate some of the comments. I guess I would say last week I had a moment of clarity. You know, I attended Marvin Piccolo School, and that's the school where, if you don't know, our most severe students with physical, cognitive needs spend their day learning. It was inspiring moment for me to really interact with teachers and staff. They're true miracle workers. They really are. And then had an opportunity to go to the Joey Prom. The Joey Prom is an opportunity for many of these students with severe impairments and health issues who will never have the same opportunities that many of us did in high school. So it was a beautiful moment. And then I come here and I have to listen to this. I will tell you, sometimes I don't recognize this society and some of the commenters that made, frankly, very disheartening statements. You brought up your faith in God. My God's a very loving God and a very accepting God as well. And to use words like dummies or fraud or mock board members, think about what you're doing. Think about the behavior that you're projecting on our students. So many of you talk about behavior and poor behavior of our students, but I sure didn't see very good behavior in this room. And I will tell you something else. This document right here by Petitioner Jeff Church, who's page 2 says he's a firebrand conservative. There's nothing conservative about this document or about what he's doing, folks. Some of the comments were, frankly, a direct attack on our teachers and our students. When you make comments like, there's no learning happening, think about what you're doing. When you come into this room, take a look at these pictures. Oh, that's what I do. That's why we're here, to work to give our students a fair and appropriate education. And some of you, it's a game. You come in here, you hold up your signs, your hands, and you think it's funny. This is not the United States Congress. This is not the Nevada legislature. This is not the county commission. It's not a city council. It's a school board where we're looking to improve and work with our students to build this nation's future, to build our community and our state's nation and our community and our state's future. So it's the perspective that I have is one that this document really, to me, reads of somebody who has gotten their feelings hurt. And I know our legal team is overburdened, and I know they need resources. $500,000 is a lot of money. I don't like it either. It makes me sick to my stomach. I personally think, because this is frivolous or fictitious, that we won't need to get there. In fact, I've said before, and I've had conversations with the general counsel, that in the next budget cycle, they really ought to have an additional attorney on their staff, and that would prevent us from having to contract out a lot of the legal fees we do, which are, a multiplier of 3+. So fundamentally, unless the lawsuits are dropped, as you pointed out, I do support giving our general counsel additional resources. I do think it's a good idea if we go down that path that his team come back and give us updates on what's being spent, how it's being spent. I do support, if we can, an additional legal counsel so we don't have to go forward on taking this money out of the general fund. Those are my thoughts, Madam President. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try to be brief. I remember a couple of years ago, I just got appointed, didn't know anyone on the board, and censure was coming up. And I remember Jeff saying those words like compromise, work together, and I voted no on censure. I wanted to compromise. I'm like, I don't know what's going on, just got here, it's like my first day I felt. And being met with that agenda item. And I remember going to our team building sessions, and I remember asking Jeff, what do you want? What do we need to do to work together? And a few of us were here. He didn't say anything. Couldn't say anything. And in nearly 3 years being on this board, doing the work I've witnessed has been complaints and lawsuits. I didn't realize it was this many. And aside from maybe showing up here at the board meetings, if it wasn't through Zoom or Teams. And I think it's someone that is someone that served our military and served in war and still serves our community today. similar career paths as Jeff. Frankly, I'm shocked with how much lawsuits and everything that's been going on, and not just the school district, but the community as a whole. Gosh, I can only imagine the taxpayer dollars going to that. Several years ago, I really hoped that we would be able to work together, and I wish we could, and the majority of us do, stride forward against the tide. But with that being said, and as a parent, I regrettably, I'm going to support this. This is what needs to happen. Obviously, evident is it's inevitable. I hope that we could work together, but I just, over these years, I can't see that, and it's unfortunate.
Thank you, Clerk Rodriguez. Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So, 10 years before I ever thought of joining the school board, I used to be on the board for the Washoe County Education Alliance. And it's a subcommittee, and it's filled with residents of Washoe County, and everyone on the board volunteers. And one of my best or favorite things where I volunteered was in the Run for Education. Every year, we did a marathon to raise money for all the schools to be able to provide them with a $2,000 check to go towards their physical activities in their schools, whether it was uniforms, basketball, softballs, soccer balls, etc. And once a year, I would wake up with my wife at 4 in the morning, and we would be out there by 5, and we would be out there till 5 in the afternoon, setting up, breaking down. And I enjoyed going to the schools to present the checks. It was a very warm feeling, and it felt good because I was giving to the community, I was giving to the schools. And I was naively under the impression that anyone who became a school board member would have a similar background, someone that has given of themselves, wants to continue giving for the school district, for the kids, in any way, shape, or form. Fortunately, today, I feel like one of us doesn't have that background, doesn't have that intent, doesn't have the desire to give, rather to take. This $500,000, I am going to vote for it because I don't want us to lay back and just be sued and lose. I want us to win. I wish that $500,000 was a check that we would be giving to all the different schools in the district, as opposed to having expended resources. But with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve the, let's see if I can find the right language. Forgive me. I want to make sure I say this correctly. The allocation from the general fund of the Washoe County School District's main operating fund in the amount of $500,000 to the Office of the General Counsel to hire outside legal counsel to defend the district. Thank you.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Woodley, a second by Clerk Rodriguez. Vice President Mayberry?
Is it too late to amend the motion now that we have a...
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I certainly support that motion, but I did want to add on Trustee Woodley and to report back to the board the expenses.
I'm amenable to that, Madam President.
All right, so we have an amendment to report back on the expenses to the board, and that has been accepted by our motioner, Trustee Woodley, and our second motioner, Clerk Rodriguez. Thank you very much, Vice President Mayberry, for that suggestion.
Thank you.
Seeing no other lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously, 6-0. Thank you. All right, that closes item 301, and now we will move on to item 302. This is also an item for possible action, and this is the discussion and possible action to affirm the independent discretion of the internal auditor Kirk Starkey and interim superintendent Kristen McNeil pursuant to all applicable board policies and administrative regulations, denying Jeffrey Church's request for the Washoe County School District to fund an external investigation into the protected First Amendment speech of female whistleblowers, and to direct the internal auditor and/or interim superintendent not to spend any resources in conducting or to conduct an internal investigation as requested by Jeffrey Church related to whistleblowers' First Amendment speech that will lead to and may have already created harassment to protected whistleblowers. As noted before, per NRS, this wording comes from that. The character, alleged misconduct, professional competence, or physical or mental health of Jeffrey Church may be discussed during this item per Nevada Revised Statute, NRS 241.033, and or administrative action may be taken against him per NRS 241.034. And again, this is an item for possible action. And before we begin, Trustee Church, this is a separate and distinct item. So I'm going to turn to you for clarification on the NRS regarding Nevada ethics for this item.
Certainly. I'm sorry, I got all this stuff over here. I previously read a disclosure, into the record. I have it again. Would you like me to read it again, or can I just say IBID, ditto?
I am not your attorney.
Okay, but...
No, he's not your attorney in this one.
Well, he's the board's attorney, but okay, I'll read it again. NRS 281A disclosure. I make this disclosure per NRS 281A. I'm an elected trustee at the Washoe County School District. I'm aware of agenda item 3.02, dealing with the discussion, possible actions, issues, legal matters in which I may have a pecuniary interest in. They both report that, quote, the character, alleged misconduct, professional competence, physical, mental health of judge may be discussed during the item per Nevada Revised Statutes, NRS 241.033, and or administrative action may be taken against him per NRS 241.034 for possible action. This is potentially serious. I've reviewed NRS 281, the U.S. Supreme Court case, Nevada, known as Kerrigan. I've consulted with my attorney. I note the agenda item calls for discussion, possible action. Unlike Kerrigan, he was not subject to possible punitive administrative action. Unlike Kerrigan, there is no special proposed specific motion yet, and therefore I have a right to defend myself. In analyzing my pecuniary interests, this is a matter of public concern. I do not seek personal financial benefit for myself. Further, there are no planned lawsuits versus WCSD. This is a petition or for a writ, again, on a matter of public concern. Whereas my attorney attempted to submit information to the board in advance and was denied, this complicates matters in favor of my non-recusal. I am not going to read what I read before, but based on all these facts taken into consideration, I will not at this time be recusing myself from this item, and then I will deal with it on a case-by-case basis as the agenda item is discussed and consider my recusal or abstention at that time.
So to clarify for the record, you are participating in this item?
Correct.
Would you mind putting your light on, just so we can have that?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, so Trustee Church is participating in this item.
Good afternoon.
It's okay. Welcome, Mr. Rombardo.
Sorry. Good afternoon, President, Trustees, Superintendent McNeil. This is the part of the case that we've been talking about most of the morning, much to, I'm sure, the delight of many. This will go much quicker. Basically, what's happened in this instance is that, and I'm not going to go into details because there's attorney-client privilege issues here, so this puts lawyers in a tough spot, but I assure you that we followed Title VII. We followed what we were supposed to do. We turned it over to the board president and the vice president. The board president and vice president had a meeting in September. It was clear that the meeting was to be confidential, as it's been shared with me. And beyond that, I'm not going to share any more because, again, it's an attorney-client privilege issue, and so it makes it really difficult. But what I do know, because it was public, or what I can share, is on December 12th, nearly 3 months after that meeting, Trustee Church made it public that these allegations occurred, and he demanded an external investigation and cited to Administrative Regulation 4425, pointing out that those who do this, in his terms, give false allegations, can be disciplined. Discipline under these circumstances is retaliation, and the law is abundantly clear on this. And we then received a letter from Trustee Church demanding that we investigate. We denied that, stating again that these folks were protected. We then, a letter on January 5th from his attorney, Mr. Busby, who again insisted that an investigation occur. We again denied that, stating that his letter didn't change anything. Then on February 2nd, 2024, and then on February 1st, Trustee Church submitted a request for the internal auditor to look into this matter. And then on February 2nd, before the internal auditor even responded, a private investigator was sending letters to our employees identifying those who he believes, and I want to stress that, who he believes made these allegations. Since that time, we have sent a cease and desist letter stating, please do not harass our employees at the Washoe County School District. And after that, we did reach out to those who were identified and reached out to multiple people. And again, it's a little cryptic because I have to protect privilege, so I apologize for that. But I do want to share with you what these female employees are stating. They are now reporting feelings of intimidation. They're feeling harassed. They have anxiety for what they describe as attempts to target and silence, and these are their words, silence women who report inappropriate conduct. They have expressed that the letters and Trustee Church's comments at public meetings, and now a lawsuit, are intimidation tactics to fine-tune his targets and to keep reporters and potential victims quiet. And they have expressed that they no longer feel safe in the district administration building or other district events where trustees are present. Now, under Title VII, when somebody is harassed for giving a good faith whistleblower complaint, which I assure you, there's no evidence to suggest otherwise, contrary to what's out there in the public. And I'm not going to go into those facts again because I have people to protect. But I assure you, when there is a good faith report and somebody is harassed about that report, that's liability to the district. And that's what we were talking about the last item. So, as a result, the Office of the General Counsel asked that the board approve this item, that the board insist that we don't spend $1 to hire an external investigator to look into these issues, that we don't use any of our resources, and that we confirm that Interim Superintendent McNeil and the internal auditor, Mr. Starkey, the right to use their discretion, and they have used it, and that it was appropriate. To do otherwise is going to create liability for the district. And I will let you know, and I want my friends at WSPA to hear this, and WEA, and anybody else, that if we're asked, we will stand in contempt of court. We are not giving out this information. That's how strongly we believe in what we're doing today. We are not going to reveal these people. They deserve to be protected. So we're asking that you approve that motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wimbardo. All right. Not seeing any lights, we'll go ahead and go to public comment, JJ.
Valerie Fianaka, Sandy Tibbet, Johnny Hammond.
Welcome, Ms. Fianaka. You get to be our leadoff hitter twice in a row.
Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody always has to go first, and I do want to acknowledge that. Coming up to any podium is never easy, let alone to be the very first person.
Doesn't scare me at all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a couple of thoughts, and this is random, but these people should be protected, assuming they're telling the truth. And I have another one. I feel like the wolf is watching the hen house. My second thought is, wouldn't any of you men sitting on this board want your name cleared if you were accused of something like this? I can't imagine that you wouldn't. Nobody in this room, I think, wouldn't want to protect whistleblowers. Not one of us. I want this investigated outside of this house, and I want it done fairly by an outside party. Does Jeff Church have any rights? The answer is no, not in your minds. Anonymity of whistleblowers can be protected by an outside investigator. However, you do not at all seem concerned about publicly filleting Jeff's physical, psychological, and emotional well-being all during an election cycle. And something else hit me. Mr. Gossage was allowed to carry on about Robert Beadles. Does Robert Beadles have any rights? The answer is no. If he weren't so busy trying to save our elections, he would probably have a good cause for slander using the video from this meeting. If you're worried about liability, Mr. Rombardo. The problem with compromise is that you don't want compromise from Jeff Church. You want submission.
Sandy Tibbet.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fianaka.
Johnny Hammond. Richard Davis.
Welcome, Ms. Tibbet.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. You must think we are stupid to believe your lies. Yeah, you. Just because you said it doesn't make it true, and I am here to paint a picture for you. Trustee Church is doing his best to hold our school district and this board accountable for their actions by doing his job. His job. And certain people don't like that, obviously. Unlike Trustee Westlake, he refuses to drink their Kool-Aid and will not subscribe to their go along, get along mentality. And for that, I have much respect for him. I strongly encourage him to keep up the pressure to expose the truth because honestly, I smell a cover-up. Why else would our school district and board of trustees refuse to support an investigation into allegations against one of their own? It's no secret certain board members up on this dais hold a deep disdain towards Trustee Church and would love for him to either resign or be removed from this board. Are you afraid the truth will be exposed if an investigation is conducted? It really appears that way. The video clearly shows him by himself at the time the alleged harassment was supposed to have occurred, so why is the board and the district desperately trying to hide the truth? Will it expose a lie regarding the true number of applications received for the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission? Page 3 of Administrative Form 9105 clearly states the applications for the committees of the district are public documents. So why would Infield Smith and the General Counsel's Office collude to deny Trustees Church requests for copies of all the applications and supporting emails? It's kind of weird, don't you think? Even weirder is the timeline of these events. July 2023, Trustee Church sends an email to Infield and Smith requesting copies of the application. His request is denied. August 2023, Trustee Church submits a public records request with the General Counsel and was illegally denied again. And then September 2023, Trustee Church is falsely accused of harassment. I'm sure it's purely coincidence, except I don't believe in coincidences. So whose idea was it to defame Trustee Church with the false allegations of harassment? Was it Infield's idea, and that's why she resigned suddenly in November of 2023? Did she employ the whistleblowers to slander Trustee Church? These are questions we need answered. That's why we need an investigation. Is this board and the General Counsel trying to clean up by covering up Infield's unethical actions taken against Trustee Church? Is it a cover-up that, it is the cover-up that's going to get you. And I'm really disappointed in you, Trustee Nicolette. I never thought you would be the one to participate in unethical behavior, to discredit Trustee Church.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tibbet. We
I've lost
appreciate
all
you being
respect for
here.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Tibbet.
Johnny Hammond, Richard Davis, Scott Johnson.
Welcome back, Ms. Hammond. If Ms. Hammond isn't here, we'll make sure to welcome her back at the next opportunity.
Richard Davis, Scott Johnson, Betty Thiessen.
Mr. Davis? All right, we'll make sure to keep that opportunity open for Mr. Davis if he comes back.
Scott Johnson, Betty Thiessen, Ray Roca.
Mr. Johnson? All right.
Betty Thiessen, Ray Roca, Bruce Parks.
Welcome, Ms. Thiessen. Welcome back. Thank you for being with us.
Betty Thiessen, for the record. All I have to say is I request that you fund an external investigation into this, make it transparent, so no one involved in the school district is involved in an investigation. That's my request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thiessen. We appreciate you being here today.
Ray Roca, Bruce Parks, James Bentham.
Mr. Roca?
Bruce Parks, James Bentham, Alan Munson.
Welcome, Mr. Bentham. Thank you for coming back.
James Bentham, for the record. I'd like the document that I already passed out earlier put in the permanent record. Support free speech and transparency. Freedom of speech is a principal pillar of a free government. When this support is taken away, the constitution of a free society is dissolved, and tyranny is erected on its ruins. In the document, there's a picture with several people with signs. Focus on the 3 R's. Ungag Jeff. Washoe County School District. Worst curriculum. Scores. Disaster. How can we compromise and work together when the school district has academic issues that are not being addressed? Earlier I mentioned that in grades 3 to 8, according to school statistics, approximately 40% of the kids were capable at that level. 40%. Today, right now we're talking about whistleblowers. A whistleblower is someone that's coming forward, truthfully submitting facts. If these women are not truthfully submitting facts, they're not whistleblowers and should not be protected. Are we going to harass one of the trustees and not give him his day in court? I believe that all the trustees should be more open, forward, and transparent. If there is a formal conflict with Jeff Church, it should be exposed, brought forward, and dealt with. Is there a dereliction of duty concerning quality of education in the school district? I already quoted some facts that are worth looking into. When will the district step up, deal with these, cooperate, work with Jeff Church, and provide the needed changes?
Thank you, Mr. Bentham.
Bruce Parks, Alan Munson, Eugene Gersovich.
Welcome, Mr. Parks.
Thank you. Bruce Parks, for the record. To say that I'm frustrated and angry would be a gross understatement. But I've had that feelings for quite some time, especially as it pertains to this body. I don't have representation here. The two trustees that are supposed to represent me do not. Not in any way. Not by any standard. They do not represent me. Even though that's what they were elected to do. Lone conservative on this board that holds you accountable. And ever since he was elected, not appointed, he's been constantly under attack. Instead of embracing some of his ideas that could have possibly made a difference for the students of Washoe County School District, you ostracized him. You shut him off. You shut him down. This can come back to bite you in the butt. What you do to him can happen to you. Short-sightedness of some folks just amazes me. Don't believe me? Ask Harry Reid and his nuclear option. How'd that work out for him? Not too good. You have failed in your promise. I read your promise. I've read it a bunch of times, and it's absolutely appalling to me that as trustees, you would be so derelict in your duties to the students of Washoe County. They're not being educated. And if that's triggering for anybody, man, get a helmet. Life is tough. The Gunderson report was absolutely lacking in information. How do I know? Because they never once contacted the person that had the most information. So going forward, I have no hope. I hold out no illusions that anything here with this body is going to change, except what will take place in November. And by the way, if you're running for another office, but you're keeping your seat here, like Miss Taylor did, it speaks volumes about your ethics. If she had ethics, she would have resigned this seat and then ran for assembly. But no. See, that's the Democrat ploy. That's how you maintain power. We're not stupid. We see what's going on. You just don't like it when we hold you accountable.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Alan Munson, Eugene Gerskovich, Charles Elliott.
Mr. Munson? All right, what was the next name?
Eugene Gerskovich, Charles Elliott, Nikki Berman.
Welcome, Mr. Krishkovich. Welcome back.
Thank you. The current accusation against Mr. Church is the culmination of years of harassment against him. And we have proved how things have been for him during these last few years. Today we saw a representation how things operate. Mr. Church has been treated as an outsider by the rest of the board. So we have a situation in which Mr. Church was by himself against the school establishment and all the legal assistance. So all the policies we are seeing nowadays are the result of the majority of this board decision. He was written off on everything. So the results we are seeing, as what has been mentioned before, the school district is performing at the bottom of the 50 states regarding scholastic achievement. We are full of drugs, full of violence in the form of attacks and suicide. So choice, or we listen to the church, who is in the minority, or we keep going the way that we are up to now. So it's not a matter of who supports what side I am supported, but it's a matter of what the results are. The results are very bad. So perhaps Mr. Church has some good thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Griskovich.
Charles Elliott, Nikki Berman, Val White.
Welcome back, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. Good afternoon now, not good morning. I'm not going to go over all I did before, and everyone's spoken before me has really itemized everything. But Mr. I guess it's Board Member Mayberry, Nicolette, and Westlake, yeah. I should have remembered that. These are not attacks. These are not attacks. They are facts. You, in assuming your position in these on the board, on that a responsibility. And personally, I'm not attacking anyone here. Okay, even Mr. Lawyer over here. I'm not attacking anyone. What I am saying, though, is, where's your conscience? Okay, you're talking about God. I believe in God, and I believe I have conscience. I could not, in my wildest dreams, knowing what's going on, and has been going on, in our community, sit in your places and actually sit there without helping Jeff or helping this community. You're not. You're not. Please look at what's going on in the school. Forget about this building. Forget about your position. Forget about, don't just visit one school. Go out and visit all the schools and talk to the teachers and give them some privacy, okay? And don't hold them accountable for what they truly say. But I'm sure you go out there. I have people in my family that are currently teaching. And I'm telling you, off the record, it's not a pretty picture. And also allowing the books we have, I mean, come on. Conservatives, the grassroots are forming. And we're not going to do this anymore. And I just, I hope we can get as much money as you guys have to protect our position and elect replacements.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Nikki Berman, Val White, Cliff Nellis.
Welcome back, Ms. Berman. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me today. Good afternoon, trustees. My name is Nikki Berman, and I come to you today as a Washoe County School District parent, as a employee. I took the day off to be here because I feel so strongly. A taxpayer of District A, and a registered Republican, and also a practicing Catholic. Today, I come to you to add to the pool of knowledge which to make a decision. This is my truth, and I recognize that it might not be everybody's truth, but this is my truth. And regarding the character of Trustee Church. On Wednesday, September 13th, I attended the town hall meeting at J. Wood Raw. I attended that meeting purposefully to ask a question of Trustee Church regarding his involvement in an article that was posted in the Nevada Signal on Friday, September 1st, about the students of Galena High School, where my son goes to school. My question was, why did you agree to go on a stakeout versus first contacting Principal Salter to schedule a meeting to discuss the alleged actions involving the students at Galena? I was called political. I wasn't being political. I was being a mother. I feel like your duty for the care of our students was not met that day. This is the same town hall where you stood and said that some kids are just bad. We had a brave student from Reno High who was attending raise his hand and tell you that he didn't agree with you calling kids bad. And you apologized, and I thank you for that. This doesn't sound like you have the best interest of our students. You need to be student-centric in your duties as a trustee. I voted for you. I had no choice. You were running against Scott Kelly, who had been alleged activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Berman. We appreciate you being here.
Val White, Cliff Nellis, Darla Lee. Cliff Nellis, Darla Lee, Terry Kolsnick.
Welcome, Mr. Nellis.
Oh, thank you. Mrs. Smith, I am highly offended by the way you introduce these meetings. I thought you were just talking about the land belonging to the Paiutes where there were schools. And you were saying that all of this land, is that what you're saying? I don't quite get it. It seems like, I mean, one time we had some Paiute folks here, and I thought, okay, that's fine. Do we really need to kowtow to them every time? Did you know there was a tribe called the Sitka? They were red-headed people. Sarah Winnemucca in her book wrote about them and how they were conquered by a confederacy of tribes that basically did genocide on them. We don't know the history and how far back it goes. But I've done some studying. I think the Paiutes only go back about 500 years. The Seneca were exterminated about 100 years ago. My point in saying this is that's liberal ideology. We all have to apologize for stealing the land from the Indians. And that's being crammed down our kids' throats all the time. We have one man here that represents us with a conservative ideology. And you guys are attacking him today. And I sure hope you don't vote to censor him or something like that. I mean, she's talking about a meeting. I just was at a Rayleigh's on Wedge Parkway. And Jeff had this young student that worked, that went to Galena, that worked in the Delhi area. He comes forward and know what he tells us? On any given day, 75% of the students at Galena are high on marijuana. Are you guys doing drug tests? Maybe you should do drug tests for these kids before they come to school. I said, how many of them are on meth and cocaine? Oh, only 15%. We've got some serious problems, a lot more than attacking the conservative trustee here. And some of you believe in God, and that's wonderful. You know what the atheists say? The atheists say we invented God. And there's a lot of, I think, religious people that have invented a God. That's not the true God. You know, we've had comments before that the true God is very offended when we offend one of these little ones who believe. You know, when these children are pure, children are good, and we're polluting their minds with a lot of this garbage, this liberal garbage. We call liberals. It's not. It's Marxist. It's polluting their minds with all kinds of lies and distortions of truth. And we need all sides represented, or we need two school districts. And I've talked about this before. We need the traditional American values to be taught. That's all I'm asking. Traditional American values, what are those? We don't even know what they are. We've been dumbed down. Please don't vote to censor Mr. Church.
Thank you, Mr. Nellis. I do want to clarify that censure is not on the agenda today.
Darla Lee, Terry Kolsnick, Janet Butcher. Terry Kolsnick, Janet Butcher, Todd Bailey.
Welcome, Ms. Butcher.
Thank you, Janet Butcher, for the record.
please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim, and I promise I will not scream and yell into the microphone. Thank you. One of the 10 Commandments says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." In other words, don't make up mistruths about other people, whether they're your neighbor or they're your trustee. Why would these ladies falsely accuse Trustee Church of this? Is it because it is an election year and they saw how false witness could discourage him from running? One should determine their motives. Every false allegation casts a shadow of doubt over legitimate claims. These women should be ashamed. Those who have legitimate claims, things like this diminish their claims. And I speak of this because I had a granddaughter who was truly sexually not harassed, but sexually assaulted at age 13. She had to false an attorney who ran her through the mill saying she wanted it at 13 years old. The false accuser, I can't read my own writing. The false accusers, if they didn't want their names to be exposed, then they should not have put themselves in that situation. It is time to punish false accusers. There is way too much of this going on in our society today. We're seeing it obviously now at all levels. We've seen it at the highest level of the highest office, and now we're seeing it down to local levels. So if these women didn't want any further scrutiny to be done, then they should not have done this. Now, who is behind this? What was their motivation? What was this about? Anyway, you know the right thing to do, but we know you've already predetermined. You've had your little back talks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butcher.
Todd Bailey, Scott Finley, Brooke Brooke Westlake.
Welcome, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to make sure I rise to affirm the auditor's independence here at the Washoe County School District. Many of you don't know, we used to have what was known as the doorknob campaign. This is over 10 years ago. And the doorknob campaign was essentially that we could not repair or build a new school until every single doorknob on every single classroom was fixed, because you had to go outside to lock the door. And so this went on for years, and I kept saying, why, this is ridiculous. Why can't we fix a school without the doorknob? Well, what the auditor found out is there was nepotism going on in the school district, and the way that was uncovered is somebody made the mistake of submitting a bill for Christmas Day. Nobody was working on Christmas Day, and that person was fired. So, independence for the internal auditor, absolutely. I would like to direct some comments to Mr. Church. Trustee Church, you are the accidental trustee. The only reason you're sitting in that seat, sir, is because the trustee before you could only think with his head, if you know what I mean. Okay? And while I may be sympathetic to some of the issues that you champion, your operational tactics are misguided. Sir, you are surrounded. Okay? You're behind enemy lines. You have no supply. You must withdraw what you're doing and retrench your position. Your job and battle is not with him, okay? And the battle with the other bots here at the table is for what's in their hearts and minds. It is your job to convince them that your issues are the ones they should be supporting. And if you can't do that, the battle is out there. Elect other trustees to this table so that your agenda can move forward. That's how you win. Okay? That's how it's done. And you have an opportunity to do that in 2024. There's another reason why the majority is after Jeff Church. He does not support DEI. He does not support diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that agenda is being implemented in the Washoe County School District today. It is why the majority is conducting a superintendent search in secret and will eventually select a superintendent who will advance the agenda of DEI. Nobody in Washoe County has ever voted for DEI. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Scott Finley, Brooke Westlake, Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome back, Mr. Finley.
Please enter my comment into the record pursuant to NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I am a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the United States Air Force. Again, the purpose of whistleblower protection is to ensure justice, not to provide camouflage for those who seek to execute injustices upon society in total secrecy. Direct evidence in the form of video footage obtained through a public records request directly proves that the female whistleblowers in question never interacted with Trustee Church. It is a direct fact that the women in question acted in bad faith and are not whistleblowers. Therefore, whistleblower protection does not apply. As there are no whistleblowers to retaliate against, by default, opening an investigation would not be a form of retaliation. The truth only intimidates those who fear it will uncover their treachery. Agenda item 3 is nothing more than an attempt by this board to gaslight its constituents and double down by attacking the character and professional competence of the real victim and whistleblower here, Trustee Church. How ironic is it that this board reached out to the ACLU who is now threatening costly litigation for an investigation if an investigation is open, when this same board accuses Trustee Church of costing the school district money through legal fees. You can thank Trustee Smith for her brilliant foresight in making sure to contact the ACLU. Is it that legal counsel would stand in contempt of the court out of principle, or that it knows complying with the demands of the court will inevitably result in a lawsuit that it knows it will lose? Trustee Church has exhibited exemplary character that if you try hard enough, you can achieve too. This is a good man. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Finley.
Brooke Westlake, Pablo Nava Duran, Valerie Wade.
Welcome back, Ms. Westlake.
Thank you. Brooke Westlake, for the record, please enter that in per NRS, not related to Colleen Westlake. Earlier comments were made by Ms. Berman about that September town hall meeting. I was actually there and I witnessed her verbally screaming at Jeff Church about what was going on in the schools. I will put that on record. I will put that in a court document for you because I witnessed the entire thing. She also pointed out that my ex-husband, Scott Kelly, was kicked out of office based on the community taking a stance after accusations came to light, but those accusations were supported by court documents and his own words. I'm a boy mom, age 5 and 14. Currently, I'm looking for other options for my youngest. My oldest will be going to high school in the fall. I'm raising boys. This is the exact kind of behavior I warned my 14-year-old son about a false accusation. There should be a zero tolerance policy for this within the district. We should all be so happy and lucky to have children who are healthy, as Trustee Mayberry pointed out. We should be focused on the students are learning, what they're learning. I'm going to share with you what my son's learning at 14. My oldest son, 14, in the 8th grade. He starts high school in the fall. Upon reviewing his most recent learning test scores, his reading score is at a 5th grade level. His math, 4th grade. Most recently, my son, at middle school, they had a code yellow for training. It was mistakenly turned into code red. I was made aware of this because I got a notification. My son kept calling my phone, and I finally answered and said, "Is everything okay?" And he said, "Yes, it is, but I need to tell you what happened today." His film teacher, who I have brought this up to the principal at his current school, during this code red, continued to scream at all the students, telling my son to shut the F up, and placed him in front of the main door where, had it been a code red, my son would have been shot and killed. That's what my son is currently learning in your guys' schools that I also went to. What's being made priority for my son is learning and teaching him how to draw LGBTQ flags and hang them in the hallways, where students then rip them down because they don't want to be sexualized at age 5 through 18. They want to go and learn. What should be focused on is math, reading, and writing. The only 2 flags that belong in any classroom in public funded money is the American flag and our state flag. I'll pray for each of you that this election season, when you guys lose, that you lose graciously, and that Jeff Church takes home the winning with 50% of the score in June.
Thank you, Ms. Westlake.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Navaduran.
Hello guys. So I will support 3.02, not step 2 whistleblower, but we should protect all students at no cost. So because Trustee Jeff Church attacked student from Gillian High School last year, that on next door that make me sick, and also like last week ago when Trustee Church falsely accused student as a gang member to say that shot up like at Worcester High School this week. So I understand why he wants the name of a whistleblower. So is your job to protect not just protect student, but protect your police, district police as well. So we must protect those who report innocent and involve inappropriate comment and conduct by other. But reading name, that will undermine the protection process afforded to the whistleblower. A promise of remaining protected against retaliation. Bottom line is Jeff Church is observing this false factory duty at the in the best interest his elected position. And what's good counts is to protect the name of a whistleblower. So, I got a present for you, Jeff Church. Go ahead, go on the website on thisisreno.com and look it up. Basically, Washington County School District should not be political divisive. If you ever read my articles, go ahead and read it. And I got a question for you. Those who, I guess, 3.02, go ahead. Go on thisisreno.com and go on and say, go on article, opinion, and then go on Bixby, Washington County School District should not be political divisive. So have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Navaduran.
Valerie Wade.
Welcome, Ms. Wade.
I want to start first because I'll probably run out of time because I have a lot of things to say. Thank you for the work that you are doing. Thank you for serving for our school board. The work you're doing is very, very important. It may not feel like that on a day like today, but the other things that you do all day, every day, or when you're up here making decisions for the board, or when you're communicating with staff or your constituents, is so important. And I appreciate it, and I thank you for serving. So I want to say that before I run out of time. It's been my experience here locally that a lot of old folks are unable or unwilling to navigate the modern workplace. There will always be elected officials that cannot or will not adhere to current employment laws, and they've changed. 40 years ago, This community had a elected official that refused to come into the office, required staff to come to his house to get a signature, and answered the door in his underwear. Nothing could be done. Public employers now have laws, federal laws, state laws, that they are required to follow when an employee files a complaint. Your obligation is to stick and adhere to your policies that allow some independent staff members to respond to those, investigate those, without the influence of elected officials. Because it's not our responsibility to say how that law is managed. It's your responsibility to monitor your staff and to ensure that they follow the policies that you've put in place to make certain that those complaints that you're legally obligated to respond to are handled in an appropriate manner. And last, since I have a minute, I would argue that publicly saying right here today, I don't want to release the names of the whistleblowers at this time is a threat of retaliation to any employee that works in a public building. That is a threat of a retaliation, and that is intimidation to anyone who maybe has something that they want to report to their employer, but now has someone up here saying, I don't want to say their name at this time, and the implication of that is they will when they decide they want to. So please, vote yes on this, follow your policies and procedures, and be the kind of employer that people will want to come and work for. Thank you. And thank you for the work you do. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wade.
The board received emails from the ACLU, Graham Reed, and Chris Knox.
All right, I'll bring it back to this board. Trustee Woodley?
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees affirms the independent discretion of the district's internal auditor, Kirk Starkey, and interim superintendent, Kristen McNeil, pursuant to all applicable district board policies and administrative regulations, denying Jeff Church's request for the district fund an external investigation into the protected speech of female whistleblowers, and to direct the internal auditor and or interim superintendent not to spend any district resources in conducting or to conduct an external investigation as requested by Jeff Church related to the whistleblowers' protected speech that would lead to and may have already created harassment of protected whistleblowers.
Madam President.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Woodley, and we have a second by Vice President Mayberry. And then I see we have two lights on for discussion on the motion. I'll go ahead and I'll start with Trustee Church, and then we'll go to Trustee Westlake.
Thank you. I don't want to try this legal case here, but I do want to walk the dog, an expression that a boss used to use. I think it's undisputed, it may not be, but I think it's undisputed that something happened. I was called into the office, here to the board. I was interviewed, talked to, whatever you want to call it, by Dr. Nicolette and Board President Smith for about a half hour. Prior to that, I requested a rep or a witness. If it was about me, that was not allowed. During that meeting, it was alleged that 2 employees in the parking lot of this building made comments that I had made inappropriate comments to them. As a result of that, eventually a video was pulled at my request, NRS 239 request, got the video. I think it's undisputed, the video shows 2 females, just as claimed, in the parking lot. At no point does any male approach them. At the same time, there I am typing away on the computer. They drive away. I go down the hallway. I drive away. I think that's undisputed, hopefully. The org chart shows the chief auditor is independent. He reports directly to the board. He's one of, I believe, only 2 positions that we as board members hire. And yet, who stood up at the podium but the general counsel, who is hired and works for the superintendent, whose job is, as he stated in writing, to protect the district. Clearly, that proves, in my mind, he's not independent. We're chief Chief Auditor Starkey to come up here and let me ask him questions. Yet we get the general counsel. I mean, if that's not proof of a lack of independence, then what is? I want to concur what I think most of us agree on again is false accusations, if there are faults, cause more harm than words can describe. The Me Too movement that I support, when somebody's accused of something, investigate and take action. When somebody does a false accusation, that puts them back eons. That's devastating to the movement for all those men or women or anybody accused of any kind of thing. Correction, for the accusers to be believed, because now it's tainted. So we all agree the harm that causes when you have false accusations. And by the way, there's plenty of case law on false accusations are not protected and they can be fired, et cetera, et cetera. So now comes an extremely troubling part. In the last portion, you heard Chief Counsel, General Counsel, talk about the 10-day delay that I made in reporting the Calvert matter while we tried to get the facts together, who, what, when, why, how. Is this true? This is extremely troubling, what I'm about to say. Extremely troubling. This morning, I had a talk with my attorney on the phone. It has come to light that a true whistleblower, and again, as I said to my attorney, I said, well, wait a minute.
Trustee Church, we're way off of the
No,
motion.
no, ma'am, not in any way, shape, or form.
For the motion to do this.
This is absolutely essential to this. I guarantee you.
Okay.
I guarantee you. The whistleblower indicated they had direct evidence of the fabrication of this matter. The whistleblower indicated they had direct evidence of a high-ranking person within the administration of this school district, at least one, being involved in that conspiracy. And I said, well, wait a minute, we got to get our ducks in a row. My attorney's advice was, no, we have to put it on the record so we're not accused of a cover-up. We're not accused of a delay. I'll be happy to name the name. I'd love to name the name of that person the whistleblower said. The whistleblower had specific details. The whistleblower had specific video that was shown. The whistleblower had specific details of the nature of that conspiracy. Who, what, when, why. If legal counsel says it's okay, I'll name the name.
This is not related to this
It's
motion.
100% related. We're voting on an investigation into false accusations. This is 1,000% related. And I am troubled because, again, I'm like, well, maybe we should wait. And my attorney said, no, we have to put it on the record because we'll get accused of cover-up or waiting or whatever. So I have direct knowledge of a whistleblower. Maybe we want to table this, I don't know, but I'm telling you I have direct knowledge of this whistleblower having direct knowledge of a conspiracy with the two females against me to fabricate this. Can I be any more clear?
Trustee Westlake, and then I'm going to call for the vote.
Thank you, President Smith. So my mind is just kind of boggled here. First of all, harassing and having a day in court would require that something would occur that would be harassment and that then would require a day in court. And conspiracy would actually have to be something that is conspired against someone, excuse me, to bring about a course of action to have punitive cause and effect. So, you know, facts are a funny thing. They don't lie. And the facts of the matter is that I find it hard to see where there was an intent to harass from the beginning, that there was a need for a day in court, that there was a conspiracy, because this was two women. Let's say wrong, right, wrong, indifferent, whatever. 2 women came forward. They were uncomfortable about something. They stated that it made them uncomfortable. They were asked if they wanted to do something. They didn't want to go any further. Therein lies the no need for a day in court. Therein lies no harassment, because it wasn't going to go out to public fodder to cause damages to Trustee Church. All that was asked, and I would appreciate this as a trustee, if I had said something that could cause me to have harm later on.
Trustee Westlake, we've got a lot of,
or
can you turn yours off for just one
or
moment?
harm to the district and then the community that I serve, I would want it brought to my attention. And just like the 2 whistleblowers, they get to say what they think is their truth, and then Trustee Church gets to say what his truth is. And maybe it just cancels each other out. Okay? Because it's not going any further.
Trustee Westlake, thank you so much. I want to be mindful of the sharing of information with this as well too, and then also making sure that our comment stays on, whether or not we're affirming the decision as well too.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
So that, I guess that's all I have to say, is that this has just snowballed from a little grain of sand into a mountain. And no harm was going to be done here until Trustee Church brought it out. So any harm following from that was brought upon himself to bring it out into the public.
All right. Trustee Nicolette, and then I do plan on calling for the vote.
Perfect, I can be quick. This is a good time to correct the record, and as Trustee Church and I had chatted several weeks ago, this is a good time to correct the record. Not sure how things got fussy, but they certainly did in the media. There's sometimes confusion, misunderstanding, and sometimes things are just written in not a way that tells the whole story. So to correct there was no form, there was no ask for a signature. There was no discussion between the 3 of us. President Smith did an excellent job of highlighting the situation very appropriately with the facts that could be shared. Jeff was very attentive and listened. And when the time was over, I asked Trustee Church if he would like to review my handwritten notes. That was my sole reason for being in the room as a third party. Trustee Church declined. He did not want to review my notes. And then I turned them over to legal counsel. So again, there was no form. There was no ask for a signature. And when I spoke with Jeff about this, because I wanted him to clear the record, because what was written in newspapers was not correct. And I asked my colleague if he would correct the record, and if he didn't, I would. And he said that because of the situation, of course it was very uncomfortable, his memory was a little fuzzy on that time, as it could be with anyone. So I graciously decided that I would correct the record so that the facts were honest and truthful, because I know that everyone in this room would really appreciate knowing the facts. We've used the word truth a lot today. The truth is there was no form, there was no ask for a signature. There was only an ask for a review of the notes, and it was declined. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. And on that note, I will call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion, as stated by Trustee Woodley and seconded by Vice President Mayberry, please say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
I abstain.
No. Can you explain why you're abstaining? Because we're actually taking the vote. So I said for the ayes or for the nays. So if there's no nays, then you can state why you're abstaining after I take the nays.
I read the disclosure into the record. I abstain.
Okay, so let the record show that Trustee Church has participated in the item and then is abstaining following the vote. All right, so the motion carries 6-0. Thank you all very much. That closes item 3.02, and we're now at 1:56 p.m. We're going to go ahead and take another break before we continue on with the second portion of today's meeting. So we'll go ahead and reconvene at around 2:10 p.m. Thank you so much. All right, before we go ahead and hit the gavel, I'm going to see we've got Trustee Woodley, and we've got everyone. All right, folks. It is 2:26 p.m., and I will call back to order this March 12th, 2024 regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. We've just wrapped up item 3.02, and now we're moving on to item 3.03. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. This is a presentation and discussion to provide updates regarding the superintendent search for the Washoe County School District by McPherson and Jacobson. And we welcome our presenters, Dr. Walt Cooper from McPherson and Jacobson, Katie Louise Weir, our Director of Professional Growth Systems and School Supports, and Kate Shum, our Interim Director of Talent and Employee Services. So we welcome up Ms. Weir and Dr. Cooper to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. It's good to see you all again. Thank you for having us back on the agenda and to share some information most specifically, today about the stakeholder feedback that we compiled, that you have that report. That's the report that's being projected currently. And I would just like to share, certainly we'll answer any questions that you have about any of the information that you read herein. But I just want to share, if you will, indulge me, just a few highlights, excuse me, question by question. And as I said, then we'll take any questions that you might have. Before I start, I also want to specifically thank Mrs. Weir for the shortened version, the front and back side executive summary, if you will. That was solely her idea, and it was a great idea given the context of all of this information that's in this report. So thanks very much for that thought and the work putting into that. So just as a very quick recap, remember in February we launched this survey shortly after Dr. Joel and I were here for our initial meeting. We kept it open for about 2 weeks. We had right at 550, almost 550 responses to the 4 narrative questions. We didn't do any kind of multiple choice prompt or anything, or a multiple choice selection or anything like that. There was just the 4 prompts. So we have the largest segment of this stakeholder report comes from the online survey to constituents, and then also I engaged with invited members of the executive leadership team to respond to some similar questions, not exact questions, but some similar questions to garner their perspective about the position in the district. And that's the second part of this report is from those 9 members of the ELT that responded to that we had Zoom conversations in that regard. So I want to you got JJ, you do? Okay, thank you. So as I said when I was here a couple of weeks ago, as we were just starting to put this together, it was only not even quite in draft form at that time. We were just starting to look at the information that K-12 Insight, who is our a vendor, a research partner with us, had managed the survey and gathered the data. I made the comment to you all that it was very clear to me from my engagement with all of you, both online here, online and here in person, as we started to build the blueprint for this, as we built phase 4, as we had all those conversations. You clearly have the pulse. You accurately have your finger on the pulse of the community in terms of what they see as important, what they believe are best things about this community, this school district, what they're looking for in the next superintendent. And I think I told you when we were here a couple of months ago that the most important thing that we like to see happen when we get to this point is that there is not a significant disconnect between the work that we've done with the board, with the trustees, and what we read in the stakeholder engagement. And I can tell you that there's not only that there is not a disconnect, it aligns so closely. It's great. I mean, everything is pointing exactly the right direction. So I want to highlight a couple of things just very quickly. I will not belabor and read any of this to you. I know that you can all read this. But when we asked, I will qualify this first question, and it's in that first paragraph where I talk about seemingly the confusion in the survey. So as we started reading through, I think there were 500 and there weren't exactly 545 responses to every question because none of them were forced responses. So I think there were like 520 something or so to this specific question. But as we started analyzing the data, it very clearly was a situation where folks read past the question and assumed the intent of the survey, which is still there, right? The intent of this question 2 was, you know, what do you most want to see, the characteristics that you most want to see. That's an understandable intent in a survey like this. So they read past the question, I'm assuming. They read past the question, went right into the narrative box and started talking about traits and characteristics and skills and that sort of thing. So we parsed those out, moved those responses into question 2 because they clearly fit responses to that question. So there are a lot more responses to question 2, but then the 200 or so responses really that were germane to this prompt we kept in there. Over and over and over, the themes of the community being very supportive, being very dynamic, being very engaged, resonates through there really isn't any one of the questions, either to the ELT or to the stakeholder survey, that didn't emanate and rise through there many times. There's the fifth bullet down there, there's obviously recognition that this is a leadership challenge. It's very, given the recent history in the district, turnover, other issues, it is seen as a leadership challenge. I don't think anybody would debate that, but over and over and over, that is paralleled with leadership opportunities. You saw, if you read through this, that many times the district is described as being ripe for change, the opportunity for a leader to really make an impact, really being hungered for strong leadership, so that those two are, as I said, they're paralleled, and that's really a good sign. I do want to highlight on page 2 that the bottom, it's a little bit unclear, where it says diverse and growing student population. That does not, the way that that's written is a little bit confusing because it does not mean to reference an empirically growing student population. It is a student population growing in diversity. So the modifiers are a little misplaced in that headline there, but I apologize for that. I should have caught that earlier. To question 2 then, and again, the summary paragraph there on question 1, I just, in my notes off to the side, there really is just a very general sense of continual optimism that rises through the comments in each of these questions. Question 2 then is the one that really had the greatest number of responses, not only just by itself, but then also as we merged the appropriate responses from question 1. And the first bullet there is of no surprise to anyone, I'm sure. Repeatedly, just over and over and over, there's looking for a strong desire for a commitment to this school district and to this county. Interestingly enough, there was a real balance in the data about whether that is a result of someone who was already here, so meaning either an internal candidate or a local resident, versus someone who just can clearly demonstrate that they will honor a commitment, a long-term commitment, become part of this community communication, shared decision-making, all of those things that come from being part of a community and embedded in that community resonate all the way through this report. So I found that was interesting that the ultimate objective, regardless of where the person comes from, the ultimate objective is having somebody who will make a clear, definitive commitment to this community and live up and honor that commitment is really the driving point there. Interestingly enough, that second bullet, there was repeated interest in having experience as a teacher and a school administrator. That came over and over and over in the feedback. What I think is also interesting in there is what it doesn't say, right? We did not see a lot of feedback that encouraged superintendent experience, or not encouraged, but that highlighted previous superintendent experience as important, right? So leadership, woven through this from start to finish, education experience, an educator, understanding what teachers deal with on a daily basis, having walked the walk, if you will, school administrator, right, being the leadership facet of that, we thought was highly interesting. So,
Dr. Cooper,
yes.
I think that's a great point, and so I just want to clarify. These results to you indicate an openness from the community for potential finalist candidates who may be coming into this role for the first time but have the right stuff to match what we need as a community and as a district. Because I think that's interesting, because like in the past we've heard that members in the community very tightly wanted someone who had previously been a superintendent. So I just want to kind of highlight that, because this is, of course, new, different search, different time. So I find that really interesting and important to know.
Katie Louise Weir, Director of Professional Growth Systems and Interim Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. President Smith, I think this speaks to Joe Rodriguez's question a couple times ago about our previous data from 2 years ago or 3 years ago when we conducted our search. That's a stark difference. So in the day that it was presented from the community and the input in that survey about 3 years ago, there was a very clear through line of wanting an experienced superintendent. We don't see that in the initial data from the community in this survey. So that's an important distinction there.
Yes, thank Walt Cooper for the record. And as I said, that many times equally as important as what resonates and surfaces in these comments from community stakeholders is what doesn't resonate, right? What doesn't rise, and to your point, that was nobody said previous superintendent experience is unimportant, right? It just didn't make the trend. And then again, the community engagement. You can couch this in many different ways under many different monikers, right? But the fact of being present, part, and engaged in the community is over and over. It really doesn't matter what the question is. Folks find a way to weave that into their responses, and that shows us how important that is to them. So question number 3 asks about significant opportunities. When you read question 3 and question 4, leapfrogging to question 4, that asks about the challenges. There are many similarities between these two questions and the responses here. The general theme that differentiates the two is that when we ask about opportunities, and it's interesting because respondents, I think, clearly understood the difference between this question and question 4, unlike we had some problem with the wording on question 1. The responses that fell into question 3 really sort of talked about things that exist, right? They may be challenges or problems, but also the opportunities that come alongside for someone to enact or lead or change, right? So they, in more simple terms, they sort of come with an idea of something that needs to happen and then the suggestion of how that could happen. as opposed to when we get into question 4, it's really just about, well, this is a problem and we don't know how to fix, right? Hopefully somebody will come in and know how to address this. And so as you look through the responses to question 3, it will also not be a surprise to you that many of the challenge or the opportunities that exist here are opportunities to right current situations that aren't great, right? So staff morale, what we all experience when we have leadership churn, those kinds of things are seen as opportunities that they're challenges, yes, but challenges that are temporary because there are opportunities to fix those. And people believe that the right leader, I think, can fix those. Again, in this question, you see leadership and community engagement, and so it's there's no way to deny that's at the top of everybody's list. And then the idea of just systemic issues, right? In a district this size, there will never be any shortage of systemic issues that need to be either fixed, adjusted, transitioned, and there's clear indication of that. And then question 4, the last question posed to the public, was about the most significant challenges. And as you see, many of these, the leadership, stability, and trust, the morale and employee retention, culture and political pressure, all of those types of things we see many times are very common where we have significant leadership turnover and seeming unrest or instability within the organization. The other things that we would be surprised if we didn't see, comments around student safety and mental health, but that's there again, community engagement and communication. And then the last thing I will say about the online survey is it's the third bullet from the bottom, the cultural and political pressures. The summary that we crafted here was navigating the diverse culture and political landscape. I found it very interesting that in my mind and in review of this data, I don't know that I've ever seen as much balance to these comments as we read in the Washoe survey. Usually, if I don't know anything really about a community and I read about the culture, political diversity, whatever it might be, I can almost tell what the political culture or climate is of a community. And what I mean by that is it typically more conservative than progressive? Is it more left than right? Is it more, and it reads to me as if Washoe County is like this, almost this perfect balance, right? This 50-50 sort of thing. It was, now we have, just 550 responses on this relative to a county of, how many, 1 million people probably. But I characterize that because that usually is not what we see in this. We usually see, not that one is good or one is bad, but we usually see comments that are heavily weighted to one perspective or the other, one ideology or the other, and we just didn't see that in this one. Would you like me to pause and take questions on the online survey or go directly to the ELT?
I think we can just continue on,
Okay.
and I'll keep an eye out for anybody's lights.
Okay. Katie, did you have anything to add? Okay. So the second half of the report is from the leadership team one-on-one conversations. And again, there were just uncharacteristic parallels between the online community survey and what I heard from the leadership team. And the overriding part about what I heard from the leadership team, I put in the room when I was here last, and I think I said that whoever you hire, whoever you nominate as your next superintendent is going to be very lucky to come alongside the folks that I've gotten to know here, and especially after I had the opportunity to talk through some of these issues with them. but there are so many parallels between the community survey and the executive leadership team survey, and those parallels are around really a hunger for strong leadership, optimism, recognition that things have not been great community-wide for a number of years based on what has transpired inside. When I say community-wide, I mean school community-wide. Yet nobody's given up, right? Nobody has just said this, this place is broken, nobody's going to want to come here. I don't know why anybody would come here. That sense is not there at all. And there is, to a person, of the folks that engaged in these conversations, no one is looking toward, oftentimes we get a little parochial and want to resist change, and even if the status quo isn't great, the status quo is a little more comfortable than the change. And throughout all of these conversations, folks are ready to roll up their sleeves, they're ready to work hard, they're ready to move forward with initiatives that make sense. And I think one of the most important things that I heard from leadership team members here when I say, why would somebody want to come to Washoe County as the superintendent? The thing that struck me is the opportunity for a leader, an effective leader, to make a real impact. If someone wants to really make a strong impact on the future of students, if they want to make a strong impact on the culture of the organization, if they want to make a strong impact to this community, that opportunity exists here with this leadership team, heard over and over and over about comments about strong staff at the building level, both leadership and faculty. And so that was the precursor to my comments about somebody is going to be very lucky to inherit these folks on their cabinet. Question 2 asked about other reasons why they would want to come here. I certainly don't want to undersell the idea of the community and taxpayer support, very specifically with the passage of WC1. In my 16-year tenure as superintendent in Colorado Springs, I had 6 opportunities to go to the voters with either for operational or capital expense. Reading this and thinking, wow, that won't have to happen here is a really, really important piece. And we've been talking about that a lot with folks, Trustees. And again, just the success potential. You see that term in there resonates over and over and over, the positive outlook and momentum. And then finally, we also asked about challenges and skills in the next superintendent. And there is, if I would sum this up in one thing, there is this really strong desire for someone to come in to lead this district that will come alongside the leaders currently here. And if that leader has really strong leadership acumen, folks see that as the key to moving forward with many of the things, many of the implementation of the strategic, operationalization of the strategic plan, implementation of initiatives, whatever it might be. But as we read through this, things that we know are at the heart of good leadership, good cultural leadership, that's what people are seeking. And I believe, this is fully anecdotal on my part, but I believe that that's one reason, maybe the primary reason, why we didn't see a lot of comments about specific job experience. We saw many more general comments about leadership characters and leadership acumen and leadership skills, because folks recognize those are much more important maybe than having done the specific job before. And so, which I think is the right approach for what that's worth. It also broadens your candidate pool, quite frankly. At the end of the day, you have greater choices.
Just want to say thank you on behalf of the board for recognizing the talent that we have on our team and for the value that they offered. And this goes, of course, not just for our anonymous community members, but for this portion about the executive team members that they would be inheriting. Something that this board has talked about quite a bit is that being comfortable in status quo is not something that we're interested in. We have and will continue to push forward because we are interested in growth and being better every single day. So I do want to say thank you for recognizing the value of the team and the strength of their professionalism as well. They know that as a board that that's the direction that we're looking to go in, and so it's good to hear that they're embracing that.
So I will take any questions that you have, or if there's anything that was confusing to you and seemingly you need clarification. I will say that this is now posted on the McPherson-Jacobson website and for access to candidates. So any potential candidate, I'm sure you will post this as well on the search process, but all candidates have direct access to this as they work through the final part, if they have not already submitted, work through the final part of their applications and then preparations for other activities down the road. So happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Thanks. Thank you, sir. Dr. Joel interviewed all of us as well. And I may have missed this. It's been a long morning. But where did that data wind up? Was it intertwined in some of this, or is that primarily information for you to use as you embark on this search?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Walt Cooper. Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. So it's the latter. So the one-on-one trustee conversations that we have is Dr. Joel and I debrief around that, and we use that as background information in our search processes. It's not part of the stakeholder feedback necessarily. Not necessarily. It's not part of the stakeholder feedback in the sense that it's not integrated into this report. We use that information more as part of our compass as we're doing our work on the back end. And that's why we did not, that's why we don't, we split it so that Dr. Joel did all of the trustees and I did all of the ELT as opposed to split half and half or whatever.
When you mentioned that you hope it will be on our website, I looked over at Michelle Anderson and she nodded yes. So there'll be many avenues to access the information.
Trustee Wesley.
Thank you, President Smith. So Dr. Cooper, when the interview that Dr. Joel did with all of us, did you find that we're in alignment with what the stakeholders were saying and what they were putting out there as what they'd like to see?
Yeah, so the answer to that is yes. While obviously there were, individuals will have certain priorities and certain perspectives, the simple answer to that, Trustee Wakely, is yes. And that's what when I was here, even as we were drafting this, right, even as we just had K-12's report and before I wrote this, we had already debriefed about his conversations and mine, and we were like, everybody gets it, right? I mean, everybody, somebody might like green and somebody might like blue, but at the end of the day, yes, there is large agreement and solid alignment.
All right. Are we going to continue on?
I have, yes. So if there are no more questions, I just have one more piece of this. So remember, when I was here at the end of February, and we went through that phase 4 design, one of your tasks was around interview question development. And so the deadline for that, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it was March 31. And the reason that we pushed that to March 31 is because we wanted you to have this information of you as opposed to, or not as opposed to, in concert with all other pieces of information that you have. So as you digest this, as you go through and look at the work that we did in that phase 1 brainstorming session, all of those kinds of things, remember that we're asking each trustee to submit to me, just directly with email, submit to me your 2 preferred questions. I would suggest that the other piece that you lay aside with the stakeholder report and anything else that you use is the rubric. By the time we get through to final interviews, you know, there may be questions or opportunities for you to learn much more about item 3 on the rubric than you do about item 6, for example. That's fine. We're not trying to make sure that we have, you know, a really, really deep dive on all of those. I think there were 16 or something. I mean, some of that you're just going to gain from looking at videos, some of it you're going to gain from forum experiences, some from your direct interviews, all of that. But please just keep that as a reminder of where we started this with your most specifically desired characteristics. Balance that with the stakeholder report, and then meet your homework deadline of the 31st.
Katie Louise Weir, Director of Professional Growth Systems and Interim Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. Just a reminder for interested potential applicants who are watching the board meeting live, we have about 1 week left for the submission of your application through the McPherson and Jacobson website. So just want to remind everybody that deadline is also upcoming. Homework, if you're a potential applicant, have about a week left.
Thank you. And that's great, because I was like, plug, there's still a week. And remember, this was all done by design. In terms of the timing, it was very important to Trustee Nicolette that we move up the timeline for the survey so that we would be able to get this information out to the community with time for people to consume that information and potentially go both ways. Because I would like to remind everyone that this is not just about us hiring a superintendent. This is about finding a match between an individual who will be an incredibly important part of our community and serve the district and our children. And so by the information that they've learned today, they will also get a feel for their own abilities and talents and how that aligns with us. If we could go back to the questions, and we can clarify this, you know, with an email to the board as well, that the individual trustees will be emailing you, Dr. Cooper, the 2 questions. And so this is not something that we will be writing to all of our colleagues about. You'll be independently submitting 2 questions for consideration to Dr. Cooper. And this is not something that I'll be reviewing with the board. I am a point of contact, but this is something that I will be doing exactly the same as all 6 of my colleagues. And then Dr. Cooper, in consultation with our district staff, will of course review suitability based on legal questions and also balance. And then can you clarify that we'll then hear back on this as well, or you will work with individual trustees if there are questions or next steps with that after March 31st. Can you explain that a little bit? The reason why I say that, folks, is because we don't have a second meeting currently scheduled in March. Our next meeting is not until April 9th, and I do want the community and this board to fully understand, because there is not another regular scheduled meeting until after this March 31st deadline.
Yeah, so thank you, Walt Cooper, for the record. Thank you for that, President Smith. So, yes, I will work individually with trustees and this will invariably happen, right? Invariably, 3 of you are going to submit one of your 2 questions that are worded almost identically. So we're going to have some redundancy. So I will circle individually. We do not want to, so one of the reasons that we do it this way is we want to make sure that we hold these questions in strict confidence so that we have pure equity and fidelity to the interview process and the candidates, right? We don't want to craft these as a public document that everyone sees, including the candidates, before we actually get to the interviews. So in the event that I receive 14 suggested questions and there are 5 clear redundancies in there, I will circle back and say, hey, send me another one, right? We've got this one covered, send it, and we'll work through until we craft the right balance to make sure that we touch as many points on that rubric as we can, that we've honored everybody's voice from behind the dais of what they think is important to put in front of candidates and hear the answers to those questions. And then, as I said, I'll work with Katie Louise and Kate and with council to make sure that everything is appropriate and T's are crossed and I's are dotted. But yes, so that you all have my email directly, but if you need it more handy than you have it, we'll make sure that happens.
And that might be helpful to just send an email individually to each of the trustees, not together. And then, if I may, after those questions are selected and the trustees get back their individual questions, may I also make the suggestion that at that time, each of the trustees also have an individual session with you to also talk through the public interview process. Just as a reminder, for the last time we did the superintendent search, our finalists were virtual, whereas this time, this Board of Trustees has chosen to do in-person interviews with our finalists, which is a different approach than we did last time. And I feel that, in talking through that, of course, with your guidance, since you're the point of contact on this, that the trustees be offered an opportunity for an individual session with you about our own individual roles. This would not be coaching for us in a public space, but rather individually, so that we have that opportunity to work with you and learn from you about this.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Then after we get on the other side of the deadline for submitting the questions, it would be great, if we just worked with you the same way we worked with you individually to schedule. Okay. All right. Well, does anybody have any other questions? Because we don't meet again until after the deadline here.
And just one final commercial. Due Friday, right? Applications for the job? Okay, that's why I wanted to make sure I screwed that up. So next Tuesday is the deadline, a week from today. Got it. Thank you.
All right. Trustee Woodley, I don't see your hand up, but I always like to make sure to go to somebody that's on Zoom. Okay, good. I see a head nod for no. And so we just want to say thank you so much. This is incredible work. We're so very grateful for you and very grateful for all the people that have submitted their thoughts, both through the survey and then also to this board individually as well, too. So thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Cooper, for continuing to invest in your personal presence with us in these meetings. I will tell you that it definitely conveys investment and personal attention, which is something that our community absolutely deserves in this process. Thank you. All right, so that closes item 3.03 and closes section 3 in its entirety. And now we will move on to our next section. These are the finance items. And we will begin with item 4.01. This is discussion and possible action to adopt Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-004, a 2024 school improvement bond resolution authorizing the district to issue its general obligation, also known as a limited tax, school improvement bonds series 2024A in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $150 million. This is an item for possible action. And we welcome up our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Trustees, as you said, this resolution in front of you would authorize the issuance of up to $150 million of what we call in Nevada rollover bonds. These are property tax pledged bonds. In February, you'll remember you approved the demolition and rebuild of Vaughn Middle School and improvements to the Central Transportation Yard. Those projects total roughly $170 million, and they're included in the current capital improvement plan. These bonds would go to help finance those two projects. We were able to downsize the issuance of these bonds. The resolution authorizes up to $150 million, which is shy of the $170 million cost of those two projects, and in fact, we probably will only issue a face amount of $130 million. And the reason we were able to do that is you took action previously in the year to cancel or defer certain capital projects in our capital improvement plan, so we'll use the savings of those deferred or canceled projects to help pay for, again, Vaughn Middle School and the Central Transportation Yard. So again, these are rollover bonds. They are paid by revenues generated by the school district debt rate on your property tax bills. These will be 30-year bonds with an interest rate roughly right now we think about 3.5%, annual debt service of around $10.5 million. After your approval, hopefully today, we will go to our rating agencies, Moody's and Standard & Poor's, to get a rating on these bonds. Don't expect any surprises there. And then we will sell the bonds in early May. And then lastly, in terms of future affordability, as we indicated in the staff report, we are quite comfortable in seeing property tax revenues exceed by a fair margin our annual debt service on rollover bonds. So we're good there. And so with that, I'll answer any questions, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. Seeing no lights, JJ, do we have any public comment on item 401?
We do not.
All right. Again, seeing no lights on, I'll look for a motion on item 401. Trustee Church? Vice President Mayberry?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees adopt Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-004 A2024A School Improvement Bond Resolution.
I second.
There were a lot of seconds. I would give it to Trustee Westlake, but thank you. I love the enthusiasm for the bond resolutions. So we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry, second by Trustee Westlake. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. That closes item 401, and now we'll move on to item 402. This is the discussion and approval of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-005, a resolution providing for 1, the issuance of a general obligation, limited tax, medium-term bond, Series 2024, in an aggregate amount not to exceed $2,300,000 for acquiring school buses for the district. 2, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bond. And 3, authorizing the superintendent or chief financial officer of the district to accept a binding bid for the bond. This is an item for possible action, and we still have before us Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mark Mathers.
Thank you again. So you'll recall annually for many, many years, the district has issued medium-term bonds, which state law defines as having a term of less than 10 years to finance acquisition of our school buses. And that's what we're doing here. So in January, this board held a public hearing to authorize us to go to the Department of Transportation and begin the process to issue these bonds, which is a requirement for medium-term notes. The Department of Taxation has approved the transaction, so we're ready to move forward. Again, this is for the issuance of $2.3 million, which will help us buy 11 buses. So the bond resolution in front of you will authorize the CFO or the superintendent to issue these bonds in the future, and we expect to issue them later this spring. And these bonds are paid by our Government Services Tax Capital Project Fund, not the general fund. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Trustee Woodley.
Yes, Madam, I'm ready to make a motion.
I would love that after we do public comment. JJ, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, Trustee Woodley, you're up.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-005, a resolution providing for 1, the issuance of general obligation limited tax medium-term bond, Series 2024, for acquiring school buses for the district in an aggregate amount not to exceed $2,300,000. 2, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bond, and 3, authorizing the superintendent or chief financial officer of the district to accept a binding bid for the bond.
Second.
All right, this time we have Trustee Woodley with our primary motion, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. So everybody got to share on those two. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. And now we'll roll on to the last item in this particular section, and this is item 4.03. This is the presentation and discussion regarding the district's fiscal year 2024-25 budget process and status, including review of recommendations for the use of the General Fund Strategic Plan Implementation Budget of $10 million, possible action to direct the superintendent to analyze and report back to the board specific budget issues, items, or other changes to the recommended general fund strategic plan implementation budget, and the district's fiscal year 2024-25 budget process. This is an item for possible action. And we have an entire lineup of leaders with us, including Ms. Jennifer Van Tress, Mr. Joe Ernst, Dr. Paul LaMarca, and Mr. Mark Mathers.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Dr. McNeil, trustees. It is my pleasure to kick off this item. I will quickly turn it over to our management team, who will lead the discussion of recommended budget proposals. But first, I want to just kind of give, again, some brief introductory remarks. Again, we are linked here in the budget process to the WCSD promise, which you see in front of you. That does, in fact, guide our budget process, as we'll talk about, as does the strategic plan. Very simple agenda. We will go through all of our budget recommendations for the remaining $10 million allocated for the strategic plan implementation. Then Joe will talk about evaluation, which is an important step, and then we'll move on to your deliberation and next steps. So I think we would all acknowledge the unprecedented and historic nature of what the board has considered over the last 2 months and today. You'll recall last year the legislature and governor approved really historic increases to K through 12 funding, including to Washoe County School District. And this board very prudently allocated $10 million for implementation of our new strategic plan. That was a forward-looking, very prudent fiscal action we took last year, and now here we are. So again, over the last 2 months, you've made a series of decisions regarding immediate needs, utilizing the current year allocation for strategic plan monies. In the last board meeting, you took actions to approve use of the English learners weighted funding. But today, as I said, the management team will be presenting the remainder of our recommendations for that $10 million. And what really guides us throughout is this, in fact, the strategic plan, and here are the 5 goals of that strategic plan. When you allocated the $10 million, it was a very prescribed motion that you made, and that was to earmark those monies for implementation of the plan. It wasn't to do everything for everyone. And so, right, we absolutely, the management team contained ourselves to these strategic plan goals, and we asked in each and every case, what does that budget proposal do to align and help implement each of those goals? And underneath each of these goals, there were action items. So we asked ourselves repeatedly during the course of our discussions, how does it match up to each of those goals? And if it didn't, unfortunately, it was, scored lower and fell into a lower tier of recommendations. So I wanted to kind of explain that to you. It was this provided a very disciplined way for us to look at proposals, and we followed that all the way through. We had very passionate discussions on budget proposals, very vigorous and very rigorous discussions of each and every proposal that you'll see here today. And one thing I want to say here, a lot of times it may appear that our budget process is kind of finance driven, and when there are reductions we had to make in the past, that's probably a fairly accurate descriptor. Here, though, we really used a different strategic budgeting approach, and this was the entire management team's recommendations. Yes, the business office kind of guided the discussions, and we configured and sifted through and allocated monies to the different funding sources and do what we do. But in terms of the recommendations in front of you, I want to make sure you understand, which is why these gentlemen and this lady will be presenting items to you. These are their recommendations for how to move the district forward pursuant to the strategic plan we adopted last June. This was a collective management team recommendation and approach. Very proud of how the management team worked together so well. Again, lots of passionate discussions because $10 million doesn't go as far as you would hope. But this represents a consensus recommendation to you. Just to go back again, one really important thing about this budget process that I want to praise this board and the district about is the fact that in my experience in the area, many agencies go through a strategic planning process, but they never attach dollars to it. They never talk about how they're actually going to have to appropriate monies to implement those steps in the strategic plan. And yet there's lots of academic literature that talks about the necessity of doing that. A plan without a budget behind it isn't a plan. And so by allocating that $10 million and by management going through the process and identifying specific budget requests to help walk through and implement those items underneath each strategic plan goal, we can make the strategic plan feasible. Otherwise, if this was maybe what a more common experience has been in the area, we'd have a strategic plan and no way to get there. And that's not the case here. So I think that's really important to acknowledge. Again, we appreciate your decision to allocate $10 million last year for implementation of the strategic plan. So, and I also want to kind of underscore there was a balance here or trade-offs that we had to go through. Again, $10 million doesn't go nearly as far as you would hope. In some respects, we had to balance the need to, what one of my colleagues has said, fortify the system. So we know because of the lack of funding prior to last year, we've had to use, chewing gum and baling wire to construct a budget. And in many cases, we have really core positions of the district that are funded by multiple funding sources. And so we wanted finally to get away from that very fragmented funding approach when possible, but we also wanted to consider additions to the system and largely that means additional positions, in some cases, additional software or non-personnel costs, largely new positions to again go at a reasonable pace and cadence to expansion of services. So there was a healthy tension there and balance there, again, between fortifying the system, if you will, versus expansion of services and bringing higher level services, especially to high needs schools. So that was an interplay we saw throughout the process. So in terms of the format of this presentation, what we will do is go through goal by goal the strategic plan. So we'll start with goal 1, then move on to goal 2 and goal 3. And underneath each strategic plan goal, in the strategic plan document itself, there's an action item. And so for each action item, we will show you the recommendations, including the funding source and the total cost to implement each action item. And so what you have, and that's very colorful 11 by 17 document. We used the same colors as the strategic plan. It wasn't just finance coming up with these colors. You will see, for example, goal 1, and then under the column actions, those are actions identified in the strategic plan, and then if you go across, those are all the budget proposals to implement each action item. So you will see for every action item, there's at least one item we're recommending to you, in most cases multiple items. But those are the concrete specific steps to implement each action item. So I hope that's clear. I will now turn it over, I believe, to Jen Van Trust to go over goal number 1. Again, I just want to acknowledge not just the people here at the table who will be talking about these items, but there was a whole team behind each of these individuals, and they came to the meetings in many cases, sometimes not, but in many cases they did. So Paul's team was behind this, and Joe's team and Dr. Parks' team were all behind this in terms of developing recommendations. So I want to acknowledge their work in developing really a comprehensive, really significant plan.
I'd like to welcome Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mark. I just want to compliment our entire team for putting the strategic plan budget together, and that I'm sure that the trustees have done their homework. They had a lot of homework. We just asked our proposed superintendents to do their homework, and I know that you all did your homework as well. So brevity is the key word today for the presentation, so thank you all very much.
Thank you, Interim Superintendent McNeil, President Smith, members of the board. Thank you very much for this afternoon. I am Jennifer Van Trest. I'm the Associate Chief over Specialized Instruction, which includes early childhood. So I'm here to start us off with Goal 1, which is our Strong Start Child. So basically, in a nutshell, what we're looking at here is our alignment between our preschool programs. This includes our community preschool programs, not just the Washoe County School District programs, and an alignment between those programs, kindergarten, all the way up through 3rd grade. So we really want to make sure that we're able, through this goal, to be able to address all of our youngest learners' needs, and be able to address also our read by grade 3. Remember, we do have state law that requires us to be accountable for having our students learn to read by grade 3. So this is part of our Goal 1. Just as a reminder, the three items on this slide you have already approved. Thank you for that. This includes shifting our pre-K grant-funded money over into our weighted funding. And one of the reasons for this is we currently have at least, if not more than 35 grant-funded pre-K programs. These 35 programs are mostly targeted to address our students' needs whose families are above the 200% poverty level. So this hits a very high need of our community to make sure that we are able to provide access to effective pre-K programs to address this need. But we also have families that are not at that 200% poverty level that we also need to be able to support them. And the third item there, where we can add our new pre-K programs, will allow us to expand our opportunities for more children in our district. We are on that last budget item, that 2.2, that will be a phased-in approach. I would love to say that my team and I have the capacity to open 15 new early childhood programs in 1 year, which is what that money will fund, but that's a lot of programs. So we will be using a phased-in approach to 3 to 4 programs per year, with the hope to open all of those as possible, because as you know, we do have a community need for preschool programs in our area. This is one of the ways that our school district is able to support our community needs for our youngest learners.
I think that's very exciting. I know her light is not on, but I'm going to call on Dr. Nicolette to offer some thoughts. Before I do that, though, this is just a suggestion as we move forward with our budgetary decisions and going forward, and I know we'll be continuing this conversation in the future. It may be helpful for me, or I should say it would be helpful for me, and it may be helpful for our community in future budget meetings to see how many new positions we are continuing to fund. We talk very often about the importance of people and the critical nature of having professionals directly in service to our children. And it would be very nice to get, if maybe an approximate number of positions that we are adding overall in these plans as well, because I feel like a number like that would be very compelling for our community to see how we are serving them in our dollars. And again, this wouldn't just be for people in direct instruction of our students, because of course we do have some people who work in roles in support of our professionals, but I think that the community should see that this budget is going towards the additional people that will be serving us in our district. So that's just a suggestion.
Thank you, President Smith. Actually, I can give you, so the 2.2 is, we would be 15 new teacher positions, early childhood teacher positions, and 15 paraprofessionals or assistants into the programs. So a total of 30 new teacher aide positions going in for our school district. The 3.75 is designed for, we have, 35 programs that are grant funded currently. While that would cover most of the cost, we do have some balancing out with the Nevada Ready Pre-K program and our ESLIP program, which is the Governor Lombardo's early childhood grant. And so we would be working with our grant department as well as our budget department to even that out, to make sure that we're still able to address all of our needs through the grants and through our weighted funding. So 35, and then with the assistance, that's a total of 70 positions that would be balanced between all of the grants and the.
And that is exactly why going forward in April, I would love for us to start having a number of all of these. And then I would love to defer to Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you. Numbers are good. I agree. I just want to say that many years and many people are behind all this work, and I want to applaud Tina Springmeyer for one, that she has cobbled together, she and our grants department and others have cobbled together many grants to make what we have now happen. Further, what has been a wonderful opportunity for not only Washoe County School District, but for our community, is our community members working together, because we long ago recognized and agreed that kiddos that come to Washoe County School District come from many different places. And it was important for us to understand those places, understand the children, the teachers that were in those young children's lives, and also their parents and families. And so this has been a very long time coming, and I want to applaud Washoe County School District, our partners in the community, the state of Nevada, the Early Childhood Council, Advisory Council. A lot of people have worked together to make great things happen for our children, and we haven't stopped. In fact, we're just growing, and I appreciate that.
And I promise, I didn't pay Dr. Nicolette to, team up that next slide that's going to pop up here. But on this slide, the next slide is the action about building a countywide network for early learning programs. That first bullet item in blue, which is one of the budget items that we're asking for you to approve today, is to shift our early childhood director's position into a general fund to stabilize the funding. This actually is Tina Springmeyer's position. And as you said, we have cobbled together our early childhood program through numerous different funding over the years. For example, this early childhood director position is currently funded out of 4 different funding sources. So we would be asking that as part of our recognition and support for Goal 1 and the Strong Start, that we also recognize the importance of our staff. And that being that we recognize the importance of having our early childhood director not have to worry about where her funding is coming every year, and the recognition of her, the importance of her position with Washoe County School District. So thank you for that. The second one, or the other part on that I would like to point out again that Trustee Nicolette pointed out, was our collaboration with our community. We actually held our first P3 learning series on Saturday. Thank you, Dr. McNeil, for kicking that off, which was a collaborative effort between our community providers, including the Early Childhood Advisory Committee, the University of Nevada, Reno, the Children's Cabinet, and we had over 100 teachers and community providers, home care providers, attend a professional learning series on childhood development. That is part of the work that Washoe County School District is doing with our community providers to build the network. We can't do this alone. We need our community providers to also have an understanding of what we need our children when they enter kindergarten through third grade. They need to have that understanding. We need to work collaboratively through that. So thank you for that. We also, again, Kindergarten Jumpstart, which is, you'll see there isn't a budget cost on this. Part of what we are looking at is what does this look like for Washoe County School District? And so as we continue to reflect on what does it mean to have do a Kindergarten Jumpstart, what does exactly that mean? We have a lot of work that doesn't cost us money that is already happening. For example, we're already working with our collaborative and our programs to help teach, help give them the idea of what we want to see when kindergartners start school. So that work is already in process through our P3 coordinator, Casey, our interim is Casey Edgington currently. She's already started this work and has been meeting with our community preschool providers to say, hey, here are some things we want to make sure when our kindergartners start school in the fall. These are the standards, these are the needs, these are the expectations we would like to see. That's already, you've already approved that. Nice job. Thank you for approving that P3 coordinator position back in the fall. And Casey has already started that work with our community providers. The other part that, no, you're good. So, and also, again, when having that P3 learning series this last weekend, we're continuing those. We've got at least 2 more over the spring. And during that time, working with our community providers at that time to truly give an idea of what our expectations are when they start kindergarten. Again, building that communication with our community and understanding what our resources are. And then the last part on that community, that jumpstart, sorry, brevity, is that with the expansion of our pre-K programs, that also is going to help align with our kindergarten jumpstart. There was another very rather significant budget proposal, as you'll see here, when that was to add aides and assistants to every single kindergarten classroom. There was a lot, as Mark said earlier, it was a robust conversation during our budget meetings, and this topic was heavily discussed. When we looked at this, the $5.3 million, and you look at a $10 million strategic plan, it was hard to be able to say this much money for this. It is not something that we will come back and consider down the road. But when we looked at our priorities across the budget, at this time, we were unable to justify the cost. And that concludes Goal 1.
Thank you, Jen. President Smith, Superintendent McNeil, trustees, for the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Student Family Supports Officer. I am very excited to get to lead the discussion on Goal 2. This is remarkable, I believe, that we have this as a goal within our strategic plan. I think it acknowledges that we're student focused. I think the spirit intent of this is that students are active agents in their own learning. They're not passive recipients. And for them to do that, and for us to know them by strength and need, we need to be able to see them and hear them within our classrooms, school-wide and district-wide. So I think that's the essence of this particular goal. If we want to empower our students, engage our students, and challenge our students to fulfill their dreams that they choose, we need to provide them an opportunity to speak. So we have one critical action, several action steps within Goal 2. This first one is around expansion of our student advisory councils. As you know, we have one at the district level, and this goal would enable us, which we're accomplishing this year, to have a student advisory council in every high school. After next year, one in every high school and middle school, and then by the end of 2026, or the school year of 2026, we would have one in every school. So to do this, our budget recommendation, and this goes back to something Mark said previously, we both need to fortify what we have and expand what we have. So we currently have 2 student voice facilitators. Both are grant funded. That's not stable funding. We want to shift them to general fund, the $10 million strategic plan funding. It's a heavy lift. They are already fully busy, but we believe in order to achieve this particular action, this objective, we need to add 1 facilitator. And so that's what these 2 recommendations are, to move 2 staff over to general fund that are grant funded, and 1 staff, add 1 staff that would also be grant funded. Our second action item within student voice and advocacy is a long, and I'm going to go with the first and the third recommendation, and then I'm going to go back to the second and fourth because the first kind of fit together. So this is about expanding opportunities for students to participate in extra and co-curricular activities. So we do want to expand clubs. I got to keep my notes in front of me. We need to expand clubs and provide activities, events, and we need, this is linked very closely to student voice work. It needs to be things that they are interested in. Right now, we don't really have a central way of governing and supporting schools with clubs and activities. Schools are kind of on their own. And so part of what we're doing already, and it's a collaborative work between Office of Accountability, our office, and others, is to really just establish where we're at in terms of clubs and activities. We got to create a baseline. And then we know how to expand with student interest. The $265,000 recommendation you see, that is for materials expenses and for stipends for teachers who will sponsor these clubs and activities. Because oftentimes these clubs will be meeting after school and out of contract time. The third line you see, or the third row you see under this action step, is to add a program coordinator position. I believe you know that in our student activities and athletics offices, that's a team of 2. That's Roland Stallworth and it's Paula Edmond. And they are very busy with athletics, and primarily high school athletics, and we are going to talk about expanding middle school athletics. So we feel strongly that in order to effectively support schools and to expand clubs, we need to add a position, an activities coordinator, and so you see that recommendation in front of you. So now I'm going to jump back up to middle school athletics. As I believe you know, right, we have several sports available to our 7th and 8th grade students. We have a couple sports that we call cut sports, so you have to make the team, and we have several sports that aren't cut sports. Right now, 6th graders are able to participate with the non-cut sports, but just in terms of practice, and that has been an ongoing issue. And as we have migrated as a school district, having 6th grade at middle school, and we have heard very loudly from the public, we need more opportunities for our 6th graders. This is what this intends to do. So we have basketball, volleyball, and soccer, which are cut sports. We have cross country, track, and wrestling, which are non-cut sports. We want to make those available to all 6th graders. The cost for this is $178,000 annually. That's the estimated cost. That will pay for equipment, that'll pay for uniforms, that will pay for coaches, that will pay for referees, and that will pay for transportation. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say that that's amazing. You know, I have a child in middle school right now, and I know based on their student surveys that extending sports to 6th graders is one of the top requests from the students. And I also want to underscore the importance of our coaches and our staff members who dedicate their time not just to the education of our students, students, but in after hours for our activities and sports. And I think that this is absolutely remarkable because we know that we want to engage our students, and that's part of a larger plan, and really helping those students at that important intermediary step of middle school is so important, and we do that through a lot of these sports. So just wanted to say thank you. And then Trustee Woodley, and then we'll go to Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Dr. Lamarca, thank you for this presentation. Thank you to all on the panel. Really appreciate it. As we all know, I am the representative on the NIAA, which stands for Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association. So I'm very happy to see, especially with regards to the sports with our student athletes and going into middle school. I love that we're offering that. I do have a question with regards to if I remember correctly, quote, and also paper coaches. I wanted to know if this item, this list of items here, how does this, is this in coordination with, I believe we were going to work with the associations with Appendix B, which is related to the coaches. And I wanted to know if this is in correlation with that, because I get the questions from the coaches when I attend these events. And I wanted to know, is that going to be dealt with separately, or is this a part of it? Thank you.
So thank you for the question, Trustee Woodley. Mark Mathers, CFO. Our hope is to be able, yes, this proposal is in conjunction to a future discussion regarding coaches' pay and other pay contained in Appendix B. And so our current agreement with WEA calls for us to meet again this spring to talk about compensation contained in Appendix B, and that certainly is our intent. So we hope that they work together. I want to be careful because we have not opened those discussions with WEA yet, and so there's only so much I can say in that regard. But again, we are increasing the number of stipends at our schools, right? We want more engagement, so that's what this item really addresses. That's certainly then kind of incorporated into the Appendix B discussions, but we know also that there's a need to increase coaches' pay. And so, again, we will talk with WEA about it, and I don't want to get too far down the road there because, again, we haven't met with WEA, and I want to be respectful of them. But, yes, they work together.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, gentlemen, and to your team. Oh, my gosh, I feel like Christmas has come early, and I'm sure Coach Rollins is going to be glad that Trustee Colleen isn't in his ear, blah, 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 about our wonderful little sixth grade athletes. This is so important. I mean, to grab a child's interest in his passion and to have that child feel a sense of belonging in his community as a sixth grader when it's a really hard rite of passage to go from elementary into middle school, and to give them that, to give them their passion in sixth grade on a level that they truly deserve. I mean, I am so grateful. I am absolutely so grateful. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. So the last row on this particular slide is actually a very important one, and this is a fortification of some of our current work. And Mr. Stallworth, who has been a staunch advocate for athletics, he has been trying for this for years. So we need to increase our budget allocation for athletic trainers. The reason for this is to allow our students to participate, this is at the high school level, more safely. We currently have allocations for athletic trainers in every high school, but we annually have 3 to 4 vacancies. We try to fill in with other personnel that can provide some support. We do think that this modest increase, this is just a modest increase per athletic trainer, will help attract and retain athletic trainers. Okay. The third action step around Goal 2 are these student success plans beginning in 5th grade. And I'm just going to signal ahead that this is very much tied to the post-secondary graduation plans that we'll talk about later. So there's a nexus between this and Goal 5. We do not see this currently as an item that will cost us money or much money. This is also not really a new strategy for the district, but it is something that we did do previously and we've gotten away from it, and we need to start doing it again. And really what that means is currently within Infinite Campus, as you already know, sometimes it's a controversial item, there's a lot of information that's collected. That information is taken by our big warehouse and it creates a student profile. The student profile provides a history of academic performance for a student as well as current academic performance. It also describes the student based on certain characteristics. And really what this is it's a communication tool. It's something that a student might use in a parent-teacher conference where they might be talking with a teacher and a parent about their progress. So there may be some customization and changes to the tool that exists in BIG and the data we collect in Infinite Campus, but again, at this point, we don't see this as costing us money. It's really more a function of its use. So it needs to be part of conferences, and it needs to be returned to multiple times in the year to talk with the student about their interests and how those may be changing over time. Okay, I'm going to keep going, because I'm going to talk a little bit about Goal 3, and we're going to jump around a little bit. I'm going to hand it over to Joe, who will finish with Goal 3. So we're going to skip one slide and then come back. I see Goal 3 as our foundational goal, and here's what I mean by that. For students to have a strong start, for students to be seen and heard, for students to achieve and grow, and for students to have a role in their post-graduation plans, to be empowered, they have to feel a sense of safety in order to learn. So I really see this as our foundational goal. It's Goal 3. It's also very strongly connected to our BEAM, which, if you remember our BEAM that you established, that's around safety and connection, and it connects all of our pillars. And then Pillar 2, which is around having strong family, community, and school partnerships. So this is all interconnected, and I'm very, can you tell I'm a little excited about this particular goal. We do a lot in this district around safety, and so we're only talking to you about recommendations relative to the $10 million, and in fact we are going to give you a couple of recommendations for what we're calling other actions.
I'd like to quickly pause and invite Dr. Nicolette and Trustee Church.
Thank you. I too am very excited about this. Volunteers to me are the right and good volunteers are a heart of our schools, because our students are exposed to so many wonderful thoughts and people, and I hope I don't put you on the spot. Just to get a sense, how many volunteers do we currently have dispersed throughout our district?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Nicolette. You didn't put me on the spot. We have that information, but I am going to talk about a very clunky system, so it's not as easy to get as you might think. But right now in our district, we have about 8,800 volunteers. About 6,800 of those are parents. About 1,800 of those are community members who are not parents, or at least they've identified themselves as a community member. And then about 200 of those are students who are under the age of 18.
I just think that's a wonderful program. I met a math volunteer the other day. I was just so impressed. Member of the community, just giving back. So it's just a wonderful program. So are you going to look at expanding recruiting? Maybe touch a little. I know we want to all go home, but this is so important. Touch a little bit on what they're going to do. And one comment I'll make, I ran the volunteer program for this police department quite a while back. There's always going to be glitches. So when a glitch occurs, people go, oh my God, we had a volunteer come in drunk and we got to get rid of all. So I just urge the community, don't overreact when there is a glitch, because we know they're going to happen. But the program is wonderful. Can you expand a little bit?
Sure, we can also remind them not to drink before they come in and volunteer. Yeah. Right. So we too, we really think volunteers are critical to our mission. And I think we've got a systems issue that's preventing us from best using our volunteers. So while we have that many volunteers right now, and volunteers are typically tied to a primary school, they can volunteer anywhere once they've been approved. I couldn't tell you right now how many volunteers at Worcester, how many volunteers at Collin Ranch, how many volunteers at North Valleys. Very cumbersome system to get there. The process that we have is also very mechanical and labor-intensive, paper-intensive. The basic process is if you want to volunteer, you're directed to go to your school. You fill out a paper application. That paper application is then taken by the school. It's sent to volunteer services. They batch it. They send it over to school police. School police does a background check. Everything's proven good. They send it back. You got to get fingerprinted. We've kind of cleaned up fingerprinting a little bit. So there are a lot of checks and balances in place to make sure that our volunteers are safe to be with our students, and that's a good thing. And we do not want to move away from that. We do want to move towards a digital application system so that we're not dependent on paper. We spend endless hours in our office, Nicole Vasquez, Anna Aguilar, and we actually have a volunteer that works with us pretty much full time, and that's our team. They work hours and hours on just processing applications. The digital application process would allow them to get out and do more recruiting. Nicole Vasquez is an amazing recruiter. She's at all of our events. You've probably seen her. You might not know her yet. We'll bring her and introduce you to her. But we think by going to a digital application, we will have more space in order to do that. The other thing that we don't know among these 8,000 volunteers is what they want to do, how many times they're in schools, and for what duration. We have, lobby guard, or what's called Raptor now, within most of our buildings. And there is some functionality within that system we believe we can take advantage of. But we need to do a better job of helping schools know at the beginning of the year, here's your team of volunteers that are already cleared, use them. I mean, we will have people, we'll get requests from schools on a daily basis. We need volunteers for X. And that's how cumbersome the process is. It takes a while for them to know who's available. So that's what this is really about. It's a modest budget request, but I think it's really a systems issue. And so maybe at a later time there are requests. But I think with 8,000, we got more volunteers than we have employees. So if we can work this correctly and identify where they can support, we might have what we need to really push ourselves forward. Okay. This is another really important strategy that was signaled to you as an action, and that is to expand our parent-teacher home visit program. That's an evidence-based program. It's a program that really is designed to strengthen family engagement, strengthen family-school partnerships, and to include parents in a shared sort of leadership process. While it does sometimes lead to better attendance, things of that nature, it's not designed as an attendance strategy, but it does have some spillover into that area. It's really to build capacity around staff to understand the diversity of our population and to figure out how to include everyone in equitable ways. So this program has been around with our district for years under the tremendous leadership of Delisa Crane. She's known nationally for our work around parent-teacher home visits and other things, and we're here because of her today, I think. The funding for the current program has been for the majority grant funding. There has been some limited general funds, but with this expansion, and we feel it very appropriate to shift the existing funding for parent-teacher home visit program into the general fund, and then the planned expansion, which would essentially double the program a little bit more over the next couple of years. That's what accounts for the rest of that funding. It would add a position position that parallel or close to parallel with Rochelle Salonia, who kind of sort of coordinates parent-teacher home visits. You've probably met Rochelle. It would also, Rochelle, it will also enable us to have some assistance support with that. And then it pays for teacher stipends to do the visits, which, again, these are things that are occurring typically after contract time, and we need to compensate our educators for doing this really critical work. Okay, I'm going to skip this slide and we'll come back to Joe, and then you're done with me for a while. So this is the kind of other area where we don't have a specific action step that was communicated to you as part of that tool, but you know we have a lot going on. Much of this is for fortification of our systems. I'm presenting this first item on behalf of Chief Counsel Neil Rombardo, and he may need to correct me. We have an obligation to provide bullying training for all kids in middle school and high school on an annual basis. We entered into an agreement with the Office for Civil Rights years back. We developed some curriculum. We actually had some momentum there. The pandemic really played a trick on us in terms of rolling that out. Judy Prutzman, the new director of the Office for Civil Rights, has identified this as an option for us. What this would do is it would allow, we also have a board policy, that also requires us to provide this training. So what this would do is allow a subscription for online services for students who could access quick lessons and or longer lessons individually as a collective, or these can be integrated within 2 class lessons. So it's accessible 24/7. It's very inexpensive in the grand scheme of things. There are a couple of modules that the Office for General Counsel is recommending that we invest in that totals the $53,000. In short, it will provide training around bullying, cyberbullying, digital citizenship, sexual harassment, hazing, and then several other related topics. The second row is around suicide prevention. And again, you know that we have a state mandate to provide suicide prevention curriculum to our students in middle school and high school. We do that using signs of suicide, and that's primarily activities that our counselors engage in. On top of that, and you know that we've done this for years now, I think going on 10 years, we have partnered with the Children's Cabinet, Renown, and others to SOS screening, and we do that in grade 7, and you know that that has picked up. This year, by the way, sadly, we are at about 38% of students being flagged as at medium to high risk based on that screener. That's up. It has hovered around 34 to 35% every year. 3% may not seem like a lot, but when you think about 4,000 students, that's a lot of students. So the annual cost just for this kind of screening is really in the neighborhood of $360,000 to $380,000. For the last several years through grant funding, we have been supporting the joint effort with $250,000, and that's what's being recommended here, to return that to our general fund. We actually have grant funding for 1 more year, and then after that, this would be in our general fund. That's how I understand this. I know we need to be brief. I've got other things I could say about suicide prevention. This third item is a really important item. This is a fortification. You all have met Fawn Hunter. She is our Title VI specialist. She coordinates our Native Youth Community Program. She does wonderful things for our school district. That position and the position she's currently in, since we've had it, my understanding, is it's been paid directly out of Title VI. And that's a good thing, except what that means is then we have less money to support students. So what we are suggesting that we do here is move her position into general fund, which then provides that grant to be used for direct services for students. This will fortify our Paiute language courses and allow us probably to expand, which is really important. That's one of the uses that we would gain by making this shift. And then finally, with respect to this slide, this last row, again, this is a fortification. We have 3 units that are really like right in the middle of chronic absenteeism. That's our attendance officers, it's our re-engagement specialists, and our re-engagement facilitators. These are the folks who are knocking on doors. These are the folks who are making relationships with families. They're driving students to school. They are your army out in the field, and we don't have enough of them, but we have several of them, and a lot of them have existed on grant funding. So this proposal would shift 2 re-engagement facilitators who, in addition, so the re-engagement facilitators and the re-engagement specialists, they focus on our severely chronically absent. Our attendance officers focus a little bit more on our chronically absent, and you know we have a big problem with that. Our facilitators also have professional development for staff and for parents around attendance and the reason why it's critical and important. And then they keep a caseload of severely chronically absent students that they work on. And they have been successful. Our attendance officers and our re-engagement specialists and facilitators, when they are working with the student and they're monitoring them, typically for like a 45-day period, they have good data that suggests that they are increasing the attendance rates for those students to the tune of 50 to 60%, which may not seem like a lot, but it is. And it might not always get a student from out of chronic absenteeism, but it might get them out of severely chronically absent. So we move them along. So this is an important shift. It would shift 2 positions that are currently grant funded over to general fund.
Thank you. I'll keep quickly. First item, student training on bullying. How do you identify who the students are that get the training?
Thank you for your question. That's kind of an easy one. It's all students. Every student in grades 6 through 12 needs to have that training. And I think we've done a fairly good job at the middle school level. We kind of got thwarted as we were rolling out to high school, but we need to pick that up.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca, Madam President, Dr. McNeil, members of the board, Joe Ernst, Chief Continuous Improvement Officer, here to talk with you a little bit about Goal 3 and 3 of the line items that we have here. One of them is shifting a data analyst to general fund, and another one is a program evaluator to general fund. Couple of things that are worth noting, and you've heard it throughout the presentation relative to grants. When you have employees that work through grant funding, they have to work very specific to what initiative is in that grant funding. By moving positions to general fund, we're able to widen the scope and the bandwidth that we have with employees. So I think that's just kind of important as we're looking at many of these positions. These 2 both are related to that. We'll talk a little bit later in the presentation around evaluation of some of these initiatives. These both will be critical people in helping us evaluate the implementation of these initiatives. The final one on there is an additional program analyst. Many of you are familiar with our big data system. We generate approximately 120,000 reports up to this point of the year for schools and for district departments. It's a one-of-a-kind tool that is really a national leader. In fact, we recently presented at the Council of Great City Schools, and we had people very interested in that presentation and the data system. So special shout out to our team and the work that they do to really build that. So this is really about really making sure that we are able to crunch the data in a meaningful way, monitor our strategic plan, and then make sure that the public reporting of this data is accurate and informational as we're identifying next steps. The other items here that have been previously approved, you have 2 investigator positions, so we won't spend much time there. You have the additional campus supervisors, of which we've agreed on previously, and then the interpretation services. And as a former school principal, I will tell you this is going to be a real asset to connecting with our families and really making sure that we're engaging in meaningful dialogue, and so we're happy to see that position. And then finally, we again looked at a number, and you've heard it mentioned many times in terms of this being an incredible opportunity for WCSD to have funding in ways that we have not previously seen. And we always know there's a lot of requests that came in for how we wanted to use these funds. And so we really wanted to just list these out for everybody. So you can see when we looked at various athletic directors, patrol vehicles, SEL curriculum, social workers, there's a number of factors relative to each of those that were considered when we were looking at the overall budget. And so we wanted to just list those for everybody as well.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm going to lean in a bit on the patrol cars at this point in time. And I guess I'm just kind of wondering, are there any other funding so these will start? Because I know that's kind of a high number. I don't know, something like salary savings or anything like that could be utilized to get that back on the mark, or not the mark, but.
Well, speaking of Mark, I mean, yeah, it is possible. Our challenge, honestly, and we had a good conversation with our transportation department yesterday about this, is the order period for these police cars and buses is so long that that's just a challenge in terms of getting vehicles. So, for example, we still have not received police cars for those additional positions we funded out of last year's budget. I guess the short answer to you is yes, we could look at salary savings. Hopefully we can encumber those monies by the end of the fiscal year for the initial acquisition cost if the board wanted to go down this road. When we will receive police vehicles, it be a long time. So that just makes across fiscal years tricky is all I'm trying to say, which may not make sense to you, but trust me, it makes it tricky.
So I guess my question is, because I know a little bit about this, are you guys actually going through like free services through these vendors? Or, I mean, it's not ideal, I mean, but we could look at just, frankly, buying vehicles off the lots. I know we were able to do that, but.
You know, we had that conversation.
Vendor.
Yeah, we had that conversation yesterday with transportation because I was definitely pushing on, wow, why is the order period take this long with Ford and GM? There's a real concern on transportation's part not to get a vehicle off the lot because you've got to rip out the console and install, a good amount of additional equipment on those cars. I believe it's GM that actually has a program for governmental entities that they do that all in one shot. Which makes those cars way more usable, salvageable, et cetera. So, their strong recommendation is not to do that. Trust me, Trustee Rodriguez, I push them because it's really getting ridiculous how long it takes to get these vehicles. But they pledged that they would consider other avenues to get those vehicles through GM or Ford. And so I know they're continuing to investigate and look at that. That's the initial acquisition cost. I did want to explain the annual depreciation costs, kind of an accounting term, but basically we assumed a 5-year useful life for those police vehicles, which means we would have to depreciate or sock away, if you will, $176,000 per year for the ultimate replacement of those $880,000 worth of vehicles. So it's an $880,000 initial cost, but then a $176,000 annual cost, if you will, either to pay for debt service or just to pay for the replacement in that 5 to 7 year period. So I just wanted to explain that too.
Just as a suggestion and also some guidance for the board, so since we're just asking questions right now on the other side of public comment, It's true, we have to start somewhere. So the way that this would work is that, let's say Clerk Rodriguez wants to bring this back after public comment, we would make an individual motion to direct the superintendent to look into funding this particular line item. We would do that as an individual item. And then if there happens to be a motion at the end to adopt the package as we see it, that individual item would be built into the overall recommendation, the way that we often break it down. So, and you know, at some point we do have to start somewhere with allocating it, even if it does take a really long time. Trustee Westlake?
Thank you, President Smith. Do we know, are the other police organizations like Reno PD, Washoe Sheriff, Sparks PD, are they having the same issue with, do we know, if we reached out just to kind of see what they're up against? Are they having the same problem?
Yeah, I can't say they're exactly on the same timeline as us, but yes, this is a nationwide issue with GM and Ford. Again, I know our transportation department folks, Scott Lee and his staff, will look into this further because we really pushed them on this issue. But yeah, this is a nationwide problem. It still kind of stuns me several years after COVID. We're still seeing these supply chain issues, but we're in the queue, just like everyone else who's in the queue, and you've got to move up over time in the queue.
Okay.
Okay, that'll take us on to Goal 4, Academic Growth and Achievement. The first item there is the collaborative schools. We've talked with you previously a bit about our collaborative school model. It's really a look at supporting our 12 schools that are some of our lower performing schools within the district. Based on various school designations, we've put together what we really call it, a collaborative effort across all departments. Dr. Parks, Dr. LaMarca were also instrumental in helping build this. And really what we're doing is identifying additional resources for our schools. We need to make sure that we're creating stability in the schools. So we've crossed the no standalone at elementary school. We've ensured the correct amount of administrative support at middle school. We've also provided instructional coaches at each of these schools, including middle school math coaches, so that we talk about being data driven and looking at maybe where some of our acute areas of need are. We recognize that middle school math is one of those, and so together the management team came up with really putting together middle school instructional coaches specific to math. Additionally, we put long-term subs in each of these buildings. And principals will have choice in how they want to most effectively use those long-term subs that will be there throughout the entirety of the year. And so this is very intentional around being called a collaborative effort, because we've heard in sometimes education different ways of referring to data. We've heard the hammer or the flashlight. And this is really our flashlight approach. It's us working together with these schools to identify needs, prioritize supports. Our facilities team has already been out to all 12 of these schools. They have looked from top to bottom with the principal, along with our strategic school support coordinator, to really identify any physical needs in the building and really make sure that they understand the top of the list. And we know that our other departments are really making sure that our collaborative schools are our priority schools going forward.
Thank you, Joe. For the record, good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent McNeil, and Board of Trustees, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. As we dive into Goal 4, I would say we are all united in recognizing that Goal 4 is our core business. It is what all of our other goals wrap around and serve, because we are all about schools where students learn at high levels. As we looked at this, one of the areas that came up was this opportunity to expand our ETSs, otherwise known as Ed Tech Specialists. And this proposal actually came from our IT department, but I was very insistent that this was actually an academic growth opportunity. And one of the reasons I was so adamant is because as a principal, anytime you can create in your schedule for your teachers to collaborate and work together and talk about what students are learning, you have a much better opportunity, and it's well researched that you're going to get better results for kids. So I want to invite up Dr. Turner to also speak to this coming from an IT perspective.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. Chris Turner, Chief Information Officer. Thank you, President Smith, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Dr. McNeil. This was an opportunity because of our significant investments that we've made in iReady over the last year. We collected feedback, whether it was in-person visits at our elementary and middle schools over the start of the school year, or through other principal channels through the teaching and leadership and learning department in collaboration with those folks. We determined that there was opportunities to help better support this program, our investments in iReady. So what we did was we came up with the notion that, in collaboration with the TLL department, that adding, and to speak to your numbers, or to your reference about numbers, adding 10 hours per week to the 66 positions in the elementary schools. What this does for us is it helps us better manage the devices, the issues that might crop up with the devices or with the individual students, like a password issue. And it also makes us a lot more responsive to immediate technology needs, as well as the inventory issues that a school may be experiencing. So with that local sort of support, the principals and teachers can work with the ETSs that will have a portion of their day and their week devoted to IT. They'll be better able to know what the condition of, a device is, or a cart of devices, what the charging condition is, and that way we can better support our efforts with iReady. The other piece, besides what Dr. Parks referenced about how we want to provide more teacher planning time together, the other piece that we also identified that we thought would be helpful for the district as a whole was adding 10 hours a week to these 66 positions and taking them from 21 hours to a fully benefited position. We really strongly feel like it will add to the district's recruiting and retention efforts. What we'll do is we'll invest training opportunities with these folks, and we really think it makes the positions a lot more permanent instead of the opportunity that we're just hiring somebody to fulfill this 21 hours a week. So we're really excited for this.
Thank you, Dr. Turner. That third item there, very simply put, we definitely see the need in 4th and 5th grade to reduce our class size. What you're seeing there is at our 1- and 2-star schools, we want to start doing this and then look to future budget opportunities, consider continue at our other schools as well. Here's the previous item that you've already approved, our dual language support. Continuing on, this has been spoken to before with our first item. ESSERS is coming to an end. We have funded many opportunities for students to receive just-in-time tutoring and summer school to make sure that they graduate on time. So we had to shift monies from ESSERS over to our strategic plan funds. Also, the after-school, you got the after-school coordinator.
Sure. One is previously our 21st Century Team Up Coordinator. This is really about making sure that we're providing before and after school programming for our families. We know as a larger community, child care as a whole is something that's significant that we're looking at as a community. This here is our efforts to make sure that we're continuing to expand options for families before and after school. We're incredibly fortunate to have like Boys and Girls Clubs, City of Reno, City of Sparks. We've also been able to add 2 new providers to help take care of various areas. City of Sparks was having a more difficult time with providing, and so we were able to bring in additional providers to help support those schools. So this is really about WCSD's effort to make sure that we are keeping before and after school programming available. And oftentimes in that programming, tutoring is a part of it. And so this is really our commitment to before and after school programming.
Joe? And with our graduation advocates, just want to point out this is for funding of 3 of those. They work hand in hand with the school team, and they focus on personal relationships with our students and families to assure that they graduate on time.
President Smith, so we are on slide 25 of 41, so I'm just going to remind our team we're going to push through in 7 minutes. We can do this. We got this. We are set to go. You guys got it. Let's do it.
Starting now. And here you see what you have approved previously. And with this line item, we have a need to set aside some professional learning money. We want to make sure our permanent superintendent is engaged in this process, but basically we want to be able to provide a PK through 12 strategy where we really tighten up our processes for teaching and provide that professional learning across our district. Here are the other budget proposals that were considered. And now on to Goal 5. Of course, Goal 5 is right in our promise, where we want every single one of our students to be able to pick their choice for their future. And we don't want any of those choices to be exclusive of one another, whether they go into the military, on to college, or on to a highly skilled career. This was already approved. As Paul mentioned earlier, we want to make sure that we have our 9th graders be able to set goals for what they want to do post-graduation. We feel like with a few upgrades to what we already have, we can accomplish this. Also called out in Goal 5 is the need to expand our internships. And though we have a great amount of internships already in place, we know with that expansion comes a need for somebody to coordinate that. So simply put, this internship coordinator would work with our local businesses and community to match up students for internship opportunities. Here was our other opportunity to look at other funds.
Thanks, Troy. So we've talked very specifically about the 5 goals to this point. We have one recommendation that's more of a system-wide goal. It's related to all of the other goals. And this is a win-win. For the last 3 years, the Nevada Department of Education has paid for functionality through Infinite Campus that allows a parent to very easily signal to a school when their child is going to be absent, when they're going to be absent, and for what reason. A second piece of this functionality is where you can do essentially what we refer to as tardy swipes. So if a student is late, they can scan in where they are within a building, and so we know their whereabouts. So This is actually a really important piece, and it's really only going to work at the high school right now, but it will cut down on lost instructional time. Right now in many of our schools, when a kid is tardy, they go to a class, the door is locked, or they're told you got to go to the office. They got to go to the office, get a thing to come back. There's a lot of lost time. This will cut down on that. It's a $50,000 expense. We think it's well worth it. Can you flip forward, Troy? And then you've already funded this. This is expansion of our ed plan software to include 504 and an EMR for nursing. And then these are other proposals that have merit but weren't proposed. And I know we have a planned conversation on April 9th regarding transportation to innovations as part of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Parks. So evaluation and implementation monitoring. It's wonderful to have these types of funds going to be for the benefit of our students. And we know that it's very important to make sure that we are executing funds. And so this is really an effort to make sure, as a leadership team, we identified 7 of the most substantial areas that we want to make sure that we're building out evaluation plans for. The evaluation is really shifting towards the evaluation of the implementation. The better the implementation, the better the outcomes will be. And so you can see those that are identified up there. We've already been diving into iReady, visiting with principal focus groups, teacher focus groups, student focus groups, and really trying to make sure that we have gained a lot of knowledge on year 1 implementation and can strengthen year 2. We also identified comprehensive school collaborative, redesigning our EL model, the expansion of early childhood, our deans and instructional coaches, making sure we're improving attendance and increasing access to advanced coursework. These will all have comprehensive evaluation around these 7 areas.
Alrighty, and so the superintendent's recommendations are there on the screen.
They are. And so this is a good time to pause and to take public comment.
I have no cards.
All right. So I'm going to come back and I'm going to bring it back to Clerk Rodriguez because there was a bit of an interest there. So now that we have had this, we've all, had an opportunity to engage. Clerk Rodriguez, if you do have an interest in directing the superintendent to pursue funding mechanisms for acquiring additional school police vehicles, it may be an idea to present that to your colleagues for consideration.
Yeah, I'll digest on that for a minute, but also like to open up to my colleagues so to circle back for now. I appreciate that.
All right, we'll go to Vice President Mayberry, followed by Dr. Nicolette.
I'm up. I'm sorry. We're not talking about patrol cars right now, right? No. Okay.
Clerk Rodriguez is going to consider what he may ask of the colleagues,
Okay,
and he's asked to come back. You and Dr. Nicolette go.
Okay. Thank you. I have 2 children that constantly bombard me on my phone, so I'm trying to balance that. Thank you. I just want to congratulate the whole team for the amazing work. I really appreciate how you really work hard to align so much of this to this strategic plan, and I know that's not done very often. And I know that you put a lot of heart and soul into this. I love the fact that we are focusing on, this notion of people over programs. In most cases, I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that we're looking at reducing class sizes in some situations. I appreciate that we're still going to put a focus on tutoring and support for our students who need it, not only on the academic side, but certainly on the emotional side. So thank you for your work for this $10 million budget. I do want to come back to one point that Trustee Woodley had noted earlier, and and forgive me, I'm just going to ask a direct question, but with respect to goal number 2, you know, why not just include funding for coaches in that particular goal? You know, particularly given that we've looked at 2 decades plus where, you know, we haven't had any increase in funding for our coaches and our advice. I just want to, we've talked about it before, I want to continue to keep that on the record because it's something that's important, I think, to a lot of the board members, and I'm just not going to, I just don't want us to push the pause button on that. So I guess, again, the question is, why not just include it in the funding in the strategic plan?
The short answer is compensation is a mandatory meet and confer issue with our collective bargaining associations, and so it would be premature for us to allocate a specific dollar amount in a public setting like that for that. But as noted, our agreement with WA requires both sides to come back together this spring to talk about it.
Okay. All right, stay the course, please. Thank you. Really, though, great work. Thank you.
Agree, stay the course. I just have a clarification. So the motion that we're looking at is for the $10 million for the strategic plan. And then I look at the slide where the total is $25,195,824. So we can forget about that. Our motion should just be for the $10 million for the strategic plan.
So forgive me, really the motion is to approve all the recommended items here that we went over today, and some of them in fact include additional use of weighted dollars. So I think a comprehensive motion of all recommendations, excuse me, with any adjustments you would make. I do want to make it clear, you know, again, unfortunately budgets are zero-sum games, and so if there's any item that you would like us to add into this list of recommended items, that would mean that we would take something out of an equal dollar amount. So that's the hard part. You know, budgets are just inherently trade-offs. Certainly the superintendent can receive direction to look into alternative means of funding items, and we will come back on April 9th to do that if that is your direction. So a little bit of a wrinkle, but really the motion we're looking for is adoption of all of the recommended budget proposals presented to you today, with, again, any adjustments you would like to make.
Okay. Thank you, President Smith. So I just want to kind of add to what Trustee Mayberry had said, and I leave it to you gentlemen to tell us the when, the how, the where, and the why for the Appendix B. I think we just have to really keep that in the forefront, how important that is going to be, because that is what's going to keep our kiddos engaged, and it's going to help with our absenteeism. I mean, it helps with their overall outlook on going to school and being part of it. So I just want to throw my 2 cents in there. And then I don't know if this is possible, but can you write a grant for police cars, or is it just for like educational things? Because a grant, we wouldn't have to think about how to fund that continuing on, because it would be a grant just to buy those police cars. So I don't know if that's a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Smith. So Trustee Wesley, we can write a grant. The issue is number one, is there a funding source? Is there a grant for that? And then that does not help us with the whole issue as far as the time it's going to take to get the cars. That's really what the issue that Mr. Mathers was speaking about. But we can absolutely see if there is a funding source on the grant side of things, but that's not going to help with actually getting the cars.
And possibly, so after we go to Trustee Church, and we will have the opportunity to go back to Clerk Rodriguez, in the event that this board is asked to consider a motion to explore different funding mechanisms, then upon action of this body, we would direct the superintendent to look into things like that and then come back to us, because we will be talking about the budget several more times before we have to finalize that. So this is far from the last time we'll be talking about the budget. Trustee Church?
Yeah, my only concern, I think I saw you kind of react to the same thing, I'm not sure, but I want to make sure we're consistent with the agenda item, which says 10 million, while attachment B says other stuff. I don't want to violate something, because this says 10 million and now I'm hearing more. So I just want to draw that to the attention of the board president and or legal.
I think we're fine, because there's the 10 million from this budget, and then there's the weighted funding that we've seen. So I think that they explained that. Mr. Lombardo, do you want to weigh in there?
Well, if I understand correctly from what Mark said, is that the 10 allows us to, the vote of the 10 million is necessary in order to leverage the other funds, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, then I think the agenda items.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm going to make a motion here, but I do kind of want to make a statement. So this is really important to me. I realized when I first got appointed, and working with the previous superintendent and the previous police chief, this is something that I did bring up as far as our campus officers. While I understand and recognize that's their primary duty and function, I can see situations where maybe they're needed. And I'll just North Valley's, they need help at O'Brien right away, or the Spanish Springs area, where I know coverage is not the best from the sheriff's office or Sparks Police, or even NHP. They got several different agencies that are responsible for that area, but their duties are always called away. So I'm thinking of a school patrol officers needing help at Spanish Springs Elementary, and then your help is coming from a distance away, especially on Pyramid with construction, and those, the main arteries there, Sparks are pretty congested. At least that campus officer can go, respond, help, and then return back to duties. And obviously that's stuff that I leave to the chief and the law enforcement administrators and supervisors. But there's also other tools that I know that are needed to give them in case, heavens forbid, there's ever an active assailant situation. Their long guns, their active shooter kits, things like that can't be stored currently in the schools. So those are things I want to arm our officers to the best of our ability, which is kind of why I've been bringing this up, waiting patiently for several years. And I hope that we can find a way to make that happen. Not to mention that also having a patrol car in front of a school is kind of nice, would hopefully, deter some, maybe not all, but deter some, any criminal behavior or mischief. So with that, maybe I might need your help. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion. I would move that the Board of Trustees provides direction to the superintendent to analyze and report different possible funding streams to equip all police officers with a vehicle.
I second.
I think that works. All right, so we have a motion by Clerk Rodriguez. We have a second by Trustee Westlake. Seeing no lights on.
Clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean take-home cars? Does that mean motor pool cars?
I would leave that up to the discretion of the police chief.
Yeah, I would assume it would be whatever the current policy is for our officers that have cars. And I'm not seeing anyone jump up and down to suggest that that's not correct. So seeing no lights on or any hands up for our virtual colleague, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, now what I'm doing, seeing no lights on, is I'm putting something together for consideration of the colleagues. right, so something that could work, folks, you let me know. A motion at this point could be, I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to look into funding initiatives as previously moved on and approves the recommendations as presented by staff for the strategic plan budget.
I second.
Well, technically, I need a first.
So moved.
That would be a so moved. Yeah, I know. So it's funny, like so what I do, just so everyone knows, I first I need a second before we chat. So we have a first on the floor by Trustee Westlake, and then is there a second? Okay, we have Clerk Rodriguez
Second.
for the second. He beat you. It might have been the time delay, Trustee Woodley. I'm so sorry, but I have the second for Clerk Rodriguez. And just so for anyone that's following along, one of the things I do as the meeting manager for this board is I keep track of what it is we're doing. And sometimes the recommendations change based on the will of this body. And so I try to bundle everything together. So in case anyone's wondering what collaboration they were just seeing, that's why you saw that. Okay, so seeing no other lights on, I have a motion from Trustee Westlake. I have a second by Clerk Rodriguez. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, the motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much and great job, team. This is great work. All right, everyone, that closes item 4.03 and concludes section 4 in its entirety and brings us on to section 5. In my authority as the meeting manager, we have 501. Our student representative is not with us. I am choosing that we will forego item 5.02 board report, so I will be removing that from the agenda. And Dr. McNeil has indicated to me that she is also foregoing item 503, that is the interim superintendent's report. So that means that we have moved through items 501, 502, and 503, and that closes section 5 in its entirety and brings us now to section 6. And we begin section 6, our closing items, with item 601, 6.01, and this is our closing public comment.
Sandy Tibbet. Scott Finley.
Welcome again, Mr. Finley.
Please enter my comment and these documents into the record pursuant to NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I'm a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the United States Air Force. The individuals and entities pushing the Truckee Meadows Public Lands Management Act masqueraded with the veneer of environmentalism. The Washoe County School District Board of Trustees must pass a resolution making a formal declaration condemning those that seek to bring forth the challenge to steal our land, our heritage. How does this Lands Grab Act protect Washoe County's environment when it seeks to take public lands that we enjoy and slice and dice it for private land developers? My wife and I live within a 1-minute walk from BLM land. Our property being within such close proximity to public lands is one reason why we decided to move where we did. We take walks out there with our dogs, ride horses, and enjoy the nature of the high desert landscape in all its glory. Many people do. Nature is the original artist, and we enjoy its art. If the Lands Grab Act passes, the public land next to us will be turned over to private land developers who will in turn construct high-density apartment complexes. How does unlimited construction create affordable housing when there is unlimited population displacement? The simple fact of the matter is, if the only solution to enable an individual to live in an area is by destroying parts of the surrounding environment, then they are not wanted in Washoe County. When it comes to social stability, what we need is quality, not quantity. This problem we face is a product of failed economic policies and social decay. Instead of evaluating where we went wrong, we continue to double down on failure in order to maintain a status quo that has proven to be unsustainable. You cannot have infinite growth in a finite system. If people think the passage of the Lands Grab Act will be a one-and-done deal, you are wrong. It will set precedents and greenlight that all of Nevada's public lands are up for grabs, and eventually even more public land will be handed over to private land developers. Given enough time, there won't be any public lands left in Washoe County for our grandchildren's grandchildren to enjoy. The Truckee Meadows Public Lands Management Act is Senator Jackie Rosen's brainchild. Jackie Rosen's allegiance to private land developers and her disgust for nature couldn't be any more obvious. The only greenery Jackie Rosen loves is what fits in her wallet. For these reasons, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees must pass a resolution making a formal declaration condemning those that seek to bring forth the challenge to steal our land, our heritage. Keep Nevada's public lands public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Finley.
Scott Johnston. Bill Chris Knox. Janet Butcher.
Welcome again, Ms. Butcher.
Janet Butcher for the record. I had to run out. I ran out and moved my car because I had to park way out in the back this morning. And as I turned on my car, I happened to have a talk radio show on 780 AM, Reno Talk Live. And I believe her name was Samantha Stone, and she was giving some commentary on what happened here this morning. She was pretty spot on. I hope you get a chance to listen to her. Somebody gave me this earlier. They were going to speak on it, so it's kind of late after the fact, but I'm still going to read it for them. And it has to do with going back to the whistleblowers. I was going to say you can call this a piece of paper or you can call it a phone. But if it's a false accuser, it's not a whistleblower. But anyway, that's my commentary. WCSD calls these two employees whistleblowers, so give them their due and well, as Trustee Jeff Church, investigate their complaints. Investigations are conducted by the respondent agency. The agency must develop an impartial and appropriate factual record upon which to make findings on the claims raised by the complaint. An appropriate factual record is defined in the regulations as one that allows a reasonable fact finder to draw conclusions as to whether discrimination occurred. 29 CFR section 1614.108B. The investigation must be completed within 180 days from the filing of the complaint. A copy of the investigative file must be provided to the complainant, along with a notification that within 30 days of receipt of the file, the complainant has the right to request a hearing and a decision from the EEOC AG, or may request an immediate final decision from the agency. 29C.F.R. Section 1614.108. Thank you. I love hearing anything having to do with the IT, but I'm definitely not liking anything having to do with Infinite Campus. It's been talked about before, about what it does, what it can do. It's not a good thing. And I wanted to start out with this, but I didn't. I want to thank JJ for getting all the speakers up here in such a good, timely manner. I don't think she gets enough acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Butcher, and we always appreciate recognition for our staff. Thank you for doing that.
The board received emails from Nicole Bowman and Melissa Salazar.
All right. All right, so that closes item 6.01. And now brings me to item 6.02. This is our next meeting. Our next regularly scheduled meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees is on Tuesday, April 9th, 2024. And now at 4:50 p.m., item 603, we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you all so much.